Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Morning. And are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Griffith. Brisbane. Sorry, my apologies.
That's all good, Deputy Speaker. This Thursday, December 1st, is National Water Safety Day. And as we come up on the holiday period over summer, it's essential that we keep water safety in mind. Between the 1st of July 2021 and the 30th of June 2022, 339 people lost their lives to drowning in Australia. There's an even higher risk during the holiday period, where many of us will be spending time in the water trying to escape the heat. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Royal Lifesaving Society of Australia estimated that more than 40% of Australian children leave primary school unable to achieve the national swimming and water safety benchmarks for the age of 12 years old. A lack of swimming skills and water safety knowledge is, of course, a major risk factor in drowning. However, the pandemic has further exacerbated this issue, with many children's swim education being disrupted over the last 2 years. This is a serious risk to the safety of children who will be spending increasing amounts of time participating in aquatic activities over the summer holidays. It is therefore important to reaffirm the importance of preparation, of vigilance when it comes to water safety, and to take this Thursday as an opportunity to reflect on your family's preparedness to be spending time at the beach or in the pool. However, it's not just swimming for leisure that we need to consider on Water Safety Day. Unfortunately, as we continue to see the impact of climate change, we can expect more and more frequent and intense flooding disasters. As my electorate office prepares for the potential of more catastrophic floods in our community, I want to urge everyone to remember, if it's flooded, forget it. Never try and rescue a flooded item, and don't underestimate the dangers of flash flooding. All levels of governments also have to play a role in helping to prevent drowning tragedies. At a council level, it's important that all relevant decision makers treat water safety as the serious issue that it is, ensuring that all signage is visible and clear. Also of extreme importance is making sure that multilingual information is available, especially for those visiting from overseas, where there is not always consistency in symbols which represent water safety dangers. Every drowning is a tragedy that we should aim to prevent. And I want to acknowledge the incredible work of Surf Lifesaving Australia, Royal Lifesaving Australia, and all the incredible organisations and people that contribute to water safety and aquatic rescue. Above all, remember to swim between the flags and never to swim alone. If you can't identify aquatic risks like rips or strong tides, then find a patrolled area to swim, rather than risking your own safety. Discuss these issues with your family and ensure that if you're going to be spending time in the water this holiday season, be prepared, swim in protected areas, don't take risks, and never swim alone. If we all commit to these principles, we can ensure a safe and fun summer ahead for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, I bring to the House two first speeches from young people in Macon. And the first from Gabrielle Colliff says, and I state, retail workers are the backbone of our economy. Australia must step up and protect the people who are our front line, the workers who keep the nation running before it's too late. Too many retail and fast food workers are being abused at work, verbally and or physically. Enough is enough. Everyone has the right to a safe work environment. As challenges continue to unravel after the pandemic, now is the time for our society and economy, as well as our government and business, to show retail workers that they are a valued part of our nation. In order to rebuild our society, the government must invest in maintaining and nurturing our workers, thus creating a safe work environment free from abuse. Unions are only a small step towards achieving this, so it is vital for the government to continue supporting its workers. We must give them the respect they deserve. Retail workers have always been essential, but now it is impossible to ignore. Time after time, retail workers are not being considered. Instead, they are taken for granted. The health and well-being of 1.5 million retail workers deserves attention. Retail workers consistently face job insecurity, staff shortages and customer abuse. It's time Australia to stop saying retail workers are essential and start treating them as essential." End of quote. The next is from Jessica Grasser, and again I quote, "I never understand why victims of domestic violence stayed until I was 13, begging a woman in my life to leave her toxic relationship. Her only response was to show me the $36 in her bank account and ask me how. I was 13 and I then understood the correlation between domestic violence fatality and economic insecurity in this country. I was 13 and I discovered that the number of young people, the number of your payslip, got to decide how safe you get to be, and I knew it was a problem. The truth is the accessibility of justice and safety in this country relies on your personal economy, despite those from lower socio-economic areas suffering the most violent crime. Australians deserve better than to be asked to choose between a roof over their heads and their lives, but it is an issue people in my area face every day. This is evident across the entire country, as 42% of Australians utilising homelessness services report being a victim of domestic violence. We as a country must do better to make up for this. We must remove the burden economic insecurity has on domestic violence victims by ensuring that fleeing domestic violence payments and public housing is accessible for all victims. We must ensure that the way our police force, our court systems handle domestic violence works for victims and is proactive in damage prevention. From someone who grew up to discover this culture, I ask this House to make sure that our next generation doesn't have to. End of quote.
Thank you. Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, I met with many small businesses in my community of the Redlands, and they were of one voice in their opposition to the government's extreme industrial relations bill. For the many businesses in my electorate who have not got the luxury of a big human resources department, this will add significantly to their costs and the complexity of doing business. The latest ABS data reveals that 180 local Redland businesses have 20 employees or more and will be in the firing line of these changes. The Redland industries most at risk include accommodation and food services, construction, retail, manufacturing and healthcare. The government's own regulatory impact statement has estimated that Labor's legislation will cost small businesses $14,600 in bargaining costs, including consultancy fees. For medium-sized businesses, the cost would be over $80,000. Local businesses simply shouldn't have to absorb costs of this magnitude. This would be an incredibly poor outcome at a time when we need Redland businesses to continue to grow and create jobs for locals. My community has also been outraged by the $50 million that the government has cut from the Safer Communities Fund, a program used by the previous government to deliver CCTV cameras in the Redlands. The former Liberal and Nationalist government utilised the fund to deliver some much-needed CCTV cameras around the Redlands, and I was hoping to utilise it to continue to deliver even more. Redland City Council was the beneficiary of 2 grants totalling over $110,000. The funding provided for 31 CCTV cameras across known trouble spots at Capalaba Place and Wynam Creek Ferry Terminal at Redland Bay. Since their introduction, Wynam Creek has seen a reduction in auto crimes and antisocial behaviour. Many Bay Island residents have reported to me that they are now feeling a lot safer at night as they make their way from their cars to the ferry. During the recent election, Liberals and Nationals had committed to invest a further $175,000 to deliver CCTV cameras at hooning hotspots around Cleveland Point. I'm calling on the Albanese Labor government to reverse this decision and to restore the funding that has served many communities across Australia so well. I'm also calling on the federal government to provide clarity on all the local projects that had previously received federal funding commitments, but which now we are having radio silence. The Redland Bay Head to Health facility, the second round of funding for Stage 1 upgrades at the Redland Hospital, the intersection upgrades at Wellington Street and Panorama Drive, and all the commitments made by the Labor opposition in the lead-up to this federal election that they have failed to provide any detail on over the subsequent 6 months. Thank you.
Member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With 2022 fast drawing to a close, I want to share with all of you in this place just a few highlights from the year representing the constituents of Wills. In January, I heard from Glenroy residents and local business owners about the issues that matter most to them. February was a busy month of parliamentary sittings, but I managed to get out and cook a few snags at the Coburg Bunnings barbecue to support a wonderful charity, the Moreland Toy Library. And I had a hit of tennis at the Moomba Park Tennis Open Day. In March, local residents packed out the Brunswick Town Hall to hear from then Shadow Minister, now Minister for Indigenous Australians, on reconciliation and how a Labor government will deliver the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. April was a great month. I announced $500,000 commitment in funding to restore the Merry Creek alongside the member for Cooper and the passionate members from the Merry Creek Management Committee and Friends of Merry Creek. May, of course, was the election campaign, and on election day I was honoured to be re-elected the member for Wills as part of the Albanese Labor government. And I want to thank everyone again in my community for their support and for again placing their trust in me to serve as their local MP and to deliver for our community as part of a federal Labor government. In June, we were back at work, visited the 5th Brunswick Scout Hall to congratulate Mitchell Gunthorpe on receiving his Queen Scout badge, the highest award a Venture Scout can receive. July was Refugee Week, celebrating that with the Multicultural Hub in Melbourne. August, I spoke at the opening ceremony of Myanmar's National Unity Government Representative Office in Canberra, which was opened at that time. In September, I had the honour of being elected Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security, and have worked. This is something that's been a great privilege. It is a great privilege because I've worked most of my career, my whole career, in the service of Australia's national security and prosperity. In October, the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Minister for Youth paid a visit to Lake Park Kindergarten, a bilingual kindergarten in North Coburg. Dr Siobhan Hannon, an experienced early educator, showed us around, and the kids taught us a few words in Italian. In November, I spoke at the African Festival at Fed Square and had a dance. Please don't watch the video. I celebrated the 90th anniversary of the Cyprus community of Melbourne and Victoria, a great local community, long-standing, 90 years. And I delivered on the Albanese Labor government's election commitment of $25,000 to support the Anatolian Alevi Festival at Coburg Lake. Now, we're coming up to December, Deputy Speaker. I want to wish everyone in my electorate of Wills a safe and happy festive season, a happy Christmas and a happy New Year, and I look forward to 2023 and continuing to serve and deliver for our local community.
Thank you. Member for Hinkler.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, it's Business Awards season. And there are some cracking businesses that have been recognised in both Bundaberg and the Bay. Now, I can't name them all in 3 minutes, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I've got to point a couple of them out. The Personal Services Business of the Year and the People's Choice Award went to the Place Hairdressing. Kira Lee and the team down there, I can tell you see them just about everywhere. They've got a bit of an attraction to the track, Madam Deputy Speaker. They seem to like some of those events, and it's good to see them out there, very proud of their business and the work that they do. Trade and Industrial Manufacturing Business of the Year went to Archon Metals Recycling. Very valuable work that they do in the local region. And a couple of big ones. The Agribusiness of the Year went to Macadamias Australia. The Tourism Visitor Attraction Business of the Year went to Lady Musgrave Experience. Both very well-known businesses in the local region. Macadamias Australia have got an incredible story. Family farming organisations still are. Started as tomato growers and sugarcane growers and now expanded into macadamias, macadamia processing and tourism. And Brett Lakey and the team at Lady Musgrave Experience keep wading through all that red and green tape to operate on the reef, but they provide an absolutely incredible tourism experience out there. And both of those organisations, joint winners of the Business of the Year. Now, down in Hervey Bay, Madam Deputy Speaker, best Fraser Coast business. Who'd have thought it? Went to a whale business, Whale Song Cruises. If you want to see the whales, there is nowhere better than Hervey Bay. It's nice and calm. They're always a wonderful experience there. Hervey Bay RSL, we've got so many thousands of veterans in the local region in Hervey Bay, and the Hervey Bay RSL does a great job and provides lots of support. One of my personal favourites, Madam Deputy Speaker, in retailing, and I'm sure this is no surprise to those who are listening, Pie and Pastry Paradise, fabulous shop, very, very tempting every time you go past. But I do want to give a shout out to the events and event management winner, Dunga Derby. I mean, what an Australian name, the Dunga Derby. Now, since 2015, this 4-day car rally has been running and delivering money to Rally for a Cause charity. They have raised $2.4 million. $2.4 million since 2015. Major sponsors, Hine Timber and HBW Food Services, but that goes back to local families in need in the Hervey Bay area, and what a great way to do it. A 4-day car rally, raising money for the local community. It's a lot of fun, and I'm really pleased they've been recognised. Education Provider of the Year, Riverside Christian College, and the communities and charities. The Hervey Bay Neighbourhood Centre do such a wonderful job, helping the homeless, helping those who are less fortunate. To Tanya Stevenson and, of course, the Chairman, Bernie Weeble, congratulations to both of them. They work incredibly hard in what is a difficult area of social services and support. They've been great supporters locally. They continue to do a great job, and I'm just so pleased that they've been recognised in the prestigious awards for the Fraser Coast Business and Tourism Awards held on the 11th of November.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we approach the end of the year and we start to take stock and acknowledge all that's happened and the tough times in our community, I wanted to give a shout out to the people of Werriwa. The holiday period is one of joy and celebration, but it can also be an incredibly tough time for many families who are celebrating Christmas for the first time without a loved one, and that is never easy. If Christmas brings up emotions for you, please remember there is help available from organisations like Lifeline, Beyond Blue and many others. Please make sure you reach out if you need to. The past few years have been particularly difficult for Australia, and while this year may have been better for some, it's had its own unique challenge and tough challenges. We're now entering the holiday period and many will be going away for the first time in several years. It's a time when there will be more people on the road, so I encourage all in our community to be extra vigilant on the road and to stay safe. No matter where you're off to or how late you may be, please take your time. Take care and remember, double demerit points will be in force. It's a privilege to be elected as the representative of my community in this place. It has been wonderful to attend so many community events this year and meet with constituents and community members. Thank you to everyone who's sent me an invitation and to all the volunteers for all the work you've done in the electorate this year. Werriwa is an incredibly diverse electorate, and I thank all the multicultural groups for inviting me to celebrations, meeting with me to discuss their concerns and for their work in our community. Particularly during the worst of COVID, you were incredibly important to make sure that the updated information was provided in a form that could be understood by your community. Also, in the recent years, I'd like to thank all the amazing volunteers at the Liverpool SES, Casula RFS, Middleton Grange RFS and the RFS Control Centre, along with the Liverpool, Campbelltown and Fairfield Police Commands. Especially during the flood events in the last few months, you've been keeping our community safe again, and I appreciate it. The dedication you show is unwavering and amazing. All of your work and all the work of all the volunteers doesn't go unnoticed. Please remember to drive carefully over the holiday break. Don't drive through floodwaters. You put yourselves and anybody who has to rescue you in danger. Keep abreast of all the warnings, and most of all, thank you to everybody in Werriwa for trusting me to be your representative again. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Please keep safe, and I look forward to working with you all next year.
Thank you. Member for Flinders.
Last week was the Youth Voice in Parliament Week, which champions the voices of young people in our Australian Parliament. This year, participants were asked, what should Australia's new Parliament accomplish? Through the group Raise Our Voice, I received a number of local contributions, 3 of whom I'm going to cite today, from Taj Carver, Lucy Shepherd and Ava Ross. I start with Taj Carver, who I will read in full, for there is nothing I like more than a 15-year-old who has come to grips with Section 44 of the Australian Constitution. Dear Mr Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Members of Parliament, my name is Taj Carver. I am a 15-year-old student and I was born in Australia and I have lived here all my life. I am planning to study law further on in my education, and I'm also very interested in politics. I follow it on a day-to-day basis, and I would like perhaps to become a politician someday. However, for me and many other people at present, this is impossible. Once I turn 18, I will meet every criteria for eligibility to become a politician in this country, bar one, Section 44(1) of the Constitution. As it happens, my mother migrated here from the United Kingdom, so even though I'm not from the UK, nor have I ever lived there, nor does the British government even know of my existence, I am considered a dual citizen. As it stands, the only way for me to become a federal politician is for me to renounce my British citizenship. But to whom am I supposed to write, given they do not know who I am? Australia prides itself nowadays on being a highly multicultural society, but this law is discriminatory and prevents the Australian people from being truly represented. All I want to do is help make our country a better place, but currently I'm being discouraged by this outdated, arbitrary law. Thank you. Lucy Shepherd, aged 15, wrote passionately about her concern for home ownership and affordable housing. Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm 15 and I live on the Mornington Peninsula. I would hope and wish for the new Australian Parliament to introduce a national housing policy to help secure stable and affordable housing for all Australians. There is a housing crisis in our country affecting Australians every day, whether that is families, students, or the now or soon to be homeless. Affordable housing is essential for Australian communities as it impacts mental and physical health, personal relationships, education and employment outcomes. The new Parliament needs to focus on safe and affordable housing because it will benefit every Australian. And young Ava Ross, aged just 13, wrote on our environment, "If we can learn how to respect our beautiful planet, it will help replenish our Earth. We can do this by using natural resources, reusing space and recycling. If humans wish for a better future here, we need to take action now. We need people in charge we can trust to make a change." I thank Taj, Lucy, Ava and others for their careful and passionate words and look forward to bringing their voices and others like them into this chamber during my time in this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, to say that we have underestimated and underplayed our relationship with India is an understatement. India is a country I've had both the good fortune of travelling for business and for pleasure and feel a great affinity for. The electorate of Hasluck is home to more than 5,600 Indian-born Australians and almost 9,000 with a parent from India, and that number is growing. Punjabi is now recorded at the last census as the second most spoken language in the electorate, having surpassed Italian, which had been in that position for decades. Gujarati and Hindi are also in the top 10 and all are increasing. Vibrant community groups have established themselves, including the Sikh Gurudwara Perth Bennett Springs, the Sri Swaminarayan Temple, Ellenbrook Punjabi Council and the Indian Australian News and Media. With the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement enabling legislation making its way through the House, we have an opportunity to develop the economic and broader aspects of this relationship. And when comparing the $240 billion trade relationship Australia has with China with the approximate $24 billion relationship with India, the opportunity is stark and appears enormous. And look at what we share. We meet in democracy with a Westminster flavour, and yet both countries are federations. English is widely spoken in India and cricket binds us eternally. Since the 2010 census, India has been our #1 point of origin for new migrants, when for so long it was Britain. There are over 100,000 Indian students studying in Australia right now, incidentally making up a great portion of our export figure. Some of them will end up staying here and making a life as new Aussies. Others will return to India and continue to be a connection between our two countries. I am glad that the agreement was signed back in March by the former government, but it was an agreement that took too long, more than 10 years, and was not given the priority that it should have, and we can do better. The funding in the budget underscores how serious this government is taking this relationship. There is $115.7 million in the budget for facilitating trade with India, including a $42 million for the Centre for Australia-India Relations in Parramatta. And I'm sure my friend, the member for Parramatta, will agree that it is a fine location for the centre, with that region's Indian population amongst the highest in the country. I would like to see us develop this relationship to the point where we are working in partnership with India and prospering together. I know the Indian diaspora in Hasluck will agree with me. This agreement presents an opportunity for our two great countries to move on from a transactional trade relationship to create a genuine partnership within business and our communities.
Thank you. Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a fabulous year it has been on the Gold Coast. Can I take this opportunity to wish all Gold Coasters a fabulous Christmas, a wonderful time with family and friends and a wonderful break. The Gold Coast, as we know, is one of the greatest destinations on earth, with a vibrant community, a growing multicultural community, incredible facilities, marvellous weather, extraordinary beaches, but importantly, great people. A few shout-outs for our community group. Cycling Without Age, the Gold Coast chapter, has seen an exceptional year of growth. It's now one of the largest chapters in Australia. This year, they purchased a wheelchair-accessible trishaw, which is superb for inclusivity. Big shout-out to Wayne Steicher, who started the Gold Coast chapter, who is an extraordinary Gold Coaster. Another big shout-out to the Albleton Ormeau Cricket Club. The Hurricanes, their all-inclusive junior team for children with disabilities, has grown from strength to strength. They're proud winners of the Community Cricket Award, taking out the Diversity and Inclusion Award for Queensland Cricket. Well done to Lisa Wells and the entire team, who are champions in our community, and to Lisa Wells' mum, who has just championed so many things in that area. Can I thank our Rotary clubs for the great work they're doing, especially the Hope Island Rotary Club for their Remembrance Island, where I spent Remembrance Day this year, and for the wonderful work they're doing in concert with Malfa. To Sandra Damani, the past district president there, for her extensive service to Rotary Club, and of course receiving an OAM in recognition of that service, to match what her wonderful husband Sam Damani has done, who's also been recognised in the award ceremonies in previous years. Can I thank the men's sheds for what they're doing, and I wish the new leadership all the best. Can I thank our multicultural groups, especially our Indian communities, who are going from strength to strength, and I'm so looking forward to their new facility and their new place of worship that's being built there at Arundel, and I look forward to going there for the opening. Can I wish all of our Gold Coast schools, our Year 12s that are finishing now, all the very best. Well done on your exams and your very best for your futures. To the schoolies, Queensland schoolies have finished, New South Wales schoolies are now taking part on our world-class beaches. Be safe, take care of each other. To our businesses, thank you for employing Australians. Youth unemployment at 7%, women's unemployment the lowest level in history, women's participation the highest level in history, a legacy of what we did in the Morrison government. To businesses, thank you for the work you're putting in. In terms of our election commitments, Exit 41, 45 and 49 being built, Exit 38 next, the Harbour Town intersection all complete, light rail funded, the M1 funded. We are certainly standing up, and the LNP is delivering for the Gold Coast. And lastly, to Fran Ward Emerson, happy birthday. Great day today.
Thank you. Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I had my eyes open. Literally, I visited Vision Australia, which has its headquarters in the suburb of Koolyong in my electorate. The work they do is nothing short of life-changing. If you doubt for a minute how important Vision Australia is, I suggest you tie a tea towel around your head and try and walk around this chamber. Failing vision does not just cause blindness. There are many other flow-on effects, from falls, depression, loss of independence, medication mistakes, difficulty with personal care, and social isolation, both for children and adults. Vision Australia provides practical and emotional support for all these problems and more. During my visit, I met Stella, the working dog, who is really Stella. Vision Australia has its own in-house breeding program that ensures its puppies are both amenable to training and work till the ages of at least 6 or 7, sometimes up to 11. I felt an alphabet book, where A is for something with sharp spikes and even sharper teeth. Felix packs containing these tactile books are mailed out to children all over Australia and are put together by kind-hearted volunteers. I saw gadgets that actually make a difference. How about glasses that tell you where you are going? Or a headset that sends images to the part of your retina with functioning receptors. I found out that the most requested aids for daily living are coloured-coded bump dots for appliances, bump dots for the power button on a remote control, a talking microwave that you can talk to it to get it to defrost your food, a suction travel mug, magnifiers and a talking clock. Finally, I'd like to share with you Suzanne's story. Suzanne says, I have diabetic eye disease. I have lost all the peripheral vision in my eyes. I used to walk directly into walls and gates. I have broken my ribs and wrists from falls. My son said, enough, we've got to go and get you some help. Through Vision Australia, Suzanne received her cane, which she loves to bits. Such a simple thing and so life-changing. Suzanne is now on the NDIS and is hoping to be able to use public transport for herself. She wants to start painting as a hobby, and she's sure that Vision Australia will be able to help her. Her favourite game to play with her granddaughter is, wait for it, peekaboo. It's all about working with what you have. That was a phrase said by one of the occupational therapists at Vision Australia. I believe that that's an admirable way to live as well.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call on the clerk for the next item.
Private members' business, notice number 1, motion on childcare.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
I move that the motion relating to childcare in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Coalition has a strong record when it comes to delivering for Australians. And during our time in government, we doubled the investment in the early childhood education sector to $11 billion in 2022 and 23. And we also did something that Labor never did, and that's delivering ongoing preschool funding. We locked in 4-year preschool reform agreements with states and territories, which drives greater participation, especially for Indigenous and disadvantaged children. We undertook the biggest reforms to the childcare system in over 40 years, replacing a complex system with one that was better targeted, measured and provided more support to families. Under us, 280,000 more children were able to access early childhood education. We abolished the annual cap on the childcare subsidy, and since March of this year, we've provided a higher subsidy for up to 95% of families with multiple children. This targeted support also helped bring down the cost of care, with June 2022 CPI data showing childcare costs decreased 4.6%. When COVID hit, many industries, including the ECEC sector, were hit hard, and our $3.2 billion investment into the ECEC sector throughout the pandemic kept services viable and educators employed. This funding also ensured families could continue to access care, preventing sector collapse, and kept services open, especially for vulnerable children and children of essential workers. This included 3 months of free childcare during 2020, the waiving of gap fees in COVID-related instances, and the increased number of allowable absences days from 42 to 52. We saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3% when we left government in May 2022, compared to 58.7% when Labor left office. I'm proud of our record in this space, as we should be. But I'm also concerned for the future of the sector under this Albanese government, because we had a plan, a good one, and it's clear from what we've seen that this government doesn't have one. This government has no plan to address rising costs, no plan to address lack of access, and no plan to address current workforce concerns. And this government has been full of sweeping statements. No family will be worse, better off. Fees won't increase. This policy won't have an effect on inflation. We'll have enough workers in the sector to meet demand. All sweeping statements. But they haven't done any of the work to back those statements up. The opposition and many others in this place are very, very concerned about this policy. We're concerned there are not enough places for the additional children that may flood the system after July 1 next year, and 9 million Australians currently live in a childcare desert. That's 9 million Australians who, if they have a child, will not be better off under this policy because they can't access care to begin with. We've asked time and time again about Labor's plan to address access issues, and they've provided simply nothing. We're also concerned about how educators will meet the increased supply of children from July 1. And Good Start Early Learning says there are 7,200 current vacancies in the sector, and some believe that to be underrepresented, and there could be up to 20,000, which is a huge number, Deputy Speaker. And yet the government has no plans to fill those gaps and get new educators into the sector by July 1. The last time Labor was in government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. We brought costs down, but with fee increases expected, it's likely that some of the additional subsidies will be eroded, leaving families worse off. Labor's policy is full of empty promise and baseless statements, something I'm sure the 2024 review will shine a light on. The Coalition wants to see the government do more to address concerns raised by educators, the sector and, of course, by families. We want to see more done for those access to regional Australia, to those communities who are doing it tough, to those communities who currently don't have access to early learning centres. There is no infrastructure in some of those communities in regional and remote Australia, and we want to see that improved, particularly when there's $4.7 billion being invested in the sector. We want to see a plan that will increase access and a plan to increase the pipeline of educators and retain them in the sector. Otherwise, this policy will not deliver on the promises that they've sold to Australians, leaving many children, families and the sector much worse off.
So more access, $4.7 billion, not one extra place from this government. We want to see greater access for families across the country, and we want to see infrastructure investment in more centres around the country so that more families can get back into work and send their kids to childcare. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Moncrieff. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. The question is then that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I ask the simple question, why didn't those opposite do something about this issue, something about the growing costs of early childhood education when they were in government? And for example, just a couple of things to debunk the member for Moncrieff's statements is, according to the ABS, this is the last ABS, 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work. Now, why was that the case? Because they couldn't make early childhood education costs work for them. And those opposite did absolutely nothing about it. Also, let's not forget that early childhood education costs increased by a whopping 41% in the last 8 years under the previous government. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've wasted no time, absolutely no time, in addressing this problem. And we've heard it over and over in this place. Early childhood education reform is economic reform. It's an important economic reform, but it's also an issue that goes to the heart of how we value families, parenting children, and of course equality of access to work and choice. And we know that this reform will benefit around 96% of families accessing early childhood education. Now, in my electorate alone, in the Adelaide electorate, approximately 10,200 families use an approved early childhood education provider. And this reform that we have presented to the Parliament will help around 96% of those families, or 9,800 families. Deputy Speaker, just recently I visited in the last month 3 childcare centres, Lady Gowrie in Thebarton in my electorate, the Plympton Good Start and the Prospect Good Start. And I spoke with early learning providers, parents, and they all welcomed this proposal. They all welcomed our reform. Deputy Speaker, this reform is more important than ever because, given the cost of living pressures Australians are facing, our early childhood education reform represents a $4.5 billion investment. And this reform does 3 important things. Firstly, it listens to what Australians asked for, and it was an election commitment, and we delivered on that election commitment. Secondly, it's an economic reform. By cutting the cost of early education and care, it makes it easier for parents to return to work, in particularly mothers. This is the type of reform that makes a difference regarding whether the primary carers work a 4th or a 5th day. With the economy screaming out for skilled workers and many families needing or wanting to work additional hours, this reform means additional hours can be worked without people actually losing money. And let's face it, Deputy Speaker, we are primarily talking about women's jobs here. And this reform will make it easier for women to choose when they wish to go back to work or study. Now, the Australian average family on about 120,000 with 1 child in care 3 days a week, this reform will cut the cost by approximately $1,700 a year. That's $1,700 a year in a family's pocket. Thirdly, Deputy Speaker, this reform is great for our children. All the experts tell us that early education and care is so important for a child's development. Education is transformative, but early childhood education has a particularly powerful impact to transform children's lives. And all the experts are telling us this, all the studies that have been done, the research that's been done. So this reform makes early childhood education and care more affordable, as I said, for about 1.26 million Australian families. And as I said before, this is more important than ever. Let's not forget that early childhood education costs increased by a whopping 41% under the former Liberal government's watch, 41% in the last 8 years. And this has been a significant burden to many Australian families who are already struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, cheaper early childhood education is good for children, good for families and good for the economy. And we have delivered on that promise, on that commitment, the election commitment that we made to deliver cheaper early childhood education when the previous government absolutely failed to do anything in this area. We know, I heard stories of families that chose not to work that extra day because it ended up costing them more than what it would have if they'd gone to work. So this bill, or this policy, basically fixes that. It allows people to make that choice to work the extra day. That's why it's a good policy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, it's been a tough few years for Australians who work in early childhood education. They've struggled with the strains of the pandemic, and now, having come out the other side, workers are leaving the sector for other careers in record numbers. Now, despite the rhetoric from those on the other side, the Coalition has always been a strong supporter of getting Australians back into the workforce after having children, and we have a strong record in this space. In fact, under the previous Coalition government, women's workforce participation rates were at an all-time high of 62.3% in March of 2022. This is compared to just 58.7% when Labor left office. Now, this is because we believe in choice. We believe that parents who work or study should be able to access care for their children if they wish to do so. And we introduced once-in-a-generation reforms to the childcare system in 2018 to provide more subsidies to families who need them most. We established a safety net to cover up to the full cost of full-time childcare for disadvantaged children. On our watch, the annual cap on the childcare subsidy was abolished. Around 90% of families using the childcare subsidy are currently eligible for a subsidy between 50% and 85%. And this goes a long way in getting more parents back into work without spending all of their earnings on childcare. And in March of 2022, we provided higher childcare subsidies for second and subsequent children 5 or under, and we delivered this ahead of schedule to help relieve struggling families. As a father with 2 children, I do know that second child in particular can, as the member for Hawke would know, the second and third can add a lot of pressure to the family budget. So that was a really important initiative that is making a difference for Australian families in allowing mothers and fathers to get back into the workforce. But under Labor, it's a very different story. Early childcare educators are leaving the sector at rapid rates, and all the Albanese government can do is talk about their fee-free TAFE places. This does not provide any immediate solutions for the shortages that we currently have. Free TAFE courses will not deliver this relief for a workforce under strain today. It's what is needed right now. We all know economics 101, supply and demand. If we don't have the supply and the demand is there, which it is, the cost is going to go up. And the consequence is we have centres capping enrolments and asking families to keep their children at home because they don't have the staff to operate at full capacity. Subsidies are one part of the equation. However, subsidy is worth nothing if you can't access a childcare place. There is little use in having lower out-of-pocket costs when parents can't even get their children into care due to worker shortages and childcare deserts. And a report from earlier this year from the Mitchell Institute showed around 9 million Australians live in a childcare desert, where centres have just one place for every 3 children available. And this government has no immediate plan to create extra places or supporting staff, but somehow think the system will cope with the influx of enrolments come July 2023. But I guess we really shouldn't be surprised, because the last time Labor held government, childcare fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. Well, the top line of this policy looks great and looks like it provides the support for childcare we all want to achieve. As with most ALP policies, the devil is in the detail. The government promised its childcare policy would deliver cost of living relief, but their spruik subsidy increase isn't set to come into force until July of 2023. They've changed the price tag on this policy 4 times now. First it was $5.4 billion, then it was $5.1 billion. then it was $4.5 billion, and now it's $4.7 billion. Labor needs to explain to Australian parents why its plan to ease cost of living pressures related to childcare won't come into effect for another 8 months, and how it will address industry shortages. It's clear there has been no modelling and no due diligence on this policy. Again, it shows that Labor can't manage money. This is a policy that is heavy on political spin and light on real support for Australians and working families.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this is an incoherent motion and reminds me of a joke from Woody Allen in Annie Hall, where there are two unreasonable people criticising a restaurant, and one person says to the other, "You know what, I can't stand the food at that restaurant." And the first person says, "I agree, and the portions are so small." And it reminds me of this motion, where most of the motion is saying, we don't like the policy of the government, we don't like its criteria, we don't like the fact that it's so expansive, but gee, they should do it immediately. It's a weird, incoherent motion, and in a lot of ways reflects their time in government in this space. I remember very clearly when I was a backbencher in the previous term, reading reports of the intense arguments going on in their party room, where a number of prominent backbenchers claimed that any kind of expansion of childcare would reflect women outsourcing parenting. This was the big debate on childcare in their party room, and was reflected in so many ways in which they dealt with this policy area. It reflected what happened in JobKeeper, where so many people in this sector were excluded from JobKeeper, where they were casual, where they were part-time, and this contributed, no doubt, to the significant skill shortages that we're facing today. It also was reflected in their approach to the then opposition and now government's approach to increasing the minimum wage, which had such a positive effect in the care economy. They said it would bring the sky falling down. They said it would be unaffordable. It hasn't been unaffordable. It's been absolutely critical to, firstly, helping people cope with cost of living, but secondly, to dealing with skill shortages. And of course, this IR bill that this parliament is dealing with right now, which is so critical for the care economy, this opposition is fighting tooth and nail. So for them to say that we need to do things immediately to deal with the skill shortages, that we need to do things immediately to deal with this sector, when at every step of the way they've had an incoherent policy, mixed messages, and done everything they can to stand in front of and to stop critical reforms. Our policy in this space was announced very early in the last term. It was the centrepiece of the then opposition leaders' response to the 2020 budget. Those opposite, of course, rubbished it, and now they say in this motion, do it immediately. It was motivated by a number of things. Firstly, the 3 Ps, productivity, participation and population, underpinning long-term economic sustainable growth. It was also motivated, of course, in helping women's participation in particular increase, recognising the fact that childcare subsidies at that point proved to be a barrier for so many. And of course it recognised the fact that this is a critical reform when it comes to children's early education. I just want to quote a couple of extracts from the Grattan Institute's comparison of the two policies from the period leading up to the last election. Under the coalition policy, mothers with 2 children in long day care can lose 100% of the take-home pay they earn in the 4th or 5th day of work, largely due to childcare costs. Labor has lowered the disincentive rates. Lower's means test taper is significantly less steep than the coalition's. The steepness of this taper is one of the significant reforms of this policy and dramatically increases the incentive for participation. And again, from the Grattan Institute comparison of the two policies, Labor's policy is broader. It supports more families and would have a much larger and more widespread economic benefits. It would bring down out-of-pocket costs and sharpen workforce incentives for a much wider group of families. That backs up exactly what the Prime Minister said in his 2020 budget reply when he made this policy the centrepiece. It was the centrepiece back in 2020, and it is now one of the major reforms that we have implemented. And then, of course, as I've already alluded to, it's not just this policy, but it is buttressed by critical reforms like the VET policies, the investment in skills. It's critically buttressed by our policies in relation to skills and workforce conditions. It is only through all of those holistic approaches to this sector that we're going to get more people working in it, on the one hand, and that we're going to reduce the taper rate and make it more affordable for a whole raft of families on the other. This reform is absolutely critical, both for families but also for the broader macroeconomy at a time when we are facing rising costs. This is one of our government's signature policies, and for so many on our side, it was a matter of great pride when it passed through this parliament. It formed the centrepiece of the PM's response to the previous government's 2020 budget and is a centrepiece to this government's agenda. Now they say, we don't like it, but why haven't you implemented it immediately? Well, Labor has achieved more in 6 months than that previous government did in a decade. It has legislated key childcare reform and is now responding to the skills and wages challenges.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a new member of this parliament, it's interesting the way that the straw man argument is used when it comes to debating these sort of things. Those opposite they don't like what we've done. They don't like what we've done. We actually supported the bill. I think when this parliament works really well, it is when offers of amendments and suggestions to improve existing bills get made, and I'd like to be part of that. This motion doesn't say that the subsidy bill is a bad thing. This says that there could be improvements made to it and improvements to allow access, particularly in regional and rural areas, and to improve creating a workforce that can help us make sure that we can staff these places. So a report earlier this year from the Mitchell Institute showed around 1/3 of the Australian families, 9 million Australians, live in a childcare desert. That's where you can't even get childcare. And I've been through this myself with when we had our first child and my wife wanted to get back into the workforce as soon as possible, we struggled to find a childcare place in Shepparton, and Shepparton's quite a large centre. We eventually got something, but if we had been out somewhere smaller in my electorate, such as Nathalia or Murchison, we would have had no options. And that affects productivity because my wife Lisa, who is a professional in the dairy industry, which is a critical industry to us, then wouldn't have gone back and offered her skills to that particular industry. So we're not saying that subsidies aren't important and that the substance of that part of the bill is bad. We are saying that we need to add to it by creating, by helping to create more childcare places, particularly in areas which don't have them, childcare deserts. Now, I've consulted with some people around my electorate on this subject, and this is what you've got to do as a local member. Go and say, OK, this is the substance of what it is. What do you think? And Ronnie Druitt is the CEO of the Goulburn Regional Preschool Association, which does a lot of this childcare stuff. Now, she said, you can quote me, Sam, I should refer to myself as a member for Nichols, but you can quote me, government can build as many childcare facilities as they want, but the sector does not have any educators to fill roles. I have one childcare service in Cobram where I had room for an additional 20 children, but could not offer those spots as I had limited staff. And she goes on to say that in places such as the closest childcare in Avenel, there's no childcare, and the closest childcare there is in Seymour, and they're all full. Murchison, Rushworth, Colburn Abbon, they don't have any childcare at all. Strathmerton, Kinder is getting many enrolments, but there's no childcare available in spots close. So I just think that an amendment to this bill to address the childcare desert and put some funding and incentives towards building some new facilities would be a great addition. Ronnie Druitt also went on to tell me that there was an incentive program that the information is available on the Childcare Alliance, the apprenticeships incentives that the previous government had put into place. She said that incentive program was fantastic. They got a lot of apprentices, a lot of educators now learning how to be childcare educators, but that ended on the 30th of June 2022, and as far as we're aware, there's no ongoing funding for that. So if someone can tell me that that program is going to continue, it's a program that people in my area are saying worked, that the previous government put in place, I think that'd be a good thing to look into as well. Look, we believe in childcare. I believe in childcare because of the productivity that I talked about, of having professional but all sorts of people go back into the workforce, but also the socialisation that those young people get. I mean, the future of work is understanding and empathising with each other's humanity and being able to communicate with people and solve problems. You develop that as a young person by having interaction with other people and becoming empathetic, learning about their lives and learning about communicating with them, and that happens in childcare. And I'm sure everyone here is very empathetic and all had good childcare experiences. Member for Hawke, I'm sure, would say that. But I think, so we're not against childcare, we just want more of it, particularly in parts of the country like the one where I live, which is the regional and rural areas. So we're supportive, but there can be improvements. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I do welcome the member for Nichols' desire to reach across the aisle and work together on this, because I think we can all agree that early education is really important for kids, for parents and for our society. So I say to the member of Nichols, get on board. Get on board with our call for a minimum wage increase. Get on board with our better pay, secure jobs bill to ensure that we can have multi-employer bargaining. I say to him, get on board with our free TAFE places and get on board with our 20,000 additional university places for those jobs in critical skills areas. So we do have a plan, and we think that the coalition should get on board. But I want to thank the member for Moncrieff for this bill, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about the critical reform that the Albanese Labor government is bringing in to ensure that childcare is more affordable for more families. And it is a plan and a strategy that the then opposition leader committed to at the very beginning when he spoke in his budget reply speech about how important this piece of policy is for us. And we just want to remind those opposite about the increasing costs of childcare that they oversaw, 41% in 8 years. That meant that it was more expensive for families. They were having to make decisions about the number of days that they would work, on whether or not to go back to work at all. But we want to make sure that we are making childcare more affordable, because we know it is good for kids because they get access to that great early education. It's good for families because parents can decide to go back to work or pick up additional days, and it's good for our economy because of the increased productivity. And critical to that is that early educators are absolutely critical to that. And I do welcome the Coalition's recent desire to make the industry more attractive to our early educators. It's just a shame that they didn't show that interest when they were in government, because they are right. We are facing a workforce shortage in the early education sector, but it's not something that has come about in the last 6 months since we've been in government. This is a workforce shortage, and it has been brewing for quite some time. If we look at the qualifications that are required to be an early educator, Bachelor of Education, Bachelor of Early Childhood Education, 4 years full-time, Cert 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care, 1 year full-time. So even if on the 22nd of May we did everything we could to attract more early educators to the sector, we still wouldn't have them in there at this point. The reforms that need to happen to attract more people into this industry needed to happen years ago. And what are some of those key reforms that would have made it more attractive to early childhood educators? Is to increase their wages. You would think that's a simple proposition, an increase to the minimum wage. They refuse to back that. Having multi-employer bargaining to ensure that our early educators were able to bargain for better pay and conditions. You would think that would be a simple proposition for them to back. Again, failed to back that. So when they want to talk about the workforce shortage in early childhood education, where is the actions that match their rhetoric? It has gone missing. But I do want to thank them for some of the plans that we have now starting to put in place to attract early educators to the sector. Some of the plans that they had created, just that they never implemented. And they are now part of our National Children's Education, Care and Workforce Strategy Implementation and Evaluation Plan. And part of that will be practical steps and action to support the attraction, retention and improve the quality and sustainability of the workforce in this sector long term. And we are also delivering almost 1,500 additional university places for early education teachers and fee-free TAFE places. And this is what is going to make a real practical difference to the sector.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Well, thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, the Labor Party's been banging on about fee-free TAFE places for the best part of 2 decades. And the reality is every state Labor government in opposition or at the federal level come in and say we're going to save TAFE, and years later, 4 years on, 8 years on, they're still trying to save TAFE with no extra results. In my own state of Queensland, I went out to TAFE the other day. They're not even offering in Redcliffe diploma-level courses at the moment. It's all certificate-based levels. And I thank the member for Moncrieff, the Shadow Minister, for putting forward this motion today. And one of the best things that we can do when hopefully one day the member for Moncrieff is the minister is to cut red tape, because red tape kills small business and it makes it very difficult for those providers to it costs a lot of money, red tape, and that actually pushes up the costs of childcare. I was talking to a provider in my own electorate today about this, and they were just saying how much red tape is involved, which has to be sent off to the Department of Education in Queensland each week as a Queensland provider, and I imagine it would be the same around the country. Childcare is important. As a father of 3 sons, all now in the teenage years, I remember how important childcare was when my wife was working even part-time each week. We needed that childcare when she was at work, and so it plays an important role in helping young kids with socially and develop those skills socially to mix with other children. The Coalition but have a strong record in childcare. Why? Because we doubled the amount of childcare investment to $11 billion in 2022 and 2023. Since March 22, we provided a higher subsidy of up to 95% for families with multiple children and early childcare education at once, which has helped with workforce participation and allowed cheaper access. The government also helped a lot of Australians' families access more affordable childcare by removing the annual cap on childcare subsidy. We saw women's workforce participation reach record highs of 62.3% in May of this year, which is also good news compared to the previous government where it was down in the high 50s. Under the Coalition, 280,000 more children are in early childhood education today. Now, recently, Deputy Speaker, I hosted the Shadow Minister, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in my electorate, where we had a round table for women, and invited guests were women leaders in my electorate, business owners, including one from childcare, education, faith communities, medical. I had a couple of doctors there, digital marketing, fitness, women of different ages, different life experiences, different education levels. Everyone in the room was remarkable in their own right. And they don't vote a certain way. They're just people that I've met as the federal member for Petrie in my time in the job. And any federal member, as you'd know, Deputy Speaker, their job is to listen to what local people in their electorate are saying. The topic of childcare was relatable for all the women in that room, and there were women with young families, grandmothers, mothers with adult children, but also women that were married without kids, and they could all understand what each of them was saying. I've spoken to childcare centres in my electorate and they are struggling with regulations, as I was just saying before, red tape, and that was forcing up the costs of childcare. So I'd say to the current government, but also the opposition, it's something that does need to be improved. Many educators have raised low wages, mental health issues, unappreciation due to the increase in red tape as their top concerns. I want to use this opportunity to thank every childcare provider in the electorate of Petrie and every childcare worker in the electorate of Petrie for what they do. In relation to cost of living, we know that cost of living relief was needed and it was a missed opportunity by the Albanese Labor government in their budget in May, completely missed opportunity. They did nothing to help reduce the cost of living for people in my electorate each day, particularly since these changes don't even kick into July next year, Shadow Minister. July next year, they expect people just to wait around another 8 months. So I would say that, that the current government does need to do better. 6 months into the job, time's up, right? No good blaming former governments or anything like that, like we see the current Prime Minister doing daily. Time to step up and lead. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to speak today on the member for Moncrief's motion as firstly the member for Swan, but also as a mother of 2 children under the age of 5. Like many Australian families, my husband and I work. We do our best to share the parenting duties and spend quality time with our children while balancing both of us having successful careers. With my new role as the member for Swan, there have been some challenges around being a fly-in, fly-out parent. I'm very lucky to have an on-site early childhood education centre here at Parliament House. I would like to acknowledge the great work that the educators do here at Capitol Hill Early Childhood Centre, and really all the work that early childhood educators do across Australia. For me, early childhood education is a matter that's very close to my heart. When deciding on where their child should go, a parent has so many parameters to consider. When their child should start, the size of the waitlist, proximity of the childcare centre to home or work, the skill level of educators, the physical surrounds and vibes, how many days your children needs care, and of course, the fees. For me, deciding on where my children would go to childcare was one of the most emotional decisions I've had to make as a parent. I want to make sure that my children were in a place of love, learning and care, and that I could actually afford while returning to a demanding job. The member for Moncrief talks of reforms that the previous government started in 2018. Well, my son started early childhood education in 2019, and I can say from a personal experience that the reforms did not go far enough, and I know that other mother groups across my electorate in my state would concur. There are over 11,000 children that are aged under 4 in the electorate of Swan. These children belong to more than 7,600 families. That's over 7,600 families like mine who strive to give their children the best start to their life. What we know is that childcare costs have gone up by 41% over the last 8 years, which was during the Coalition's reign. Nationally, 73,000 people who wanted to work did not look for work because of the rising cost of early childhood education. So while I appreciate that the member for Moncrief wants to note that the government tried to improve early childhood education, there shouldn't be a commendation for these efforts because the numbers did not stack up, not for me as a parent, nor for those in my community. Early childhood education policy under the previous government simply was not good enough. Under the Labor's policy, 6,900 families, that's 90% of families in Swan, will be better off under our plan. A family with a combined income of $120,000 will save $1,780 in the first year of our policy. And we got to work doing this in our first budget. We spoke to communities, listened and passed the Cheaper Childcare Act. We're not rushing this process, but we're acting quickly and working with providers and implementing changes to the childcare subsidy scheme. I know that the member for Moncrief would have liked it to have been done earlier, but the truth is the Coalition had 9 years of government. We saw childcare fees skyrocket while racketing up a national debt of almost $1 trillion. They were elected in 2013 and took 5 long years to implement some reforms which simply did not go far enough. Meanwhile, the federal Labor government sees this as a targeted cost of living measure which is good for children, good for parents and good for the economy. When these changes are implemented, 90% of families across Australia will get access to a greater childcare subsidy rate. The maths of this bill is simple, and this will go to families that work, study or are volunteering within their community. So I thank the member for Moncrieff for allowing me and my colleagues the opportunity to share why Australians are better off under Labor's childhood education policy, and I look forward to seeing our proposed changes rolled out in July 2023. Thank you.
Well done. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, motion on the 50th anniversary of the Whitlam government.
And I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the 50th anniversary of the Whitlam government in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. This Friday, 50 years ago, on the 2nd of December 1972, the Honourable Gough Whitlam led the Australian Labor Party into government. It was the first Labor government in 23 years. And for my family, it was a time of hope for a better Australia. My mum and dad were always politically interested. They were excited that working class people like them from the outer suburbs would have their voices elevated to the national stage. They lived in Mr Whitlam's electorate. Although young, I remember then change of hope for them and the It's Time stickers on the car and my bike. Whitlam offered Australians a progressive vision, one that looked to a federal government that actively fixed the issues that faced the country. And on that day, the Australian people gave Whitlam a mandate to implement that change. This change affected other families, not just mine. I was talking to the member for Dobell, the Honourable Emma McBride, and she explained to me how the Whitlam government changed Australia and the life of her father, the late Honourable Grant McBride. Her uncle Sean today confirmed a story that was told to Emma many years ago. It was Sunday morning and he was reading the National Review and spotted an advertisement for an electorate officer in Werriwa. It was after the dismissal and he said to her dad, "Don't just talk about it, do something about it." And her dad, maintaining the enthusiasm and the rage, applied for the role. He was culled by Whitlam's private secretary as he didn't have the necessary experience. But as the story goes, Whitlam hadn't worked with an engineer before, so Grant, a young man from Housing Commission in Dundas Valley, who worked 3 jobs to support himself through uni, was now working for the former PM, and for a former PM who made education free. It instilled in him a belief that politics, although flawed, is the way that people without connections or resources can change the country. The McBride family are deeply grateful for the chance that Gough took on their dad. The social and economic program that was taken to the 1972 election was broad and far-reaching, yet it was captured in the simple and famous slogan, "It's time." It was time for Australia to move on from the economic and political stagnation, and it was time for Australia to establish itself in the Pacific and throughout the world. And that was one of the legacies of the Whitlam government. In the 3 short years of his government, he radically transformed the Australian economy and laid the foundation for what is modern-day Australia. It can't be understated how significant the Whitlam era was for Australia, because Whitlam believed that government programs could improve the conditions of everyday Australians, and he delivered on those ambitions. Within the first few weeks of government, Whitlam and the Deputy Prime Minister, Lance Barnard, ended conscription, established diplomatic relations with China, reopened an equal pay case and withdrew all remaining troops from Vietnam. In its first year, his government passed 203 bills. The domestic policies of the Whitlam era elevated Australians all over the country. It saw the complete restructuring of the relationship between government and education. Whitlam oversaw the abolition of the university fees and an increase in government spending to state schools by 677%, and whilst he was attempting to close the gap between private and public schools. And it was under the Whitlam government that the introduction of non-discriminatory immigration rules, the Racial Discrimination Act, and the enthusiastic pursuit of multiculturalism, something that we see all over Australia today, but particularly in the electorate of Werriwa that he represented. It was the Whitlam government that improved our suburbs, whether they be in southwest Sydney or across Australia. The legacy of the Whitlam government can be felt across southwest Sydney. He was the first and so far only Prime Minister to come from our part of the world, and we are very proud of that. His legacy is echoed throughout the area I represent. There are buildings and parks named in his honour. The Whitlam Institute houses the Whitlam's prime ministerial collection of more than 35,000 objects and is the centre of ideas and political engagement. The Whitlam government was the foundation of the modern Labor Party, and I take pride in the accomplishments of his government. We remember a Labor government that truly uplifted the people of Australia, that established Australia in our region and in the world, and changed us all forever.
Is the motion seconded? I thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
I thank the member for Werriwa for her outline of a great changing time in Australia when the Whitlam government was elected after many years of Conservative governments. But there's always more to the story. And I've never put this on record, but today is the day that I want to put it on record. At that time, when the Whitlam government was elected, I would just open my first retail store that sold fabrics and knitting wool. And also I was the lead singer, manager, owner of a band called the True Tones. And we were asked to do Billy McMahon's through Barry Simon, I was close to at the time, who lived in my district. He was a member for Macmillan. And he said, would you come along and do this, be the entertainment for Billy McMahon at the Malvern Town Hall? Yes, I will, of course I will. And we went along, we did that, and we saw all the ministers. It was my first exposure to politics, and I think actually John Howard was actually standing beside Billy, moving the speech as he went through. And this is all new for me, but a few weeks later, after the election, we were the house band at the New Palais, and we were there when Gough and Margaret walked into the victory celebration in Melbourne. But there was an issue, there's always more to the story. One of the fabrics in my store was a beautiful seersucker, tartan, hot pink and lime check material. Beautiful at the time. And I noticed this fabric in my shop and I said, right, I'll go to my dressmaker and I'll make an outfit for the whole band, which we did. And it was fantastic. We had the bow tie, we had the pink trousers, we had the pink shirt, and we had the seersucker jacket, we had the great high heel boots. I think they were white or pink, I'm not sure what colour they were. But no, I haven't. I go off to parties with my sons and never come home. So here we are, and Gough's about, and we've got our outfits on, and Gough and Margaret are about to walk in the room. One big problem. Margaret Whitlam walks in and her long frock is made out of the material that I'm wearing. So I said to the boys one by one, you stop playing now, and you take your jacket off, then you take your jacket off, then you take your jacket off, and then you take your jacket off. Now, we weren't the only ones, because there was a woman in the audience, and there's 700 people there. I mean, it's huge. There's a woman in the audience. She's standing there, and she's made herself a dress too, and she's looked at Margaret Whitlam, and Margaret Whitlam's looked at her, and she's gone straight out the back door, obviously, to go home and change her clothes, so Margaret had this one on. I want to say to you, look, Gough Whitlam was really good to me as an unknown, for my opinion, unknown backbencher. He actually knew all of us. And I walked into Parliament one day and there was a major function on, and Gough and Margaret were walking beside Bromner and I. And we got ourselves sort of in the wrong place for the official things to come through. And Gough says to me, an unknown, he says, Russell, come over here, stand beside me, you won't be noticed. It's all right. And of course we were, in the absolute spotlight of that function. He was so genuine and generous to people around him. He knew them. He actually cared what they thought and took a real interest in this parliament long after his days as Prime Minister of this country. And I can only honour that. Margaret was always so kind to us as well. These were people that really had, whatever people want to paint that particular government and the chaos that went on in those times was probably reflective of the Australian community and where we were at. But as far as the man went and the woman went, such generosity and such wisdom and such knowledge. He may have been let down by a few of his own, but it wasn't of his own making. It wasn't of his own making. I'll repeat that again. This man stood tall, and like very few in the Parliament, Deputy Speaker, he commanded the Parliament, as Menzies had commanded the Parliament. And so did, in more recent times, Paul Keating, and perhaps John Howard with his comfort in the Parliament, knowing the Parliament. There's very few people that come into this House, and I'm getting the library to check how many have gone out of the House since I arrived, and it's a great number of members have left this House, the lower house, since that time. But that was it. The theme was, it's time, and for Australia it was time. We did change, and the ramifications of that government still continuing today into the policies and the actions of governments of today. And I thank you for the opportunity to share that story with you.
Disappointingly, the member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I don't think it's dramatic to say that if it weren't for Gough Whitlam, I would not be here today, because it was the Whitlam government, elected 50 years ago on the 2nd of December, that opened the door of opportunity for my family, for the generations that came before me, and that allowed the doors of opportunity to open for me and to bring me to this place. I've told this story before, but it's one that I think about often because of how significant it is to my trajectory and for those who come from families like mine. After the Second World War decimated Italy and Europe, my grandparents, like many other Italians and Greeks at the time, made the decision to come to Australia to find a better future. When they arrived, they found that things were tough. They worked gruelling hours in difficult jobs in factories, needing 2 incomes to raise their family, often sharing homes with other families because they did not make enough to get by. My grandfather, my nonno, had been a promising student in Italy, but his education was cut short by war and poverty. When Gough Whitlam became Prime Minister, he opened the door for people like my nonno to go to university. My nonno became a teacher, and not only was he able to realise his professional ambition, but was able to realise his ambition for his family, to build a comfortable life and to ensure his kids had access to opportunity and a great education. There is no question that my life has been easier because of the way access to education has now been opened up for so many Australians, and this is largely a legacy of the Whitlam years. This education has equipped me to make contributions to my community, and I'm honoured to be able to do that as the member for Chisholm. Deputy Speaker, it is my greatest ambition that every single person in Australia is able to access the highest quality education to pursue the path that they choose, and forever long I'm here and have the enormous, incredible honour of representing the people of Chisholm. I'll work hard towards this goal. The achievements of the Whitlam government are considerable, and they shaped the country we are today in profound ways. The first universal health system in Australia was instituted by the Whitlam government. And although those opposite have gotten rid of it before, and unfortunately consistently undermine it, Medicare and the idea that every single Australian should be able to get healthcare when they need it is part of our psyche. It is part of the fair go we as Australians rightly and proudly champion. Labor will always defend it, and I know how important the legacy of universal healthcare is to our communities. My parents were both health workers, and I was raised to believe in the idea that no matter your economic circumstances, the right to healthcare is one everyone should have. My community in Chisholm is a vibrant, multicultural one. I cannot imagine an Australia that is not diverse, and Gough Whitlam's role in looking to the world and wanting our wonderful nation to be part of an international community and to embrace our neighbours is a terrific legacy. And establishing diplomatic relations with China is an important achievement from that time. Gough Whitlam dismantled the White Australia policy, something I'm sure we're all very pleased he did. And I'm sure we can all recognise that this was a terrible and quite shameful policy for us to have had it all. It was the Whitlam government that established a policy of multiculturalism, and we are all, in communities across Australia, grateful recipients of the legacy of this policy. I know my electorate is richer for the contributions of migrant communities and is part of what makes our area such a wonderful place to live. It's impossible to celebrate the achievements of the Whitlam government in a short speech, but suffice to say that the Australia we know was shaped by Whitlam. Our national anthem, our sense of pride in a nation that can stand on its own, was fostered by Gough Whitlam and his government. It was the Whitlam government that changed our anthem to Advance Australia Fair and launched construction of the National Gallery of Australia. We became a modern, proud nation that celebrated our diversity and extended opportunity, a fair go to all under Prime Minister Whitlam. We all benefit from the legacies of the Whitlam government, and I'm proud to be part of another visionary Labor government. I hope in 50 years, after a long time in government, we can look back and know that Australia was made better, fairer and stronger for the decisions we made. I will try my hardest, and I know that my colleagues in the Labor government will too, for this to be the case every single day. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is the motion be agreed to.
Yeah, of course.
Is the member for Tangi seeking the call? And I give the call to the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Warriwa for moving the motion. I want to talk about my hero, Gough Whitlam. Today, on the 50th anniversary of the election of the Whitlam government, I want to honour the enduring legacy of Gough Whitlam on Australia politics and Australia society. Gough Whitlam's 3-year term is known as one of Australia's most reformative and progressive governments. Many of the institutions that our nation is known for, institutions that have become enshrined as rights for Australians, are thanks to Gough. Gough was daring. He dreamed big. He looked over the horizon. He pushed for what was right, not what was easy. He achieved so much in his 3-year terms. Gough was a person who showed that there can and should be decency, integrity, and heart in politics. I can see in our leader, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, parallel with Gough Whitlam. Hard work, advocating for others, fighting for a fairer Australia. Achieved a great deal in a short amount of time. Deputy Speaker, if it had not been for Gough Whitlam, I might not be standing before you today. That is because in 1973, Gough Whitlam abolished the White Australia policy. In its place, the Gough Whitlam Labor government created and supported a policy of multiculturalism. Because of this, Australia is now home to people from nearly 200 different countries. My electorate of Tangi itself is home for over 160 nationalities. This diversity enriches our electorates. I consider it is a blessing to connect with people from so many different places. My community and my life are richer and more vibrant for it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to recognise the Whitlam Labor government's reform in healthcare. This is a matter close to my heart because had it not been for Gough Whitlam, my daughter might not be here today. In 2006, my eldest daughter, Yin, was diagnosed with cancer. It was a long, hard road for her and our family, but she won the battle with cancer. I credit this to our amazing healthcare system, the foundation for which is Medicare. My family was under so much stress during that time. I cannot imagine the added financial stress if Medicare wasn't available to us. I recognize Gough Whitlam as the champion for Medibank, which evolved in the system we know as Medicare today. Gough saw that in the country as wealthy as Australia, no one should go without access to basic health care. Medicare is upheld as a right for Australian people, and is considered a building block for one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the Whitlam Labor government contribution to education. To me, education is everything. Like any parents, I want my children to have the best possible opportunity they can in their lives. This was the reason why my wife and I decided to immigrate to Australia in 2002 to give our children the best education. In the word of Gough himself, education is the key to equality of opportunity. These words resonate deeply within me. I grew up poor in a rural Malaysia. My family didn't have electricity or running water, but I'm very grateful to have had access to a quality education. Equal access to opportunities is so important. I know that without access to education, equality is impossible. After the 1972 election, the Whitlam Labor government made education free. Participation in higher education rose by 25% under Whitlam. I have spoken with many of people who say that they own their university degree to Gough. They say that the free tertiary education had a direct impact on their opportunity in life and the path their life has taken. It impacted the way they saw themselves and their capability. Gratitude for Gough and his legacy persists within me and Australian public. He has left a lasting mark on Australians. Thank you, Gough. We will not forget you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Gough Whitlam was a formidable, charismatic man with a large presence and a vision for Australia that remains with us today. And I thank the member for her bringing this motion forward. The Whitlam government policy redefined our nation and changed the lives of a generation of Australians, as we've heard from earlier speakers. Former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said, Labor governments build things while Conservatives tear things down. It's a simple but clear description of the two sides of politics. Paul Keating said, when you change the government, you change the country. The Whitlam government did both and had a lasting impact on many Australians' lives. That government's policies transformed individual lives and transformed our nation for the better. Matt Foley, a constituent of mine from Fairfield, who also happens to have been the Attorney-General and Minister for the Arts in the Goss government, was in the United Kingdom when Whitlam was elected. The world was changing, says Matt. Women wanted equal rights. There was a war in Vietnam that was deadly and bloody and nobody sensible wanted it. The Whitlam government was a breath of fresh air after 23 years of Conservative rule. Matt Foley came back to Australia in January the following year to complete his studies in social work. He said it was a stirring time for people working in social work. The Whitlam government set up the legal aid centres and had a profound vision for making justice accessible. While working for the Aboriginal Legal Services, Matt recalls the honest approach Whitlam had to Aboriginal land rights. At the launch of his 1972 election campaign, Gough Whitlam said, "We will legislate to give Aboriginal land rights because all of us as Australians are diminished while the Aborigines are denied their rightful place in this nation." And the image of Gough Whitlam handing over the title deeds at Daguragu to Vincent Lingiari of the Gurindji people is now iconic. It was the first time the Commonwealth Government had returned land to its original custodians. The government set up a Royal Commission to investigate suitable ways to recognise Aboriginal land rights in the Northern Territory. However, while the Whitlam government drafted the first Commonwealth legislation to grant land rights to Aboriginal peoples, it was dismissed before the legislation could pass the Senate. John Lincoln, another constituent, turned 30 back in 1972. He was married, a Mormon, and had always voted Conservative. He accompanied a friend to the Maruka Bowls Club because his friend's number was up for the lottery for selective conscription to Vietnam. Thankfully, his friend's number did not come up that day and his friend collapsed on the floor in relief. Like many young men, John Lincoln had no desire to fight against a country Australia had no quarrel with. The next day, John heard Gough Whitlam announce that if elected, he would bring the troops home from Vietnam. So on the 5th of December 1972, John voted Labor for the first time, and the Whitlam government filled John's life with many opportunities. Whitlam freed all imprisoned draft resistors and brought the Australian troops home from Vietnam. John Lincoln had missed out on higher education but then attained a teaching degree for free. When his marriage broke down, he was able to divorce sensibly thanks to Whitlam's reforms under the Family Law Act. Ken and Robin Boyne from Yeronga, retired teachers and my constituents. In the 70s, they were in their mid-20s and wanted to become primary school teachers. They studied teacher training for 3 years, then commenced work in the Queensland state education system, a decision made possible by the Whitlam government when it expanded access to tertiary education. Without this access, Ken and Robin, who were then supporting a young son, would not have been able to study full-time and maintain a household. Having access to publicly funded universal healthcare via the Whitlam-era Medibank was also a great boon to Ken and Robin as they set out to establish a family home while being full-time students. Ken and Robin have never forgotten the support they received under the Whitlam initiatives and continue to make their contributions to the broader community. My first political memory was when I was 9 years old. On the 11th of November 1975, Sister Mary came rushing into our classroom that afternoon and told Mrs Picking, our teacher, to listen to the radio as something awful was happening. And something awful was happening, the dismissal of the Whitlam government in an affront to constitutional democracy. I would hate for people to be supporting such a thing. Governments are elected to do good things for the country. Gough Whitlam had a vision for Australia. It was a vision that lifted a generation of people out of poverty and transformed this nation. I'm a beneficiary of the Whitlam government, raised by a single mother in regional Queensland, and in 1983 my mother could not have afforded to give me a tertiary education but for the Whitlam government abolishing university fees and providing income support for poorer governments. Thank you, Gough Whitlam and your government, for the changes you made to this nation.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I rise to make some comments on the 50th anniversary of the election of the Whitlam government, and indeed that was more than 10 years before I was born, but there's no doubt that Gough Whitlam leaves an enormous legacy of good achievements and wary lessons for modern governments, particularly this Labor government, to take heed of. But I'd firstly just acknowledge also that it's the 50th anniversary of my predecessor Ian Wilson winning the seat of Sturt back for the Liberal Party. I think it was the only seat the Liberals won at the 1972 election, and to be fair, nothing against Ian, but that was on the back of a significant redistribution of the seat. However, it was recorrecting it back to the seat that he'd represented earlier before losing to a nice chap called Norm Foster, who was the Labor member for Sturt for 3 years, then became a legislative councillor for the Labor Party and resigned from the party to cross the floor and support the establishment of the Olympic Dam mine, which is such an enormous economic bounty for my state of South Australia, which the Labor Party bitterly opposed being developed. But Norm Foster was prepared to leave the Labor Party over that because he understood the significant opportunity that Olympic Dam would provide and has provided to South Australia for the decades in between. The Whitlam government did good things, but of course it was a short-term government. After being out of power, the Labor Party, for 23 years, they came back for 3 short years. And Bob Hawke was the one that certainly said, in hindsight, in interviews he's given, that whilst the Whitlam government did excellent things in social reform and a wide variety of things they were focused on, credible, stable, strong economic management was not one of them, and it's certainly what brought that government undone. And in some ways it was beyond just poor economic management, because the spectre of ministers operating outside of the authority of the parliament, seeking to raise and commit the Commonwealth to loans without the authority of the legislature, is absolutely fundamental to our constitution and the supremacy of the parliament, and the fact that no one can act in the name of the Commonwealth of Australia, particularly on financial matters, without the approval of the parliament. And ministers in the Whitlam government, as we know, Rex Connor and Jim Cairns, both sought to do exactly that, go out and raise billions of dollars, and that's billions of dollars in the 70s, I might add. So what in the modern era would be hundreds of billions of dollars of loans without the approval of the parliament, and without, at sometimes, the then Secretary of the Treasury, Sir Frederick Wheeler, even knowing about it. So it was a very reckless time, and of course my grandparents went into retirement. My grandfather retired in 1975, and unfortunately the legacy of that Whitlam government, particularly on inflation, and there are some interesting parallels here, particularly on inflation, was a massive destructive force on the savings of Australians. The impact of inflation through the 70s, because of the recklessness of those economic decisions, was seriously brutal on retirees in this country. And it's an important watchword for today. With inflation tipped to hit 8% in the government's budget, this is really going to impact, like it did in the Whitlam era, the savings and the economic security of Australians, and particularly Australians that are on fixed incomes and think that they've provisioned for their future, but that will be pulled out from underneath them if inflation is something that's let loose in our economy. And that happened at the tail end of the Whitlam era. So it was 3 tumultuous years, a lot of reform that I absolutely acknowledge has been excellent for the nation, and things that are enduring to this day, particularly in health and education. But I just hope the government of today, the Labor government of today, in recalling and remembering the Whitlam government of 50 years ago, thinks about what they would do differently if they were a part of the Whitlam government, and apply some of those principles to the government that they are a part of right now, because there are significant challenges and forces, economically in particular, that are coming down the railway line to us in this country. And we need a government, we wish any government well, in meeting those challenges. And the Whitlam approach would not be the one I recommend. In fact, thinking very seriously about Bob Hawke's critique of the Whitlam government is what we'd love to see this government do to develop, tack on the challenges that this government faces, very similar to those the Whitlam government faced.
I thank the member for Sturt. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion relating to the United Nations Loss and Damage Fund.
And I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move a motion relating to the United Nations Loss and Damage Fund in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, on entering this parliament, my background was well over 20 years in business. Much of that spent negotiating international deals, particularly throughout the Asia Pacific. In fact, I think I was probably 21 when I first led an international joint venture negotiation based up in Asia. And throughout all of those years of doing negotiations, I never once had the opportunity, had the fun to face across the table somebody as incompetent and suffering from eternal cluelessness as this government's Minister for Climate Change and Energy. I sat across the table from many a wily negotiator, but never did I have the pleasure of facing somebody as hopeless as this minister. Now, this is the minister who represented Australia and negotiated on our behalf at COP27 in Egypt. And you can just imagine the shrewd operators who are leading negotiations from other countries, how excited they would have been when they saw this minister coming. A minister all excited, jumping in front of every camera he could, claiming Australia was back and we've got money to give away. And that is precisely a mission that he lived to at that conference. I also don't know whose cunning plan it was, which country, that convinced the United Nations to tap this minister on the shoulder to facilitate the negotiations about a loss and damage fund. But it was a clever move, and a move that worked, because again, they knew that this minister would jump at the opportunity and give away everything he could. And indeed, that's what he did. True to form, he negotiated on Australia's behalf a loss and damage scheme, which is effectively a compensation scheme a scheme into which Australia, as well as other developed nations, will pour in money and it will be drawn down upon by developing nations. But as the great negotiator, as indeed the architect of the loss and damage scheme, this Labor minister cannot tell us what's in it. This government cannot tell us the cost of the loss and damage fund. Reports suggest it will cost up to $2 trillion annually up to 2030. Yet this minister cannot tell us how much it's going to cost. What's more, cannot tell the Australian people how much Australia will be contributing to that fund. Of course, it was the same conference where the minister happily signed Australia up to the global methane pledge. Again, no work was done, no homework in understanding what this will cost, what the demands will be on Australian industry, especially farmers with livestock. This is the ongoing business model of this new government, and it comes at great concern to the Australian industry and households. Right now, Australia is amidst an energy crisis. We all know that for the last 6 months, industry has been on its knees because of skyrocketing prices. Families are leading into Christmas deeply concerned about what to do about power bills. As an opposition, we've been calling on the government for 6 months. This same minister, who is very happy to go overseas on an act of blank cheque diplomacy and sign Australia up to deals overseas for which he's done no homework and cannot answer any questions, has ignored the plight of Australian industry and Australian households. Still to this day, the government has no plan to address these problems. They've been saying for 6 months that a plan is being baked up, a plan will come forward. Meanwhile, Australian households suffer and they pay, and they are bound to be paying billions of dollars through this loss and damage fund.
Thank the member for Fairfax. Is the motion seconded? And I call the member for Flynn.
I would like to second the motion, Madam Speaker, and exercise my right to speak.
Reserve your right to speak. Thank you. And I call, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wow. I mean, at the end of a long year and last year of Parliament, this motion really is something. It's a waste of time because it's fundamentally hollow, and frankly, it is silly. It is silly in the extreme. It is utterly without substance. The basic assertions and assumptions are wrong. The whole thing depends on cooked-up fear-mongering and false claims, and I genuinely wonder whether the member for Fairfax really believes some of the rhubarb he's trying to peddle here today. In essence, this motion and the embarrassing questions advanced in question time by coalition members last week are designed to whip up some kind of political advantage from misunderstanding and disingenuousness and xenophobia. That is all there is to it. And I reckon Australians are thoroughly sick of that. At the end of what's quite a long year. I reckon Australians have had a gutful of that kind of dishonest and lazy political game playing. The essential falsehood in this motion, Deputy Speaker, is that the Australian government has signed some kind of blank cheque, and that is wrong. That is a falsehood, and that's what the motion says, and it's a lie. It's a lie. And the motion says the Australian government has already made a pledge of a funding scheme, and that is a lie. That is not true. And the member said that this is a compensation fund. It is expressly not a compensation fund. That is a lie. This motion demands answers to questions that don't exist. How much has been pledged? No pledges have been made by Australia or by any other country. It is expressly not a compensation fund, Deputy Speaker. But all of this is designed to create a cloud of bulldust that might trigger people into believing that sensible international cooperation in the global effort against climate change is actually a secret plot that seeks to penalise Australia. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, all of this is born of a coalition that was hopeless and desperate in its dying days of government, and yet apparently remains hopeless and desperate to this very day. The truth is, the Australian government, along with many of our best and most sensible allies, the US, the UK, the EU, we've agreed to a framework for ensuring that developed countries can help provide support to developing countries in dealing with the impact of climate change. That's what this fund is about. It's no different from the way Australia supports climate-related measures in our region. It's no different, in essence, from the Green Climate Fund that the coalition government signed up to in 2016. It's the kind of assistance that reflects our character and promotes our national interest, especially with respect to the support we provide for nations that comprise our Pacific friends and neighbours. It's the kind of assistance that you should absolutely provide, even if you're taking the most selfish perspective possible, because it will help ensure resilience and stability and peace and trade and economic self-sufficiency in our region, all of which is to Australia's benefit. Now, this morning, I attended a gathering as part of the Pacific Australia Emerging Leaders Summit, and needless to say, the issue of responding cooperatively to the impacts of climate change and the concept of climate justice was mentioned by everyone who spoke. Minister Conroy's statement that the Australian government will provide an additional $900 million to the Pacific over 4 years in development assistance with a focus on climate change was welcomed by all, and Shadow Minister McCormack said he agreed with and endorsed every part of that approach. But Deputy Speaker, in stark contrast to that kind of bipartisan common sense, this motion peddles the idea that supporting climate action in the Pacific somehow penalises Australia. And what's almost funny, Deputy Speaker, is that in amongst all the falsehoods and bad faith and climate denialist dog whistling of this motion is the suggestion that the coalition is somehow interested in carefully managed budgets and carefully applied taxpayers' money. I mean, give me a break. These are the jokers who burned billions of dollars in their awful mismanagement of the French submarine project. These are the jokers who wasted more than $19 billion in JobKeeper payments to companies whose profits rose during the pandemic. $2.6 billion went to companies whose turnover more than doubled in the relevant period. And if the particular flavour of your funding waste outrage was in relation to money sent overseas, don't forget that some of the largest recipients of those wasted JobKeeper billions were foreign companies with foreign shareholders who pocketed the lazy, incompetent largesse gifted by those opposites. You talk about shrewd operators, you talk about money to give away and cunning plans. Bloody have a good look at yourselves, for God's sake. So while the motion seeks to whip up anger out of misunderstanding and xenophobia and small-mindedness, the reality is that after a decade of climate denialism and the clownish ineptitude of those opposite, the Albanese Labor government is returning Australia to its historical position and to its historical character and values as a cooperative, supportive, influential middle power. That's who we are, and without question, that is in our national interest.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the member for Fairfax's motion, and despite ruling out our support for Australian households and businesses struggling with skyrocketing power prices, as forecast in the federal budget, Minister Bowen has happily handed over a blank cheque to other nations through a compensation scheme for which there is no detail. Mr Bowen continues to pat himself on the back for being the architect of the Loss and Damage Fund, but can't explain how much it'll cost, who will pay or when it will pay. A report supported by the United Nations suggested that this will cost upwards of $1 trillion per year. If Australia produces...
Could the member for Flynn please stop? I would ask members present to direct their comments through the chair, and please note that the two members who are currently interjecting were heard, and I made sure that I called out any misbehaviour. Let's all hear each other in silence. The member for Flynn may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Australia produces 1.6% of global carbon emissions, then presumably Australia's compensation or contribution to the Loss and Damage Fund will be upwards of $16 billion per annum. And this is economic insanity. It's communism 101. It is distributing wealth from this country to give to another. Countries such as India, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, Argentina, Iran and even China, Madam Speaker, as well as Colombia, who claims an absurd $800 billion a year for loss and damage, a claim roughly 2.5 times its GDP. The Loss and Damage Fund is all based upon unproven theoretical hypothesis, which relies on computer modelling and which has no correlation to real-world data. How can these climate change policies change the climate when global carbon emissions continually rise? Why do you pretend that our weather patterns have become more threatening when historical records do not reflect this? Pagan tribes sacrificed virgins to appease the gods, and the Labor Albanese government, led by Chris Bowen, will sacrifice Australia's affluence, countless jobs, reliable power to appease the angry climate zealots. This is the pinnacle of economic madness. Minister Bowen has led a charge committing Australia to an unknown future expense with little regard for the Australian people and the services they rely on. While they're happy to distribute the wealth of Australia, according to the Australian Medical Association, budget papers have revealed $2.4 billion is being cut from public hospitals over the next 4 years. So what this government is saying is they're happy to pluck $2.4 billion out of our hospitals and give it to nations such as China, the world's second largest economy and the single largest carbon emitter. They're happy to take money away from hard-working Australians that are hurting every time they go to the supermarkets to pay their electricity bills or fuel up their car. And this is a disgrace, and it's an absolute example of hypocrisy and pious virtue signalling. In the October budget, the Labor government committed $45.8 million over 6 years for international engagement on climate change issues, including the bid to host a conference of parties in partnership with Pacific Islands. The Pacific nations who are supporting, there are Pacific nations who are supporting China, and their reason, Australia is not doing enough to support climate change, while China is the biggest carbon emitter and is not signatory to any of these climate policies. The hypocrisy is staggering, and you can't make this stuff up. Are the entire Labor Party morons, Madam Speaker? I want to see what madness will come out of their mouths to justify this lunacy. It seems Minister Bowen is willing to concede tens of billions of dollars through the loss and damages facility to win critical support for his campaign to host a COP meeting in Australia. And if this is the case, how about he host the COP meeting at Gladstone in my electorate of Flynn, and he can explain to the people there and the families how he intends to shut down their industries, take their hard-earned dollars and give it to another country. The government can't continue signing Australia up to international fund pledges where there is no detail, which it has no mandate and which there is no plan to deliver. The Coalition didn't sign up to a methane pledge. And signing this pledge goes against the agricultural sector to grow to $100 billion by 2030. Mr Bowen told the Australian livestock sector that the pledge carries little meaning, but told the rest of the world how meaningful that pledge is. A prime example of saying one thing overseas and another in regional Australia. This is after Labor promised the Australian people that they would not introduce a carbon or methane tax. At a time when families are struggling with the cost of energy and mortgage repayments, this tax on the grazing industry will only push up the price of food.
I thank the member for Flynn. I thank the member for Flynn. Before I call the member for Bruce, I'd just like to remind everybody present in the chamber that the person who is on their feet, the member who is on their feet, has the right to be heard in silence, and loud interjections from other members does no good to the debate. Member for Fremantle, I would ask that people respect this chamber and respect the member on their feet. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, that was just bonkers. I mean, it's difficult to know where to start. We had quotes. I'll quote the previous member who just spoke from the opposition. Ancient societies sacrificed virgins, which apparently is the equivalent of acting on climate change. Why do you pretend weather patterns have become more threatening? Oh, well, I don't know, just because they have. Because since the 1980s we've seen an 80% increase in destructive climate-related weather events. I don't know. Science, bye-bye cooker, see you later. That was like standing on the Mulgrave polling booth in the Victorian election on Saturday. I mean, honestly, that was just completely bonkers. I'm going to video clip that bloke and advertise him every day into Victoria, and we might win even more seats. I mean, I don't think he noticed what happened to Josh Frydenberg and Katie Allen, the Teals, you know, the whole climate emergency. I mean, who knows? This is a nasty, bizarre little motion, Deputy Speaker. It's like a series of Sky News talking points and conspiracy theories vomited onto the parliamentary notice paper. As the previous speaker, the member for Fremantle, said, it's a cloud of bull dust, to quote him. It's wrong, it's false, it's nonsensical and it's misinformation. But let's cut the rubbish. Let's call out in plain English what they're actually trying to say with all their fancy words that they're bandying about. They're trying to say the government are a bunch of woke sellouts because they believe in climate change and they just signed a sneaky globalist agreement to give trillions of dollars to China, a bunch of other poor countries where coloured people live. And please be very angry because the government didn't splash cash in the budget like we did and push up interest rates. I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's complete nonsense. All that's missing are chemtrails, anti-vax mandates, gender theory, globalism. You know, you go and talk to your Liberal Party mates in Victoria and see how well that went on the weekend. What I heard then is exactly the kind of nonsense that the Victorian Liberal Party are on about, who just got smashed, member for Fairfax. Now, some have perhaps unkindly compared the member for Fairfax to Mr Sheen, an unfortunate resemblance. Well, Mr Sheen, as the saying goes, cleans, shines and protects. The member for Fairfax smears, sullies and discredits with this motion. The good thing, though, is, Deputy Speaker, is it's so broad, so I can make a few points in response. Member for Fairfax, science is real, climate change is real, and we need to actually do something about that. Australia can't fix the problem alone because we share the climate with other humans in other countries. So we need to work together with other countries. That's why we go to COP27, to talk about what we could do together. And the Loss and Damage Fund is about developed countries helping developing countries. It's not about reparations and compensation. Even if you don't care, though, about the increase in natural disasters, even if you don't care, member for Fairfax, that more than 90% of deaths, that's right, other human beings dying, the empathy bypass over there, I don't think that'd register, they all happen in developing countries. Even if you don't care about the fate that awaits the poorest on the planet from runaway climate change for their societies and economies, it's in Australia's national interest to collaborate. Because we are the developed country most exposed in the world to climate change. It's Australians that are going to bear the brunt of runaway bushfires, of out-of-control floods, of desertification, of salinity creeping across our continent. It's Australia, though, that has the most to gain of any developed country in a zero-carbon world. We have the best resources. We can bring back manufacturing onshore, member for Fairfax, in this zero-carbon world, and it's critical for a stable region. Let's be blunt. It's cheaper and better to provide aid and assistance to other countries to manage their transition than it is to commit military bases and combat failed states on our doorstep. You want to talk about security? That's a security threat. So instead of carping and spreading your conspiracy theories via the National Parliament, I'd encourage the opposition to take this seriously, unlike the Victorian Liberals. An agreement is not a contract to pay money. Any funding into the Loss and Damage Fund will be a matter for future negotiations between parties, as you've been told, and your scare campaign about Labor giving money to China, as you well know, is nonsense. You're relying on a list from 1992 of countries that were then considered developing countries. As you well know, because you've been told, no money is going into that fund until there's a new list of developing countries. And if you think that this country is going to give money to China, you're bonkers. As bonkers as your colleague who spoke before, and no doubt those that are going to come after you. I mean, you can see them sitting around in tactics. I know. We'll whip up a scare campaign with the Chinese
the member's
community.
time has expired.
Just
the question is that the member's time has expired. Members, and you will address the member in the correct form and withdraw that comment. Withdraw that comment, please.
Well, Grubb is a well-known parliamentary term.
Withdraw the comment, please.
I'm not withdrawing.
Be noted.
Grubb is well established in practice as a suitable epithet to that type of member.
Member will remain in his seat. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, at COP27, we saw the Albanese Labor government's blank cheque to diplomacy in full swing. Unfortunately, the same generosity that the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy are showing to countries overseas, they are not showing to Australian citizens. While his government has ruled out support for Australian families and businesses struggling with skyrocketing power prices as forecast in the federal budget, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has happily handed over a blank cheque to other nations through a compensation scheme for which there is no detail. With nations such as China, the world's second largest economy and single largest carbon emitter, angling to be a recipient of such funding, it's no wonder many are scared and unsure of what this means for their hip pocket. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy continues to be proud of himself for being the architect of the Loss and Damage Fund, but can't explain how much it will cost or who will pay or when. All we know is that this is set to cost upwards of $2 trillion US by 2030 and could cost tens of billions of dollars for Australia. The Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy also signed Australia up to a 30% reduction in methane emissions by 2030 at COP27. They told Australia's livestock sector that the pledge carries little meaning, but told the rest of the world how meaningful that pledge is. This is after Labor promised the Australian people that they would not introduce a methane tax. Cattle producers in Capricornia are still unsure of what this will mean for them. My office continues to receive correspondence from farmers who are afraid that they will be slugged with another tax and another penalty for existing. Labor is trying to walk both sides of the street, and the Coalition is calling on them to be upfront with the Australian people. We saw the Labor Party give mixed messaging exactly like this in 2019, where they couldn't decide whether they liked coal mining or not, or whether they supported the Adani coal mine in Capricornia. We have also seen them flip-flop on the Rockhampton Ring Road in my electorate. The federal government blamed cost blowouts on the Queensland government not being able to deliver the project fast enough, while the Queensland government blamed the federal government for not delivering the funding fast enough. The opposition has been very upfront with the Australian public in ruling out the Coalition's support for this so-called compensation. Deputy Speaker, this government can't continue signing Australia up to international pledges and funds for which there is no detail, for which it has no mandate and where there is no plan to deliver. Unlike the government, we believe in practical solutions and have clarity on where the funding goes. This is why we favoured bilateral assistance to the Pacific Island nations, not signing a blank cheque to the United Nations for a huge fund which no one knows the details of. At COP26, the Coalition doubled its climate finance commitment to $2 billion over 2020 to 2025, with at least $700 million of this for Pacific climate and disaster finance. We scored runs on the board at home too. Our government saw more than $40 billion invested in renewable energy since 2017. Since 2005, emissions fell more than 20%, while our economy grew 54%. We also beat our Kyoto-era targets by 459 million tonnes. Our government also reduced emissions faster than Japan, New Zealand, Canada and the OECD average. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government still has no plans to reduce power bills for households and businesses, despite misleading the public and telling everyone that they did. On 97 occasions, the Prime Minister promised your power bill would go down by $275. He was adamant he would deliver. Just this fortnight, the CEFC, Origin and the RBA have all raised concerns about the increasing costs associated with Labor's accelerated transition. Even Dan Walton from the Australian Workers' Union has warned that 800,000 jobs are at risk due to the soaring price of energy if Labor does not act. What's more, Labor has been caught out by its own budget papers, which revealed Labor's plan will see your electricity bill go up by more than 56% over the next 2 years. Not only electricity, though, your gas bill will also go up by more than 44%. Deputy Speaker, every day that Labor dithers means more hip pocket pain for Australians. The hard-working families who live in Capricornia deserve better than this government, and I will be fighting every day in this place to ensure we get our fair share. Thank you.
I thank the member for a contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, this motion is the result of a fundamental misunderstanding, compounded by the very live strain of climate denial that we continue to see bubble up to the surface in the leftover landfill site that now comprises the federal coalition. Firstly, a fundamental misunderstanding on the part of the coalition. The Loss and Damage Fund is not the result of a court process. It is not a legal obligation, but it's a prospective partnership of aid programs. I prefer to think it is a misunderstanding, as I have often been well guided by Hanlon's razor to never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Nevertheless, the Coalition terminated Australia's aid budget. Under the Coalition, Australia has come 21st in a list of 29 OECD countries donating aid money to developing countries. We are wealthier than most of the countries ahead of us on that list. The new Labor government has pledged to rebuild Australia's development program and increase the official development assistance to gross national income ratios each year in an effort to counteract this downward trend. The Lowy Institute has found that foreign aid has not historically been popular with the Australian public, no doubt the basis for the Coalition's dog whistling. However, in 2022, Lowy found that cuts to the aid budget have become less popular. 42% of Australians say spending on foreign aid should be kept around current levels, an increase of 6 points since 2019. 34% say foreign aid spending should be decreased, a 13.4, and 24% of Australia should increase spending on foreign aid, an increase of 7 points. The Lowy Institute also found that Australians are overwhelmingly in favour of Australia providing foreign aid to Pacific Island states. This government is serious about being useful to our neighbours, but don't take my word for it. Let's check a review. We warmly welcome this increase in the aid budget, which will make a world of difference to countless people in our region and beyond. We commend the focus on the Pacific and Southeast Asia as our closest neighbours, especially as these two regions have been devastated by the climate emergency, COVID-19 and now the cost of living crisis, said Christy Robertson, Caritas Australia CEO. The other day, the Prime Minister said that having a serious climate policy is now the price of entry into productive global relationships. I need to repeat that for the benefit of members opposite. Having a serious climate policy is now the price of entry into productive global relationships. Members opposite are rather keen on free trade agreements, but they haven't yet joined the dots and understood that trade agreements are built on trust and shared interests. In September, the head of the European Parliament's Trade Committee, Bernard Lang, visited Australia. He was quoted as saying the Albanese government's enshrining of the emissions reductions target in legislation had removed a major barrier to the finalisation of the Australia-EU free trade agreement. And we expect to have that deal done soon. How ironic it is that if the former government had managed to have a workable climate change policy, they may well have been able to close that deal on their watch. The other thing, of course, that slowed down those negotiations was damage done to our relationship with France by the former Prime Minister, the member for Cook. Prime Minister Albanese has been busy repairing that relationship. And because our international relationships have to be about relationships, it can't just be about trade, about seeing how much we can benefit financially from a series of transactions. If our neighbours are not prospering from the relationship, then there is a real limit to how much we can prosper from it, and a real limit to how much we morally should be able to. The opposition needs to realise that dog whistling is not a substitute for policy development. A climate change policy might be a good place to start. Climate denial is a problem for relationships and for aid, for trade, for good energy policy. When you reject the science, you have to cling to something that isn't science, and there's always going to be loss and damage accompanying that.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in opposition to the motion moved by the member for Fairfax. Deputy Speaker, Australia has an unedifying track record when it comes to international climate conferences. In the 1990s, we opposed the Kyoto Protocol. In the 2000s, having finally signed up to Kyoto, we withdrew. Last year, we took an unambitious target to Glasgow, and the then Energy Minister stated he wanted to use the conference to promote Australia as a safe and reliable destination for an investment in gas, a fossil fuel, at a climate conference. Given this history, it was great to see Australia back at the table in COP27. And we saw several success stories out of the conference. The Paris goal to hold temperature rises to 1.5 degrees was reaffirmed. Australia signed up to global compacts on limiting deforestation and accelerating climate finance. But most importantly, the international community agreed to establish a loss and damage fund, which will go some way towards covering the costs facing countries most vulnerable to climate change. And these costs are enormous. Over the last 2 decades, the 20 most at-risk countries have lost over half their economic growth potential due to climate change. equivalent to $525 billion. But these losses aren't just about money. These are about people. They are felt by the 7.2 million people across Bangladesh who have had their communities washed away by flash flooding. They are felt by the 22 million people across Kenya, Somalia and Ethiopia who don't have enough food because of the worst drought in 40 years. And they are felt by the 5 million people who die each year across the world because of extreme temperatures. And those countries most vulnerable to climate impacts include our friends and neighbours in the Pacific. Indeed, the risk to the Pacific of rising sea levels is so extreme that Tuvalu recently announced it would upload a digital replica of their entire country to the metaverse in the hope of preserving their nation and culture after their lands are washed away. How heartbreaking. The idea that we should not support these countries is out of step with our commitment to being a good neighbour in the Pacific and is out of step with being a responsible global citizen. The Loss and Damage Fund is supported by the European Union. It is supported by the United States, and our Pacific neighbours have been calling for it for more than 30 years. We are at the early stages of developing the fund, but the COP27 text makes it clear that it will help focus on developing countries who are most vulnerable. It makes clear that the donor base will be expanded to include countries that have developed rapidly over the past 30 years. And it makes clear that the funds will also come from multilateral institutions and global financial institutions. And so I commend the government for committing to participating in this fund, and I reject the assertions made, I think, to really obscure the purpose of this fund. But I urge the government to go further, because more ambition is needed if Australia is going to host COP31 in 2016. And frankly, more importantly, more ambitious is needed if we're going to keep 1.5 degrees warming alive. That must start by ending public subsidies for fossil fuels. My community in Wentworth was deeply disappointed to see Australia fail to sign a pledge to end public support for fossil fuels. The government must be resolute in its desire for this transition, and a failure to sign a pledge that says, we won't spend money on fossil fuels really flies in the face of what the government says it is committed to publicly. Fossil fuel subsidies are not good for our planet, and they are not good use of taxpayers' money. The government must do better. And we must raise the bar on emissions reduction. The science is clear, 43% is not enough. And so I urge the government to adopt a minimum of 50% target by 2030, a position backed by business and the community. It's great that Australia is back on the international scene, but there is much more for us to do. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I suppose it's not a surprise that the opposition has decided to try and use the Loss and Damage Fund agreed to at COP27 as a scare campaign. But it is a new low. And it is clearly out of step with where the Australian people are, who clearly demonstrated in May this year that they wanted a government that is serious about climate change and its challenges, something that this Labor government is and will continue to be. The Australian people have made it clear that they don't want a government like the previous Liberal National one that put its head in the sand, actively denied, and tried to pretend that climate change wasn't happening. And if May wasn't enough for them, Deputy Speaker, well, let's just look at Saturday in Victoria. Another clear message to those opposite that their dog whistling, that their climate denial is out of step with where Australians are. I stood at booths across my electorate over the weekend, in Greensborough, in Eltham, in Ivanhoe. Nobody said to me, gee, I don't think, we should do anything on climate change. Nobody said to me, we should slow down on climate change. It's not a critical issue. Everyone I spoke to said to me climate change was one of the top issues in their minds, and one of the top issues they expected their governments to be dealing with. And so once again with this motion, what we see is an opposition that is out of step, that is out of touch, that is actively working against our country and our community's interests. Deputy Speaker, it is just not good enough. The Loss and Damage Fund is in Australia's national interests. Its focus is simple. It will help developing countries to adapt and to respond to climate change. That is in our interests, it is in the interests of developing countries, it is in our entire planet's interests. It recognises what everyone, with the exception of those opposite it seems, knows, that climate change is truly a global challenge. We do all need to be working together to maximise the efforts that we have to put in to combat climate change. And as part of this, we do have to recognise that while climate change impacts every country, the impact is much larger in developing countries. A lot of this hits developing countries when we see changing weather patterns and natural disasters. While we are seeing natural disasters occur here in Australia more frequently, this is also happening across the world. Since the 1980s, natural disasters are up more than 80%, and almost half the population of our planet live in areas that are highly vulnerable to climate change. Many of those people live in developing nations. These are people whose lives are being turned over almost consistently by floods, by famine. This is a global problem. It is a problem that it is in Australia's interest to support efforts to fix, to mitigate. And that is what our government is doing with supporting this fund. We're not putting our head in the sand. We're not pretending that this is something that Australia can go it alone on. We are saying we are part of the world in solving this solution, and we recognise that we have a responsibility to developing countries. We recognise that we are in a neighbourhood made up of many developing countries, and we have a responsibility to support our neighbours, to act as a friend to our neighbours, to do what the previous government again failed to do. The previous government that tried to lecture our neighbours, that wasn't there to support them. We are here to support their efforts, to support people's efforts to live in their countries while they're facing the increasing effect of climate change and climate-induced disasters. After all, we know it was the Leader of the Opposition who, as a senior member of the previous government, said about the Pacific Islands, and I quote, "Time doesn't mean anything when you're about to have water lapping at your door." The sort of commentary that demonstrates the complete lack of interest or understanding of the seriousness of the challenges being faced. People's lives and livelihoods, tossed away by the Leader of the Opposition with a toss-away comment that he thought wouldn't be heard. Well, it was heard, it was noted, and what we see now we have a Labor government prepared to genuinely engage in the Pacific, is that we are able to have strong relations with our neighbours. And this is in their interests, but it is very much in our interests as Australians to have strong relations with our neighbours, with the rest of the world, to be in those international talks that we were locked out of because we were climate deniers. This government is getting on with it. The opposition is still stuck behind.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Okay. Now, I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion relating to military commemorative milestones.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to military commemorative milestones in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I call the member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to move that the House acknowledge that 2022, this year, is a significant year, a very significant year for Australian military commemorations. This year marks 80 years, and in particular the 80th anniversary of the Battle for Australia, which was a series of engagements during the Second World War around our mainland and the Indo-Pacific. It included the bombing of the city that I'm so proud to represent, Darwin, by 188 Japanese aircraft on the 19th of February 1942 that killed more than 250 people. And this year we also cast our minds back to the 80th anniversary of the sinking of the HMAS Armidale in action in World War II. On the 1st of December 1942, 100 Australians
died during the sinking of the HMAS Armidale, the largest loss of life from any corvette in the Second World War. The Armidale was operating out of Darwin and it left Darwin with orders to evacuate our troops and civilians from Timor in the face of the Japanese invasion. Operating in broad daylight, the Armidale took a direct hit. Among the crew of the Armidale was, of course, a young Tasmanian called Teddy Sheehan, who was, of course, posthumously awarded a Victoria Cross a few years ago for heroically staying on the sinking Armidale to fire on Japanese aircraft, stopping them from strafing his mates who were in the water. And I'm very proud of all the efforts of all members of this Parliament and the Tasmanian State Government, the families and friends of the Sheehan family that worked so hard and campaigned so hard to get justice for Teddy, particularly when we all rose in the chamber and spoke up when former Prime Minister Morrison said no to Teddy Sheehan getting that VC. We forced a situation where it was reviewed and the decision was finally made for him to receive that award. So I want to pay tribute to the amazing story of Teddy Sheehan, but also of those 49 men who were stranded at sea after the sinking and who suffered repeated attacks from the Japanese and also sharks in the waters of the Timor Sea. This year is also the 80th anniversary of Australian forces desperately fighting to push back the Japanese along the Kokoda track in Buna, Gona and Sanananda in Papua and in New Guinea, the Huon Peninsula, Wewak and on Bougainville. But as well as World War II, this motion also invites us to reflect on the 75th anniversary of Australian peacekeeping efforts this year. Australians were part of the first United Nations peacekeeping operation when military observers were deployed to the Dutch East Indies, now called Indonesia, in 1947. And since that time, Australian peacekeepers have served in locations throughout the world, ranging from the Middle East, Africa, Southeast Asia and the Pacific in every year since that time. And finally, this year is also the 50th anniversary of the year that Australia's fourth iteration of national service was abolished by the Whitlam Labor government on the 5th of December 1972. Now, these were all exceptionally important events in our national life, and it's only fitting that we thank all former and current personnel for their service in these and in other operations. An ASPI fellow, Graham DeBell, recently wrote that over a span of 90 years, Australia went to war no fewer than 9 times. He reflected that over the 100 years since 1914, Australian personnel were on active service for 47 years, or half of that time. That's incredible, and it says a lot about Australia's involvement in world fairs relative to our population and for standing up what is right, standing up for freedom and standing up against oppressors. And our country has seen a significantly intense period of service in the last 20 years in particular. But at this time, we remember World War II, we remember the peacekeepers, and we remember all those that served, including, of course, the families. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder for the motion? I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak later.
I call, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for, I've forgotten, Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to acknowledge and recognise all those who have defended our great nation at home and overseas. It is because of their service, sacrifice and bravery that we experience freedom and peace in Australia today. Thank you to the member for Solomon, Mr Luke Gosling, for bringing this very important motion to the House. We should never take for granted our lucky country because it came at a cost. Today, I join with my parliamentary colleagues to recognise those who served in the land, air and sea conflicts as part of the battle for Australia, which successfully subsided the threat to our country during the Second World War. We have enjoyed sovereign peace for a long time in our nation. In 1942, Australian forces dug deep in Kokoda to stop the Japanese advance. The English had been defeated in Singapore, the Americans had lost the Philippines, but the first country to turn the Japanese back was the Australians in Papua New Guinea. It's not just full-time divisions, but people who were walking the streets of Sydney one day and the next day fighting the Japanese on the Kokoda Trail. If Australia had lost and the Japanese had advanced onto our mainland, the Australia we know today would be entirely different. The rights and liberties we enjoy today would be horrifically different. So we remember the soldiers, the airmen, sailors, nurses, doctors, and others who served, and in many instances were maimed or died for the protection of our great nation, Australia. Deputy Speaker, war comes at an immediate cost, but there's also a greater hidden cost that takes a significant toll in the years that follow. Families that have been left without loved ones. This is a grief beyond measure. So today I pay my respects to the family who has lost loved ones and to those who have supported the loved ones who have served. The toll is great on our veterans. Many returned servicemen and women come home with significant trauma, experiences that stay with them for a lifetime. It is crucial that we don't abandon our veterans at this time. People who have been good enough to put their body on the line, to put their life on the line for this country, deserve our complete support when they return home. And so do their families. As a nation, we must prioritise the well-being of our veterans and give priority investment into their support services. The prevalence of PTSD and suicide amongst serving and ex-serving Defence personnel members is something of deep concern to both sides of this House. When in government, the Coalition invested a record amount for our veterans. This is a legacy that I'm extremely proud of. We make it easier for veterans to make claims by establishing online digital access, and we funded additional staff to help deal with the backlog. The Coalition Government committed $5 million in my electorate of Dawson to fund a Veterans Wellness Hub. This would have brought an RSL to Mackay, a wellness centre to Mackay Memorial Pool Complex and a retreat at Kitchen Dam. I was disappointed that in Labor's first government budget, Veterans Wellness Hubs north of Brisbane were canned. Centres like this are a fantastic initiative and will make a big difference in the lives of those who can access their services. Investing in the supportive services for our veterans is too important to be a chopping block. These cuts are devastating. However, I will work with the government to see that these services are fully supported and provide the much-needed services that our veterans need, no matter what their postcode is. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr Ken Higgins, President of the Mackay RSL, for the support he provides to the veterans and for his strong advocacy on this project. Also, Keith Payne, VC, you could talk forever about Keith Payne, for his work on the Kitchen Dam retreat. Our community is stronger because of local champions like these guys. The protection and sovereignty of our nation is paramount. We must take every effort to support our defence personnel, past and present. We are indebted to them forever. Thank you for your sacrifice. We will be there for you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am really pleased the member for Solomon has put this motion forward today, and I am delighted to support it. I will take any opportunity I can to thank our former and current Australian Defence Force personnel in my electorate and around Australia for their efforts defending our country and keeping us safe. The work you do is a source of national pride, because we just simply would not be able to live the lives we enjoy today if it wasn't for you.
That's why it is so important that we take the time to remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us. Every loss of life in our Defence Force is a tragedy, and they all deserve to be remembered, respected and commemorated often. I also appreciate that the member for Solomon has acknowledged the families of those who serve. It is no easy thing to have someone you love in our Defence Force. It is no easy thing to be the one left behind. I have always had a special place in my heart for the families of those who serve. They are a big part of our community on the New South Wales South Coast, with 2 Navy bases in the Shoalhaven, HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell. So I guess it shouldn't have been a surprise to me when I became one of them. My eldest son joined the Army a couple of years ago, and we are so incredibly proud of him. But like many, he's based far away, so it has meant a huge separation, and we don't often get the opportunity to see him. But I am inspired by all those local defence families who provide such a fantastic example, and I want to acknowledge their importance. Organisations like the Shoalhaven Defence Families Association, the Nowra Veteran Wellbeing Centre and our veterans organisations all provide an incredible local support service to help families through this journey. I so admire what you do. Deputy Speaker, we recently commemorated Remembrance Day, 144 years after the guns fell silent on the Western Front, marking the end of the First World War. I was really proud to join with members of the Batemans Bay RSL sub-branch and the community at the Batemans Bay Soldiers Club to mark this important occasion. I always smile when I see how many people come along to mark these important occasions. Our community remembers, and we will always ensure our national heroes are never forgotten. It was a very moving service, with students from the local Carroll College reading out the names of the 26 people from the Eurobodalla who went to war and never came home. All young men, all taken too soon in defence of our country. We will always remember them. I'd like to sincerely thank President Brian Wheeler, Secretary Les Arnold and all the members of the sub-branch for their work putting this wonderful service together. On Friday, I also had the privilege of attending the annual Corrective Services Remembrance Day service at the South Coast Correctional Centre, importantly allowing our Corrective Services officers to pay tribute to lives sadly lost. Captain Robin Phillips and Flight Commander Vanessa Stothart from HMAS Albatross attended, along with members of the Nowra Police, Fire New South Wales Nowra and a number of other local representatives. It was my honour to join with them, and I would like to thank the South Coast Correctional Centre's Governor and everyone involved in organising this service and for having me along. With an electorate the size of Gilmore, it is impossible for me to attend all of the wonderful local commemorative services, but I have an amazing team of volunteers who represented me at many services. Thank you to Councillor Liza Butler, Caitlin McInerney, Maggie Lanham, Anthony Lawrence, Chris Cassidy, Kathy Russell, Roger Lucas, Tom Korovar, Stephen Winslade, Jeremy Murdoch and Karina Markham for paying my respects at Remembrance Day services up and down the South Coast. Our RSL sub-branches, of course, are nothing short of incredible. Run by volunteers, they provide an invaluable service to our local community. I want to sincerely thank every RSL sub-branch on the South Coast for the work you do every day. I also want to make special mention of the Gerringong RSL sub-branch, who celebrated the 100th anniversary of the opening of the Soldiers Memorial Hall on the 18th of November. I had a wonderful time at the book launch and high tea to celebrate this great event. Well done to President Mike O'Leary, Secretary Jeff McClenahan and everyone involved. Once again, Deputy Speaker, I want to reiterate my eternal thanks and gratitude to all our local veterans and Defence Force personnel and their families for selflessly putting the safety of our country above all else. We are eternally grateful, lest we forget.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I start by thanking the member for Solomon for moving this motion. And in fact, I had intended to move a similar motion specific to the 80th anniversary of the culmination of Kokoda and the Battle of Boonagona Beach, and I very happily instead speak on this motion. The reason I make that point is that my great-uncle served and was awarded the Military Cross at Gona Beach in December 1942, and my grandfather, he was Major Hugh Dalby, and my grandfather Frank Stevens also served in the Pacific Theatre in the Royal Engineers, and in fact prior to that in North Africa. We're very lucky in our family that he got on the boat that went to Egypt and not the one that went to Singapore, because I don't think I would be standing here today if he had. And my mother's mother was a nurse during the war and served at the Heidelberg Hospital in Melbourne, and nursed and cared for many returned POWs and other Australian service personnel who had horrendous wounds and sometimes torturous and other awful experiences psychologically that they endured through that whole period of time. And it's very appropriate that we as a parliament always take an opportunity to remember unbelievable service that has been done for our nation by so many brave Australians that, because of that service, have put us in a position to live into the free society that we live in right now, and to have a vibrant democracy where we can come together and talk about the issues and challenges of the day. I always find when people from overseas come to Australia, one thing that strikes them, unless they're English, is when you drive through the towns of this nation, there is not a single one that doesn't have a war memorial at some prominent location in every town in this country. And most of them, first and foremost, were built after the Great War and have then been supplemented, tragically of course, by the need to also memorialise those that served and those that were killed in the Second World War. And it is spectacular the way in which service to our nation through those wars was so ubiquitous across this country, and that not a single community was untouched by both service in those wars and death in those wars. And it goes to show the mentality and the bravery of the young men of this nation, who of course from every single corner took the opportunity to join and serve, to fight for liberty and freedom, and to give us the society that we have today. So I very much join in commemorating the service and the 80th anniversary of those that served in New Guinea, including the two members of my family that I've mentioned, and the tens of thousands that served there, and the many that died there, both there and subsequently, because regrettably the statistics don't properly reflect the casualties and the fatalities from service in Papua New Guinea, because a lot of people were repatriated to Australia but succumbed to their wounds and other challenges coming from the brutality and the torment of serving in those conditions. We also thank the people of Papua New Guinea, the Fuzzy Wuzzies and others that did such unbelievable service to supporting Australian and allied troops in very challenging terrain, and of course gave our soldiers such an edge over Japanese forces. And in many ways, I think it was Paul Keating was a little bit dismissive, which I don't support, his view of Gallipoli, but he very much held the view that Kokoda was the true birth of the fighting spirit and heritage of the Australian Army, because it was very much us defending the risk of invasion of our nation, and us having to be at the vanguard of turning the tide on the Japanese advance through the Asia-Pacific. So we remember the service of all those Australians and many other friends from many other nations that ensured that we stopped that tide and that we live in the free democratic society that we take for granted today.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Solomon. And on indulgence, I would like to acknowledge the member for Solomon, as well as all members from all sides of this place, for their service to our country. Deputy Speaker, I will always speak in support of our current serving Australian Defence Force members, those that have served and those that have made the ultimate sacrifice in defence of Australia and our way of life, in maintaining world order and peace for a time. And the motion moved in the name of the member for Solomon allows me to do exactly that. For 2022 has been a milestone year in the history of our armed forces. Those major milestones are listed here in the motion itself. It marks the 80th anniversaries of the Battle of Australia, the tragic sinking of the HMAS Armidale and the pushing back of the Japanese along the famous Kokoda Track. The HMAS Armidale is a particularly painful national memory. The sinking of the Armidale will have occurred 80 years ago in 3 days' time. It was a horrific loss of life, with over 100 lives lost at sea, thankfully with 49 survivors rescued. Some of these conflicts really are the stuff of legends. They are exactly that for those like ourselves looking at these conflicts historically or academically, but for the young men out there in the field some 80 years ago. There was no legend, it was just about survival. Survival of themselves, their brothers in arms, and the nation of Australia. Many of us have been touched by these battles. Many of us have had family serving in them, and is something we would like to always learn more about, whether through quiet chats with relatives, the National Archives or the National War Memorial, just to list a couple of ways to learn a little about your family's military history. When you find out a little bit, you can't help but want to discover even more. Sometimes my inquisitive nature does get the best of me at times. The Second World War touched many families across this great country, and my family was no different. I would like to pay tribute to my family service, in particular my grandfather on my mother's side, Federal Stokey Rodder, serving as a gunner in the 2nd Field Regiment in New Guinea and Bougainville. On my father's side, my grandfather, Malcolm Rex Burnell, as a captain with the Australian Army, serving his time in Darwin as part of our homeland defence. And his brother, Noel George Burnell, a flying officer who paid the ultimate sacrifice, killed in action in New Guinea as part of the No. 23 Squadron. His memory is immortalised in the Lay Memorial in Papua New Guinea to this day. Deputy Speaker, this year, 2022, also marks the 75th anniversary of the Australian peacekeeping efforts, something that proudly continued in the years that followed. Australia's peacekeeping efforts were not solely confined to include members of the Australian Defence Force, but included police officers that were seconded to these operations, some of whom made the ultimate sacrifice. Australia has always done its duty as good international citizens in times of peace, times of war, and in times of civil unrest and upheaval abroad, whether this be close to our doorstep or further afield. Australia has fielded personnel to serve amongst the United Nations peacekeeping operations as military observers in Indonesia back in 1947, and were the first into the field. 2022 also marks the year I was first elected as a member of this place, Deputy Speaker. In my time since, I have done my utmost to connect with my veteran community within Spence and more broadly across my state of South Australia. Whether it be my engagement with several dedicated, diverse and caring organisations that, like me, want to see our veterans looked after and honoured, my engagement with the Salisbury, Elizabeth and Gawler RSLs, or by simply reading through and issuing a certificate of appreciation through the Saluting Their Service program when an application for a certificate is provided to my office. I can't help but look through the contents of the application, which often is supplied with the service record and their history. This is a fantastic initiative that has been a bipartisan one. I'd invite any eligible veterans from my electorate of Spence to make an application to my office for such a certificate. To the veteran community, I thank you for your service, and I would like to leave you in no doubt that the Parliament and your country does so too. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
At the outset, Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the member for Solomon, his service, his recognition of this important motion, and the service of all other parliamentarians who have worn a uniform,
who have served their country, and indeed all who have worn a uniform and served their country in the past, right at this very minute, and who will do so in the future. I also note the member for Solomon's motion, which includes the 80th anniversary of the Battle for Australia, 80th anniversary of the sinking of HMAS Armidale, 80th anniversary of pushing back the Japanese on the Kokoda track, 75th anniversary of the Australian peacekeeping efforts, and half a century since the end of national service. I acknowledge the fact that Wagga Wagga and the wonderful cenotaph in the Victory Memorial Gardens doesn't have too many days where there are not floral tributes on that World War I monument. And that is because in Wagga Wagga we commemorate, we indeed celebrate so much and so many of the good deeds done by our veterans for these important milestone events. Indeed, in the gardens there is a derrick from HMAS Sydney, and a mark can be seen on the flagpole where it was struck by a shell during the encounter off Cocos Islands in 1914, which resulted in the sinking of the German cruiser Emden. Wagga Wagga's involvement, indeed, with battles past goes back to Sudan and even before that. Indeed, many men served in the Boer War, the Second Boer War of 1899 to 1902. Of course, we had a long line of Khaki join the Australian Imperial Force at Gallipoli and other confrontations of the Great War. And no war is great, but the First World War of 1914 to 18. And we are very proud of our military heritage. We are very proud of our history as a city. Indeed, there's no other inland regional centre which has bases of all three arms of the defence, RAF, Navy and Army. And if you spend any given time in the Air Force, you end up at Forest Hill. All of the basic recruit training for the Australian Army is done at Kapooka. And we have indeed thousands of veterans who reside in the Riverina electorate, and many of them come to the commemorations at the Victory Memorial Gardens to honour those who went before us. And that is why I will continue to fight for a wellness centre for Wagga Wagga, for those veterans. Ironically and coincidentally, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will conduct its 8th hearing in Wagga Wagga from today. That will continue until Thursday, and I urge and encourage any veteran with a story to tell to take part in those important hearings. The Royal Commission will accept submissions up until October 13 next year, and we need to protect our veterans at every step of the way, and that's why this Royal Commission is so important, to hear those stories, more importantly to act upon what we do here, to make sure that our men and our women are very much front of mind when it comes to legislation, front of mind when it comes to care, and I know the Department of Veterans Affairs does a very good job in doing that, but there are those who have fallen through the cracks, and there are those who we need to provide every bit of support that we can as a nation. We have, of course, many milestones to honour in this nation, and I told the Parliament only the other day there were more bombs dropped on Northern Australia than were indeed dropped on Pearl Harbor, and that's a thing that I don't think too many school children know, but it's a thing that we should teach. The very first New Zealander reported killed at Gallipoli in 1915 enlisted in my electorate, enlisted at Junee. Wilfred Knight was his name, and he fought for the AIF, but he was a proud Kiwi. And I want to make sure that his service, his sacrifice is honoured with a life-size bronze statue in Broadway, to have that intrinsic important link very much at the heart of Anzac. If ever there was an Anzac story that talked about the spirit of the legend of Khaki and the legend of Anzac, it is Wilfred Knight's story, a New Zealander who served for Australia and enlisted in country New South Wales. It's an amazing and remarkable story. And like the member for Spence, many of us in this place have a family connection. Maurice Joseph Curran is mine, who died in World War I. I honour him just like I honour every single man and woman who has donned the uniform, who has gone out and served our nation.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m. today.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For over 40 years, the Islamic Republic regime has committed terrorist acts and human rights atrocities against the people of Iran, including shocking incidences of gender-based violence. The killing of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in September of this year, after being arrested for not wearing the hijab in accordance with government standards, has led to an unprecedented nationwide uprising, led largely by women whose dignity and whose rights are being crushed by this brutal regime. Responding with a brutal crackdown, Islamic Republic authorities have killed hundreds of peaceful demonstrators and injured many more. In my electorate and my office, I have met with many Kooyong constituents of Iranian background who profoundly appreciate their freedom in Australia, but fear for their family and friends in Iran. They have called on the Australian government to actively support the brave men and women of Iran in this struggle in every way possible, including the practical actions included in the petition of more than 50,000 signatures presented in the House this morning. These actions will align Australia with other liberal democratic states and enable us to uphold our democratic and human rights values. I support the spirit and the content of this petition and call on the Australian government to implement targeted sanctions and ensure that we are not supporting this brutal regime.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise for the third time to speak to the deep concern and dismay that many constituents in Bennelong continue to discuss with me about the heavy-handed measures against Iranians by Iranian authorities. It has been 73 days since the death in custody of Mahsa Amini, and Iranian people both in Iran and around the world continue to rise together in protest. The Iranian government has met these protests with brutal violence and heavy-handedness. The Prime Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister and this government have vehemently expressed their resounding condemnation of Iran's treatment of protesters and the serious concerns held regarding Iran's human rights records. In November, Australia joined Canada and New Zealand in expressing their grave concerns about the situation in Iran to the United Nations Security Council, including leading the call for the removal of Iran from the Commission on the Status of Women. Today, the Chair of the Petitions Committee presented to this place the petitions report, which included 13 separate petitions to Parliament regarding Iran, with combined signatures from over 70,000 people. I have a responsibility to the Iranian and Kurdish communities in Bennelong to continue to stand in solidarity and be their voice to the government on this matter. It's a responsibility I take seriously. I stand today with them in their right to peace. I stand with them in advocating for the rights of women, girls, children, those of all religious faiths and the LGBTIQ+ communities to live safely and freely in Iran and around the world. Zan Zandegi Azadi.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Indi.
Stephen, then you. Okay. Sorry.
I've called the member, not the member for Indi, the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Young people are increasingly disenfranchised with the Australian political system. They see government as an institution which actually hampers progress on issues that are of crucial importance to them, namely education, mental health care, climate change and housing. The National School Strikes for Climate are a powerful example of this. Thousands of young people taking to the street to demand that their futures are protected by robust action on climate change, because they have no other choice but to work outside of the political system. The same argument used to lower the voting age to 18 in 1973 are relevant today to 16 and 17-year-olds. They are able to drive cars, work, enlist in the ADF, serve their communities, yet they have no democratic say in the composition of their government or in the economy they will enter into post-education. Young people are heavily impacted by the decisions made by the government of the day. They will inherit the planet, economy and living conditions that we decide for them. Australia has previously led the way in the expansion of democracy, being one of the first countries to give women the right to vote, starting the secret ballot, and giving women the right to run for office before any other jurisdiction. It is time for us to lead the way again. It is time to lower the voting age.
Call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, the National Party consigned themselves to the past and to infamy. It was right up there with my first day at Parliament when the member for Dixon walked out on the apology to the stolen generation. Today, the Nationals stood as one and said no to a voice to Parliament for First Nations people. the leader of the Nationals has the hide to stand up and say that they believe in empowering local Indigenous communities when they've done nothing for 10 years when they were in government. A party whose former leader proclaimed after the Wick decision that they would make laws to extinguish native title as much as they could. They forced people in remote communities onto the cashless welfare card when they're in government. How is this empowering them? Deputy Speaker, I spent the weekend out at St George, my hometown, for my 40th high school reunion. And I can tell you what, local people in the bush are ready to hear the voice be delivered. First Nations people, white people out in the bush are ready for the voice to Parliament. The Nationals are an anachronism. They have no relevance to the bush anymore. There's no farmers left in the Nationals, and there's no connection with the bush anymore. The Nationals should be ashamed of themselves. I thought that the leader, the member for the Southwest Queensland, would be more in tune with the people, but he is so disconnected from the bush. He should be ashamed of himself, and the leader of the LNP in Queensland should be ashamed as well.
I now call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Rotary Youth Exchange program is ramping up again, allowing students to learn a new language, discover another culture and truly become global citizens. Exchanges for students are sponsored by Rotary clubs in more than 100 countries, including Australia. Thanks to the hard work of the Rotary Youth Exchange Committee in my electorate, Rotary District 9790 was the first to resume the program since COVID and is the only one that sent students overseas in 2022. Madam Deputy Speaker, Rotary District 9790 consists of 63 Rotary clubs from Melbourne, North East Victoria and southern New South Wales. The Youth Exchange program allows students to spend up to a year living and attending school overseas. These students become ambassadors for their families, for their hometowns and for us as Australia as a whole. As part of my parliamentarian duties, I delivered Australian flags, firstly to Lindsay Hill, who's off to Argentina, and she's already practising Spanish at her home with her parents, and then to Taji Brown from Beechworth Secondary, and she's preparing for a year-long exchange in Brazil. Lindsay and Taji are among 23 students from our district set to depart in January on the adventure of a lifetime. Thank you to our Rotary clubs for giving young Australians the opportunity to expand their cultural awareness and build lifelong transnational friendships. I'm sure this will be an invaluable experience for them.
Call the member for Corwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Andrews Labor government on a great election result in Victoria and on winning a third term with an absolute majority. Labor, Deputy Speaker, went to the election with a positive plan to move Victoria forward, including the recreation of the SEC to deal with energy prices and clean energy, policies for better infrastructure, better hospitals, better schools, free kindergarten, additional free TAFE places and a host of policies affecting communities across Victoria. I want to congratulate my state colleagues in the federal seat of Cornwall, Ros Spence, the member for Calcallo, indeed, Kathleen Matthews-Ward, the new member for Broadmeadows, and Ewan Walters, the new member for Greenvale. Ours, Deputy Speaker, is a community that needs a strong voice that speaks to the socio-economic reality on the ground. Ours is a community of workers and businesses that are deserving of a voice that understands their needs and their aspirations. It's a community that has long endured the brunt of the immediate and the far on a wide variety of issues that impact and resonate within our constituency. Locals have voted for a positive plan for the future, and I'm looking forward to working closely with my state colleagues to deliver our local community, and I look forward to doing that in conjunction, of course, with an Albanese Labor government. This is a wonderful outcome. I want to congratulate everyone on the ground. I want to congratulate my three state colleagues, and I look forward to our future collaborations.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Monash.
Yes. I wonder how many Australians know the G20 leaders recently declared their commitment to a global digital health network, and more importantly what this might mean for all of us. The G20 has signed a joint declaration which promotes a global standard on proof of vaccination for international travel. It calls for global digital health networks that build on existing digital COVID vaccine passport technology. In short, the G20 has agreed to a global COVID vaccine passport. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese signed off on a declaration of intent in Bali this month. The next step is for a treaty to be signed. If that proceeds, then Australians will have unknowingly signed off their rights to an unelected foreign body. This means that an organisation like the World Health Organisation will be able to dictate to Australians what to do with their bodies if they wish to travel overseas. It's illegal. It's legal. It's not illegal. It's legal. Scarily, it's legal. These decisions are already in place in other countries, such as the US, where you cannot enter the country as an international traveller unless you're fully vaccinated or have a medical exemption. Australians must stand up and say no. No to their elected representatives and government before it's too late. I just spoke in the parliament only a few minutes ago on the possibility of erosion of freedoms as we walk into good legislation and new technologies. In these cases, this is another example of the government trying to do good but eroding our freedoms once again, Deputy Speaker.
Call the member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday I attended the Filipino Fiesta 2022 at Carrollsbrook Park in Salisbury. It was a day of celebration of Filipino culture, music and food. We were also presented with Miss Filipino Fiesta Queens, all dressed immaculately in their beautiful dresses. The latest census shows that there are about 409,000 people across Australia with Filipino ancestry. 21,000 of those live in South Australia. With over 300,000 of them born in the Philippines, they are now the 5th largest overseas-born sector in Australia. With most Filipino people in Australia having come in the last 50 years, they have done a lot in terms of the development of our country and the prosperity we enjoy here in Australia. Filipino people contributed to Australia through the arts, through entertainment, through sports, through business, the skilled trades, and in particular, working in the personal care services. I congratulate the organising committee led by Letty de la Serna Freiberger, and I thank her and her team for sharing their culture and with the broader Australian community. I particularly thank the Filipino community in Salisbury and across Australia for their contribution to our nation's prosperity and to the development of our country.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the very patient member for Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before the election, both the Prime Minister and the Treasurer promised Australian retirees and investors that there would be no changing to franking credits. An inquiry in April 2019 showed that the abolishing refundable franking credits would unfairly hit people of modest incomes who have already retired and who are unlikely to be able to return to the workforce to make up the income that they will lose. It will force many people who have saved throughout their lives to be independent in retirement onto the aged pension. This undermines any objective that it may raise revenue and reduce dependence on taxpayers resulting from an ageing population. Despite ruling out the policy back in March 2022, Labor has broken a key election promise and hit retirees and investors with a new $555 million tax, depriving investors of franking credits that they have previously relied on, especially for retirement security. This is the second change to franking credits since the election and a clear breach of trust with the Australian people. I do not support these changes, and Australians do not deserve to be taxed twice, Madam Speaker.
Call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The annual Jagga Jagga Resilience Awards give me an opportunity to recognise students in our community who've set an example through their capacity to adapt and respond to challenges. They may have overcome personal difficulties or hardship, or they've supported others in their school and the community to be resilient throughout the year. These students sometimes may fly under the radar, but through this award, myself and our community can recognise them for showing others the way forward and for being a role model. So I'd like to congratulate the students who received the Jagga Jagga Resilience Award this year. Bronwyn Knight from St Helena Secondary College, Zoe Harvey from Loyola College, Devlin Moore from Montmorency Secondary College, Krishna Mollick from Waratah Special Development School in Belfield, Charlotte Slattery from Catholic Ladies College in Eltham, Sophie McGregor from Our Ladies of Mercy College in Heidelberg, Jackson Borden from Greensborough College, Aidan Wisely from Ivanhoe Grammar School, Oscar Ferranti from Parade College in Bundoora, and Gabrielle Richards from Viewbank College. It's been wonderful to hear all of your stories, both of what you've achieved this year and also your hopes for the future. You've all shown amazing strength, and I hope this award recognises that and celebrates your efforts. I also recognise and thank all the Year 12 students in my community for their efforts this year. Congratulations, I know you've got a great future ahead of you.
Call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the Parliament closes to an end in our final week of the sitting period, I just want to get to my feet and wish everyone a very Merry Christmas, particularly those amazing people in my electorate that make our community such a beautiful place to live. From our Rotarians, our Lions, our service organisation people, our hospital auxiliary boards, people who give their time freely and do so without seeking any accolation other than just wanting to serve their community and their fellow men. I want to acknowledge in anticipation our emergency response teams. We've had in our electorate 7 floods in 12 years, and so far to date, from a weather perspective, we have missed the type of carnage that we are used to. So I just want to acknowledge those SES personnel, our rural firefighters, our police officers, our ambulance, SES personnel who put their lives aside and get to the front line when it's needed. I want to acknowledge and just pay credit to our senior graduating students that are finishing up this year. It was a privilege to get to a number of their graduation ceremonies and watch the journey as they take in the next chapter of their life books. I want to acknowledge our school teachers, our staffs, even our cleaners at our schools. Without them, we would be poorer. I want to acknowledge my partner, Christine, and of course, in the spirit of forgiveness, I want to wish all the Labor Party colleagues on the other side a very Merry Christmas, and as a sign of absolute Christmas spirit, Merry Christmas to the crossbench as well.
And I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to stand in this place as part of an Albanese Labor government that is delivering for my electorate of Paterson, and more specifically, delivering for the patients of Maitland. Improved health services were a crucial part of my campaign at the recent election. Among those commitments, I made a promise to deliver an MRI licence for the new Maitland Hospital, locally known as the Medford Hospital 2. Federal Labor committed to delivering this vital infrastructure for our community, and in keeping so has done it in the recent budget. I was delighted that following the May election, the Honourable Mark Butler, Minister for Health, has worked with my community and me to deliver this vital commitment for our region. The deed of undertaking, otherwise known as the MRI licence for Maitland Hospital, was executed on the 4th of November this year. Since this date, I'm delighted to say that MRI services will be eligible for Medicare rebate provided the MRI service is listed on the MBS and is requested by a specialist doctor or GP. I'm delighted to be part of a Labor government that offers incentives to encourage diagnostic imaging providers to bulk bill their patients by paying an additional 10% of the MBS fee. We are delivering for Paterson as only a Labor government can.
Call the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, BACR 100.9 FM has recently changed its name to Connect FM to really, I guess, symbolise the incredible connections that it provides in our community. The station provides lots of important services in making announcements for organisations like Head to Health, East Hills Men's Shed, Canterbury Bankstown Community Transport, many others. And for many people in our community is an absolutely essential part of the media landscape. I want to thank Julianne Munns, the station manager, Tony Bennett, Marilyn Brewer, George Sinnis, Sasho Trepevsky, and all of the directors and volunteers at Connect FM who do such a fantastic job for our community. Deputy Speaker, Scouts has stood the test of time. Things don't hang around for more than a century unless there's something very special about them, and that's very much reflected in Second Mortdale Scouts, where on Saturday I was able to join in the celebrations of its 70th anniversary. It's a very strong scouting group at Mortdale, and Susan Ray, the group leader, and all the other leaders, many leaders at Second Mortdale, do a tremendous job. It was good to see Brian Davidson there, the regional Commissioner for South Metropolitan Scouts, and the many, many kids and families who are there to celebrate the special values that are learnt at Scouts and the great skills and experiences that kids learn at Second Mortdale Scouts.
I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I count myself extremely lucky to have had many wonderful and generous mentors and friends that have helped me navigate and succeed as a representative for my community. Unfortunately, last week our community lost one such passionate advocate. Alison McGarity was a member for Menai for 12 years, from 1999 to 2011. Before that, she served as a Liverpool councillor from 1994 to 1999. Alison was passionate about her family, her community and the Labor Party. Even after she left New South Wales Parliament, she continued to help, support and campaign for our community and the Labor Party. She was instrumental in setting up Liverpool Labor. I don't think she ever stopped thinking about how to improve the lives of others. Alison, unfortunately, has been unwell for some time, but that never stopped her emails to me of encouragement, advice and support. She was in Japan when the news of the Albanese government's May election victory reached her. I received an email at 1:38 a.m. congratulating us all on the election victory. Father Graham described Alison during the service as having a certain gentleness. She was generous with her time and support of anyone who crossed her path. While it's hard for the rest of us, I really acknowledge Alison's family, especially Robert, Liam and Glenn, and send them our love, thoughts and condolences.
I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, November 25th is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. In my electorate on the Mid-North Coast, we have some of the most damning statistics in the country when it comes to family and domestic violence, and this is something we need as a community to address. The behaviour that you walk past is the behaviour that you accept. We must not keep walking past behaviours that tear at the fabric of our society. Yesterday I took part in the Liberty Coastal Walk Against Domestic Violence in Port Macquarie. It was attended by hundreds of passionate locals, showing the strong desire in our community not only to raise awareness but to work towards eradicating this scourge on our society. As a former police officer and prosecutor and now the Shadow Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, I am committed to working with all and any organisations, including any political party, to make this happen. This issue is above politics. I'd like to thank Liberty Domestic and Family Violence Specialists not just for Sunday's event, but for the frontline efforts and support services you provide every single day. I hope that one day we don't need you, but until then, thank you to all of you.
I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak about a constituent of mine, Klaus Struikman. His wife, Marilyn, sent this to me. Klaus tragically passed away recently. His wife, Marilyn, spent her time caring for Klaus, going in to see him day in, day out. She was a full-time carer and worked closely with his care team at his aged care home. Mr Struikman died while in aged care. Marilyn sent his story to me because she wants his story put on the parliamentary record and an example. We must treat our old people and those in aged care better. The aged care system, so long neglected, was broken under the previous government. COVID showed us how vulnerable our aged care system was, and this Labor government will do everything we can to fix it. If a doctor or a registered nurse had been on site the day Klaus felt ill, he may be still with us today. This is what makes the reforms to aged care so important. We're talking about lives, we're talking about families, we're talking about the old people who built this nation. Marilyn, as I said to her, that nothing I'm going to say here will bring her husband back, but the Albanese government hears your story and will make sure that his story is not forgotten and the aged care system in the Northern Territory gets the attention that it so deserves.
I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we stand here today, my electorate is in flood. My electorate is half of New South Wales and a third of the Murray-Darling Basin, and every single square inch of it at some stage or other has been flooded. At the moment, the focus is on the Lachlan River as the flood peak moves down beyond Condobolin towards Uabalon and Lake Agiligo and the small community of Murrin Bridge. But that's on top of about the third flood that's been down there. And so what's different this time, in previous floods, it's generally a rainfall event, we have a flood and it moves on. This has been going on for months and months and months. And so I was with the Premier of New South Wales and the local state member in Condobolin on Friday, and the SES, who are largely volunteers, have been away from their homes, away from their jobs for weeks now, and that strain's starting to show. But there was relief that had come from Indigenous firefighters from the city and flying squads that have come through. So the focus now is on the Darling. Burke is completely surrounded. Brewarrina has been isolated for some months, all heading down through Wilcannia and into the lower Darling. And I would think that South Australia will need to be bracing after Christmas for what will have to be a record flood.
I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On the 20th of October, the 2nd Abbotsford Sea Scouts group celebrated their 90th consecutive year of operation, making them one of the oldest Sea Scouts groups in the country. This group has long connections to my electorate in Reid and has deep ties to many families in the community. They operated through the Second World War, with many older Scouts and leaders leaving the group to enlist in the armed services. Through the post-war baby boom, the group flourished with a vibrant program for kids of working families across the community. And today, they continue to run a suite of superb activities such as sailing, water skiing, hiking and camping. All these sports allow participants to develop their physical and social skills in a fun team setting. So I want to thank and congratulate the group for their contribution to the community. They are teaching kids to love and appreciate the great outdoors, and importantly, they are teaching them to work as a team, supporting and looking out for each other. Scouts play a crucial role in building leadership in our kids, and I want to congratulate the 2nd Abbotsford Sea Scouts group on their 90 years of operation, thank the volunteer Scout leaders, in particular Group Leader Con Zacharias, for all their hard work and commitment to the local community.
I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Harvey local Brady Hoff, a talented South West athlete, was drafted to the West Coast Eagles last year, and he'd played for Harvey Brunswick Leschenault in the South West Footy League, playing one senior game for the club in 2020 and ended the season by winning the club's best first-year player and Player of the Finals award. He then took his footy to the next level, playing with WAFL team Peel Thunder in 2021. Well, his natural abilities caught the attention of talent scouts very early. Even though he only played 11 Colts games and one senior match for Peel, he was selected by West Coast Eagles in the 2021 draft. After a strong pre-season, Brady made his AFL debut on the 20th of March during round 1 match against Gold Coast in Perth. Well, he amassed 10 disposals, 3 tackles, 2 marks and a clearance. In a West Coast season devastated by injury, Brady was a standout, playing 15 matches and ultimately winning the club's Emerging Talent Award, an honour that's been won by some of the club's biggest names. And earlier this month, Brady was also announced as the winner of the 2021 AJ Tood Buswell South West Times Sports Star of the Year, an award that was delayed due to COVID. Congratulations, Brady, on an outstanding year, and I wish you all the best for the upcoming season and future ahead. And I know that his parents are very, very proud of him.
Call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, on the weekend I had the honour to share in the celebration of Pauline Taffer's 100th birthday. Pauline has lived an extraordinary life. Born in Lebanon, moving to Australia with her family when she was just 11 years old, her family settled in Melbourne. Pauline and her late husband Eddie moved to Cooma in 1947, where they bought a local general store. The store sold everything from groceries to clothes and kept the fishing tackle plentiful, much through the boom with the commencement of the Snowy Hydro project. It was mentioned to me that despite being in her late 80s, Pauline still worked 9 to 5. And after 61 years, Pauline had become Coomer's longest-serving businesswoman, closing the store in 2008. Among Pauline's fondest memories is when she carried the Queen's baton through Coomer as part of the celebrations for the 2006 Commonwealth Games when she was 84. I took some valuable notes on her key to longevity, keeping active by just doing something every day, continuing to enjoy a Middle Eastern diet, whilst also making a point of dressing nicely every day. Thank you to the aged care staff at Warragul and Stirling for their care and kindness for Pauline. I'd also like to thank Pauline's family, Mitri, Ada and Louise, for inviting me to her celebration. Happy birthday, Pauline.
Call the member for Petrie.
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. And look, with the first of the month almost upon us and the last sitting week of the year here, I want to take this opportunity to wish all my constituents a Merry Christmas and all my colleagues in this place. You'll get my Christmas card soon in the mail, so look out for that. It's being delivered to the people of Petrie in the next week or so, but it reads as following. It's the most wonderful time of the year. During this Christmas and holiday season, let's take time to reflect on the many blessings we have been given, including our relationships with others. And as the Shadow Minister for Defence Personnel, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Australian Defence Force for their service, and I wish them a very Merry Christmas and holiday season. I pray for peace, health and prosperity over you and your loved ones, and I look forward to continuing to serve you as your federal MP throughout 2023. And can I just take the opportunity to thank everyone in this chamber, all the government members, opposition members. Merry Christmas to you all. To all the staff that work here in Australian Parliament House, you do an absolutely wonderful job and we really appreciate it. I hope you all have a great Christmas. Thank you very much.
Call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Congratulations to the Melbourne Demons on taking out the 2022 AFLW Premiership in a close grand final at Springfield and Ipswich yesterday afternoon. Commiserations to my team and the minor premiers, the Brisbane Lions. Yesterday was the opening of the $82 million Brighton Homes Arena, and the Premier of Queensland was there, the Speaker and local MP, Milton Dick, and the Federal Minister for Sport, Annika Wells, was also there. We were all proudly cheering on the Brisbane Lions before a sellout crowd. This state-of-the-art stadium is jointly funded by the federal and Queensland governments, the Ipswich City Council, the AFL and the Brisbane Lions, and private partners, including Springfield City Group, and it shows what can be done when we all work together. I recall announcing the federal $15 million with the member for Ballarat back in 2013 in the May budget then. I want to congratulate particularly Greg Swan, the CEO of the Brisbane Lions, and a big shout out to the former chair, Bob Sharpless. This wouldn't have happened without you, Bob. You made a great effort. Your tireless work has brought this about. The stadium is the culmination of work, the new home for the AFL team, the Brisbane Lions, and it'll be the training ground for the men's and women's team and the home ground facility for the women's team. It also housed Multicultural Australia for the growing multicultural communities in the eastern suburbs and across Ipswich. It's a world-class arena and will be earmarked for a potential 2032 Olympic and major concert site. Congratulations, Brisbane Lions.
Call the member for Lyon. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dougal Allison of the Dungog Show president told me that despite a bit of rain, nothing could dampen the enthusiasm of visitors to the 127th Dungog Show, with record gate takings, which will be reinvested in upgrades and improvements to the showground. I'd just like to congratulate Dougal and all the hard-working committee. And Janice Paulson recently received a prestigious Edna Ryan Award, joining a long list of distinguished, diverse and dedicated Australian women who've been acknowledged and celebrated for their advocacy and contribution to local and wider communities. And Janice sits on several boards, including the Foster Local Aboriginal Land Council and Tari Indigenous Employment Development Service, and is organising local participants for next year's Elder Olympics in Nelson Bay. So congratulations to Janice. I'd like to also give recognition to Donna Carrier, the owner of award-winning Benton Food in Wingham that I've dined at many times. She recently won the Dean Goddard Award at the 2022 New South Wales Tourism Awards. Donna is a local legend, a hospitality and tourism entrepreneur with a passion for agri-tourism and all our region in line. Benton Food itself won a silver for excellence in food tourism. I'd also like to congratulate Seahorse Diamond Beach for Aussie Arking Barrington Tops. Mid-Coast Council Tourism Brand Developers won the Barrington Coast won gold in the local government and tourism category.
Time has expired, unfortunately, member. I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to read a speech from a 14-year-old Dominic who lives in Tangi. The speech is in response to the following question posted by Raise Our Voice Australia. What should Australia's new parliament accomplish? Here are Dominic's words. 80 million of supposed water buyback, more than 100 million in sport rods, countless subsidies and grants to corporations, all out of the taxpayers' pocket. This is what Australian politics has become. Systematic corruption has always been an issue in Australia, and the cracks are clearly visible. Our ranking in the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index dropped 6 places between 2012 and 2015. In 2019, only 25% of Australians said they trusted the government. The duty of Parliament is to serve the Australian people, not lobbyists or donors. Corruption and pandering to corporate interests is never acceptable, regardless of party affiliation. The proposed National Anti-Corruption Commission is a promising start to combating the rampant integrity issue in our government. I encourage Parliament to strengthen the Commission by ensuring public hearings and implementing additional measures such as Whistleblower Protection Authority. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Dominic.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Population growth in Perth's northern coastal suburbs is occurring at the rate of 10,000 new residents each year. The Albanese government's first budget has failed to deliver the necessary funding that our community requires to address unmet needs. Patient waiting times at our local Joondalup hospital have continued to escalate, with ambulances containing patients ramped outside the emergency department for 677 hours during October. Ambulance ramping peaked in May this year, with over 1,022 hours of ramping at our hospital. In 2022, ambulances have spent over 54,000 hours ramped outside WA hospitals, 1,600 more hours than in 2021 and over 28,000 more hours than in 2020. Yet no provision has been made in the current budget for future health facilities to meet anticipated population growth. This short-sighted approach, when we know that the population in the region is growing at the rate of 10,000 residents per year, it will only mean greater pressure on the already overstretched Joondalup Hospital, with longer waiting times for patients. Labor needs to commit funding to a new health facility in our northern suburbs to alleviate the demand on our Joondalup Hospital from the rapidly growing outer metropolitan communities.
I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Representing your country on the world stage is the highest honour you can achieve in your sporting career. Aaron Batchelor is a passionate pool player from Muswellbrook. He is also a board member of the Australian Blackball International Federation and is also the head coordinator of Learning and Physical Disability Section. Aaron's story is truly inspiring, Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, Aaron had a stroke when he was 9 years old and was told by the doctors that he would never play sports again. But after being invited to go play some pool with his best mate Tim, he discovered a new passion. Aaron discovered that despite having no movement in his fingers and minimal movement in his elbow and shoulder, he could rest the pool cue on his arm and use his right arm to shoot the ball. Earlier this year, Aaron was selected to represent Australia at the Blackball World Championships in Morocco in October. He was also chosen to be the flag bearer for the Australian team. What a great honour that would be. Aaron finished 4th in the singles event and the disabled team finished 3rd in the world. Congratulations, Aaron and your team, on a successful World Championships, and I look forward to having a game of pool with you at a pub shortly. Thank you.
I call the member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. Over the weekend, we saw an extraordinary development in Labor's reckless quest to pass its radical workplace relations agenda. On Saturday night, Labor leaders engaged in a late-night talk fest with Independent Senator David Pocock to strike a deal on the passage of the bill. According to media reports, up for negotiation was a change to the size of business can be roped in to multi-employer bargaining, with the threshold lifted from 15 to 20 employees. And businesses with fewer than 50 employees can also supposedly now avoid industry-wide bargaining if there is a belief that they are not comparable with other companies, with the onus on the union movement to prove a common interest. Unsurprisingly, these concessions have not eased the fears of the family-owned and aspirational businesses in my electorate. They, along with many business groups, agree with the Coalition's assessment that Labor's legislation will complicate the system and create conflict in workplaces and cause delays. On top of this, the independent senator's deal does not remove the issue of cost revealed in the regulatory impact statement. A small or medium business owner in my region is still on the hook for between $14,000 and $80,000 in costs if forced to participate in multi-employer bargaining. And given how tough times are, I don't know many who could afford such a hefty hit, especially with power prices, inflation and interest rates all going up. Labor have tried to reduce this debate to be simply about wages, neglecting to mention that jobs will be lost if businesses are forced to scale back or close. Key Australian values of autonomy, freedom of association will be undermined as businesses lose their ability to negotiate in a shift of power towards the unions.
I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, the Victorian people voted resoundingly to re-elect the Andrews Labor government for a third term.
Did they ever?
The result was a ringing endorsement of the Andrews Labor government's not only last 8 years of governing, but for their vision for the next 4. The Andrews Labor government presented a comprehensive plan for doing what matters. And, like the majority of people in my electorate of Hawke, I am very, very proud to have gone out and voted for it. We voted for new TAFE campuses in Sunbury and Melton. We voted to upgrade schools and facilities in Bacchus Marsh. And, as my friend, the member for Hunter here, will be very pleased to hear, we voted for a real Melton hospital.
Oh, here we go. Fantastic.
We voted for free kinder and for cleaner and cheaper energy through the re-establishment of the SEC. We voted for more level crossing removals and better conditions for Victorian workers. I would like to congratulate the local members that I share some territory with on their outstanding advocacy and successful re-elections. Steve McGee in Melton, Michaela Settle in Eureka and Josh Bull in Sunbury. I would also like to congratulate Premier Dan Andrews, my friend, his Chief of Staff, Lissy Ratcliffe, as well as the team at Victorian Labor for running an exceptional campaign, particularly State Secretary Chris Ford, Jet Fogarty and Darren Moss.
I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to add my voice to the Hills community who worked together on Friday to say no to domestic violence, a campaign that was launched at the Castle Hill RSL in my electorate, along with the New South Wales Police. Together with Hills Domestic Violence Prevention Network, the Lisa Harnham Foundation, the Sanctuary and the Hills Women's Shelter, they also acknowledged the deaths of each and every single person from domestic violence this year by name in a rose ceremony. This, of course, is a powerful way to recognise that the women and the people who die from domestic violence each year are not just statistics but are individuals, and all of those names were spoken about and their lives and their individuality acknowledged in a ceremony at the Castle Hill RSL. Deputy Speaker, all of us are shocked at the increase in this terrible crime in our communities, hidden away often in sometimes our Hills community as well in northwest Sydney. And I acknowledge the efforts of the New South Wales Police and all my domestic violence services in our electorate that work so hard to bring these issues to light, to work together with people to understand that these are very difficult problems to tackle, that we must do that together as a community, working with the police, but also with our Hills Domestic Violence Prevention Network, the Sanctuary and the Lisa Harnham Foundation, all of who do an outstanding job. And while I wasn't able to attend because of parliamentary commitments, I wanted to add my voice to the international campaign for the elimination of violence against women and world human rights.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this speech was written by Bridget Raftery, aged 16, from my electorate of Gilmore, thanks to Raise Our Voice Australia. My name is Bridget and I come from a small town on the New South Wales South Coast, where community and connection are integral to my daily routine. I hear one concurrent notion in political conversations, that the amplification of marginalised voices to achieve a common goal is imperative to the new government's success. However, the election promises of the government have seen little airtime and have not yet been ratified. I would like the new Parliament to achieve these promises as soon as possible, as this will increase Australia's resolve to combat issues such as climate change. I believe this is only possible via close consultation with the people they directly affect. I want discussions about women, First Nations peoples and other marginalised communities moving out of Parliament, out of offices and into communities like mine that are willing and able to have the conversation. Many Australians feel disengaged from our policymakers, and we must resolve this first. It is impossible to achieve a resolution to suit the majority if the majority is rarely consulted and feels excluded. To rejuvenate Australia's fighting spirit, we must bring them together to face our common enemy in climate change. We must stand united. It is the only way forward. Thank you, Bridget, and well done.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion relating to arts funding.
I move the motion relating to arts funding in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Do I need to call
Don't we need a seconder?
after you've spoken? I'll call for a second.
Rightio. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This motion is an important motion because it appears that the current government has forgotten the amazing support that when we were last in government, that the coalition delivered to support the creative economy during the COVID pandemic. As you know, creative economy needs venues, needs people, needs crowds, and it was not forgotten during the COVID lockdown period. The Restart Investment to Sustain and Expand RISE Fund was a considerable fund, $200 million in total. There were 7 rounds of funding to a wide variety of creative projects across the country. Just some examples that I've looked up. The Soundstation Music Festival in Newcastle, the development and tour of a new physical theatre production, Airtime, and various tours, Empire Touring Theatre Series, the Hide the Dog Tour, the production and regional tour and mentorship program done by the Riverside Nationals Theatre of Parramatta. Across the country, these are some of the things that we funded to keep people enjoying the arts and to make all these creative industries, which employ hundreds of thousands of people, viable during the COVID lockdowns and periods when crowds were not possible. We also announced the Arts Sustainability Fund, which systemically supported many large arts companies to survive, because they do get government funding, but they rely on income from exhibitions, from visitors to their performances, and some of these peak entities were nationally renowned, internationally known, and we were faced with the prospect that all the skills that had all been collected would have just frittered away and vanished. People like the Sydney Symphony Orchestra, the Sydney Theatre Company, the Brandenburg Ensemble, the Queensland Ballet, Opera Australia, Design Tasmania, the National Institute of Dramatic Art, NIDA, where my brother spent time as a young teenager. It's internationally renowned. All the Australian actors and actresses who've been reached international heights all seem to have gone through NIDA or similar dramatic art institutes. The Melbourne Theatre Company, the Australian Ballet, internationally renowned. Imagine if that had folded because they couldn't perform and earn income and keep the troupes together. The Contemporary Circus Limited and the Malthouse Theatre. And in total, all the other things amounted to $1 billion, which is an amazing portfolio assembled for the Commonwealth Government to support the creative arts and art funding. Now, in the last budget in March 2022, an extra $20 million was allocated to the RISE Fund, It was deployed in the March 2022 budget, but it appears to have gone missing in action. There was a sort of faux re-announcement as though it was new money. The same $20 million appeared in an announcement by the current government for a live performance support fund, but nothing has ever come out of it. Talk about moving the chestnuts around the table and trying to confuse people. Abruptly and disconcertingly disbanding the Creative Economy Task Force, which again comprised a distinguished group of eminent arts leaders who'd been doing outstanding work, and to summarily disband it is counterproductive. I know every government wants to make their mark, but when there are good things that have been established that deliver long-term benefit, a wise government looks at what's there and makes a dispassionate decision, and I can't imagine they would assemble a better group of people. But the RISE Fund was critical. 541 projects, over 4,000 locations, targeting over 195,000 job opportunities and experience for more than 55 million Australians. That's an amazing achievement in the space of 3 years. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for creating this opportunity to talk about the arts, as I am always really proud to talk about the arts in this place, and particularly the vibrant and active arts community in the ACT, who I've been proud to advocate for throughout the pandemic. The arts were so critical. Well, the arts are so central, actually, to all aspects of Australian life. They tell our stories, they inspire us, and the pandemic really brought this to the fore, as it was to the arts that we looked for comfort and entertainment, but it was also the arts that suffered the most as people were unable to gather together at live performances in galleries, and the jobs in those sectors were obviously some of the first to be hit and the worst hit by the economic impacts of the pandemic. So it was throughout that time that myself and others in the then opposition were very proud to stand up and fight for the arts in this place, as they were neglected by the previous government throughout that. For the first 100 days of the pandemic, nothing was said by the previous coalition government about the arts. They were largely left out of the JobKeeper scheme due to the nature of their employment, and there was no specific support for them for a very long time throughout that time. It was as if the arts were not seen as real workers, as if people, creatives and people in creative industries, their jobs were not equal to other jobs. And we also saw that in the university sector, and we saw that with casuals, and I could go on. But I will focus today on the arts sector. So the then Liberal National Government really were dragged kicking and screaming to support the arts sector during the pandemic at all, while artists desperately needed our help. And I also want to note that it's the arts community who are often the first to step up and support the broader community when disaster hits, and the bushfires were a perfect example of that, where they made donations and ran performances that were to raise money for affected communities. But when they were hit, their government was missing in action. The then Minister Paul Fletcher misled people about how much support was going to the arts sector during the COVID pandemic. He claimed that up to $10 billion in support was going to arts sector workers through the JobKeeper scheme, but included in that were non-arts sector workers like clothing and footwear wholesaling and retailing, clothing manufacturing, jewellery wholesaling and retailing sectors, so not really arts at all. The belated response in establishing the RISE Fund had no vision and no strategy. And the Liberals and Nationals came under fire, as we know, for granting $1.35 million to a Guns N' Roses tour, while our Australian performers and artists were really struggling, and the neediest parts of the sector were left with nothing. And this was heavily criticised by Australian artists and by Labor. Australia has had two landmark cultural policies, and those were both delivered by Labor. The first, Creative Nation under Paul Keating, and Creative Australia under Simon Crean. And we will honour that legacy by delivering a national cultural policy. The Liberals, in fact, scrapped the last national cultural policy in 2013, and they replaced it with nothing. So we are very proud now in government, again, in the first 6 months, to have this well underway and will be announced by the end of the year. And Minister Tony Burke has been travelling the country, talking with artists and creatives and the sector around the development of that policy, and I was really pleased to attend his town hall in Canberra with our arts community, notably at the Gorman House Arts Centre, which Labor is also going to be contributing, federal Labor contributing $5 million to its really much needed renovations. We are working hard on our commitment to launch the National Cultural Policy and change the trajectory of the sector after this decade of neglect. This will put arts back at the centre of all aspects of life and policy where it belongs in Australia, and I am very proud to be part of a government that is going to stand up for our arts sector, the jobs involved and the intrinsic importance of arts to Australian life. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, reputations are often hard fought, but there is one reputation that this newly minted government that has spent now 6 months in charge of has earned for itself very quickly. And that is the reputation that this is a government that says one thing before an election and one very different thing after the election. It's also, picking up something that the member for Canberra just said, it's a government that's pretty heavy on the yap, the talk. I mean, you would think that those opposite hadn't spent 9 years in opposition preparing for their time in the sun, but they did. I don't know what they did, Mr Deputy Speaker, while they were in opposition, but they certainly didn't develop a suite of policies in this space or in others. So let's go back to the say one thing before an election, another thing after the election, because as it relates to this bill, of course, I sat in the House day after day after day, in the middle, no less, of a pandemic, when we were accused of doing nothing for the creative sector. Nothing for the creative sector. We had left artists, actors, musicians behind. Nothing could be further from the truth. We obviously established emergency measures, including RISE, which supported 541 projects, over 4,000 locations, 195,000 direct jobs. But you would think those that were so vociferous with their objection would have a plan ready to go on day one. But we just heard from the member for Canberra that they're actively engaging in consultation right now about what their policy should be. I mean, if you're an artist, just keep waiting, because what they've done is cancelled the very successful RISE program, and in response, they'd like you to turn up to a roundtable and tell them what they should be doing. Now, it sounds a lot like a commitment for a $275 reduction in your energy bill, which of course was a commitment that was made time and time and time and time again before the election, but not a mention of it after. And of course, I think the big daddy of all the examples of where you say one thing before an election and do something very different after the election was the commitment that the then opposition made via the now Treasurer to indicate that their platform would not involve pattern bargaining of any shape or form going forward. And of course, what do we have now? We have an industrial relations bill, a suite of measures, much of which is... No danger of going to the motion. No, well, I'm speaking to the motion and the tendency to say one thing before the election for the member opposite and one very different thing afterwards. I'm just speaking of the propensity unlimited as it is for those opposite to do, say, one thing before the election and one very different thing after the election. You know, the single most important creative cultural event that takes place in my election is Generations in Jazz. This was an event that brings 6,000 school students to a tent in the middle of a paddock. Now, you can appreciate that wasn't a very COVID-conducive environment, and as a result, over a number of years, that event was cancelled. It was on its knees. And at the very time that I was in this place and those opposite were accusing us of turning our back on the creative industries, the creative sector, I secured a grant of $350,000 for that event. That allowed that event to put on a gala performance, with much of that funding going towards artists who are having a very difficult time during COVID. But more importantly, it meant that that event survived. It means that we're a chance of that event taking place in my community again. 6,000 school students travelling to regional South Australia for the ultimate band camp. Now, those opposite, criticism is one thing. Throwing stones from opposition, very easy. I tell you what's hard, governing. And your behaviour, the behaviour of those opposite on this is an indication that they're not up to government.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The modern Australian Labor Party is a proud supporter of the Australian arts industry. From Gough Whitlam to Paul Keating's Creative Nation or Julie Gillard's Creative Australia, Labor has a vision for the arts. You don't have to go back far to see what the Liberals and Nationals actually think of the arts portfolio. The Morrison government was so obsessed with culture wars it even removed the word arts from government departments. That is not an Orwellian metaphor. It was a blunt trauma blow to a major sector of our economy. Under the Coalition, the arts endured nearly a decade of cuts and, even worse, interference. Don't be fooled, the Luddites opposite, with respect to those sitting actually opposite me, the Coalition, the Luddites opposite will talk about the so-called record investment in 21-22, but there are a few caveats people should understand. Firstly, when the COVID pandemic first hit, the Arts Minister Paul Fletcher went missing for the first 100 days. So as COVID was hitting the arts sector hardest, with mass cancellation of live performances and shows, their minister went into hiding. The Morrison government had to be dragged kicking and screaming to support the arts sector during the pandemic, right when artists desperately needed help. And of course, when they did finally provide some support, they didn't tell the truth. Minister Fletcher claimed the arts sector received up to $10 billion in support, which included JobKeeper. What he failed to say was that part of the record funding didn't just go to the arts sector. But then again, if you don't see the arts as a priority, why would you know the difference? It also went to clothing and footwear wholesaling and retailing, clothing manufacturing and the jewellery wholesaling and retailing sectors. So, call me old-fashioned, but I don't think someone working at the local sports store would be classed as an artist. Those opposite crow about their RISE funding and how great it was for the arts. We heard the member for Barker say that. Well, it was certainly good for William Rose. Listeners might actually know him as Axl Rose, because Paul Fletcher provided $1.35 million across 2 grants for a Guns N' Roses tour. Now, I'm more of a spring rain rather than November rain sort of guy, but with Guns N' Roses' back catalogue, they surely didn't require the assistance of Australian taxpayers, especially while many local artists didn't have extensive and lucrative career earnings to fall back on, while their local gigs were being cancelled and their incomes disappeared. It's that famous Leppington Triangle-style judgment on show yet again. The Coalition's funding program had no vision, no strategy and no long-term impacts for the arts industry, almost like they're ashamed of Australian stories and Australian storytellers. That's the difference between Labor and the Liberal Nationals. Compare the arts legacies of Whitlam, Hawke, Keating, Rudd and Gillard to the forelock tuggers opposite, to their knights and dames and false nationalism and divisive culture wars. Because they don't know who they are or what they believe in, all they do is attack Labor's hopeful vision for this nation. Labor under Tony Burke is passionate about the arts. Labor wants to assist the sector and leave a proud national legacy. Only last week, The Minister for the Arts spoke of his support for our local TV and film industry, right on in this building. I also note that Thelma Plum, from Yeronga State High School in my electorate, wanted him to introduce her at every gig after his stellar effort when she was here to promote the ARIAs. What a difference that is to the Abbott, Turnbull, Morris apathetic approach to the arts. Labor is currently working on delivering a national cultural policy to change the trajectory of the sector after this decade of neglect. The lack of cultural policy over the last 10 years has contributed to damage, neglect and policy drift in the sector, leaving it even more vulnerable to the cuts of the coalition. The National Cultural Policy will be a broad and comprehensive roadmap for Australia's arts and culture, touching on all areas of government from cultural diplomacy in foreign affairs through to health and education. I know that Minister Burke and the Special Envoy for the Arts, Susan Templeman, attended town hall meetings and also received over 1,300 submissions as part of the consultation process. Some of Australia's finest artistic and creative minds have been a part of this process. They've helped guide the development of the cultural policy, identified key themes and issues raised in submissions. That is what good governments do. You talk to stakeholders, you listen to what they're saying and work with them to deliver outcomes. Australia needs a coherent, industry-led and supported policy to guide and support the arts sector for today and off into the future. Unlike the previous government who scrapped Creative Australia and replaced it with nothing, reduced funding of around $11 million a year to the Australian Council, created a task force to advise on arts policy when they didn't even have an arts policy. Unlike the coalition, Labor supports our arts sectors and I'm excited to see what comes from our national cultural policy when it is launched.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Arts, culture and entertainment tell our stories back to us. They share familiar and unique perspectives. They shape our dreams and imagination and affect our well-being, our social cohesion, our health, our sense of place, our sense of pride. On the eve of the launch of Australia's first national cultural policy in almost a decade, I rise today to share some small stories of the arts from my electorate, the celebrations, the struggles and the opportunities. And I'd like to acknowledge in the chamber today the member for Macquarie who travelled the country consulting on this very policy, including to the border region that I represent, and I thank her for that. On a rainy Friday night a few weeks ago, I attended the King Valley Art Show. It was a gala night in Whitfield. This was the triumphant return of a mainstay event of the local cultural scene that was so strong before COVID. I joined over 200 people on that opening night in a tin shed in Whitfield, and I was honoured to meet Gala Prize winner Jackie McLeish, whose painting of the iconic Northo Hotel in Wangaratta won Top Gong. There were over 300 artworks displayed, illustrating the depth of talent in our community. In celebrating moments like this, I will never forget how tough the last few years were for the arts. And I'm sad to say the former government dithered in supporting artists when lockdowns first occurred. Many arts workers were excluded from JobKeeper. They've never forgotten it. By the time the former government finally acted, many arts workers and artists had already given up. They left the sector altogether for their own survival, and many, sadly, have not returned. So I must say, I find it rather rich for a Coalition MP to move this motion criticising the last 6 months after their shameful record of the last decade of arts sabotage, where funding has dwindled or stagnated at a huge cost to our cultural and economic fabric. Arts and culture sectors don't exist in a vacuum. In regional Victoria, they drive tourism, and it has flow-on benefits to our hospitality and accommodation sectors. In Indi, these sectors employ almost 1,000 people. These are the people who teach our kids to play the piano, to teach them to dance. They're the bands that perform in local pubs. They're the artists who perform at the wonderful Hot House Theatre in Wodonga. I was fortunate to meet Regional Arts Victoria last week, the peak body for regional artists and arts organisations. It backs artists and communities across regional Victoria to make, participate in and experience creative work. They made a submission to the National Cultural Policy, which I hope the government has considered. One of the issues their member bodies are grappling with are workforce shortages. Even the smallest production requires a team of skilled professionals to pull it off. During COVID, there was an exodus of arts workers to other sectors, and there aren't enough theatre technicians, and there isn't a training pathway for this highly in-demand skill set, particularly in regional areas. So I think we should be considering a skills package to grow our regional arts and culture workforce. There's scope for our TAFE sector to step in and fill this gap. And this could explore apprenticeships or subsidised traineeships at local providers. And we need our schools, our careers counsellors and our community leaders promoting the idea locally of having a career in the arts. Last month, I secured an amendment to require the newly established Jobs and Skills Australia to provide advice to the Minister in relation to skills and training and workforce needs in regional, rural and remote Australia. Our arts and culture workforce needs this focus, and I would urge Jobs and Skills Australia to start their work right there in the arts. We also need investment in our local arts infrastructure. The Hothouse Theatre redevelopment in Wodonga would give new life to one of the region's key cultural tourism assets. Hothouse has a rich and celebrated history in commissioning, producing, nurturing and presenting new contemporary Australian theatre right there in regional Australia, and they could do so much more with better facilities. Then there's the Benalla Art Gallery Phase 2, the expansion of the gallery space to improve the interface and activities between the gallery, Lake Benalla, the CBD and the magnificent Heritage Botanical Gardens. It's a jewel in our crown, but it's lost its sparkle and it needs investment. I thank directors Carla Conway from Hothouse and Eric Nash from Benalla Art Gallery for their dogged advocacy on behalf of their communities. These are the resources, these are the people that will transform and safeguard our local arts and cultural centre to be sustainable, vibrant into the future and position rural and regional Australia as a shining light in arts and culture.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Indi and the member for Moreton before her in acknowledging my work as Special Envoy in the consultation on our national cultural policy, and importantly for their passionate endorsement of the arts sector, which we know is much more than about going and seeing a show. It's about who we are as Australians and the stories that we tell. Deputy Speaker, the arts portfolio spans a very wide range of activities and programs that enrich and shape people's lives. And I'm very much looking forward to the release of the National Cultural Policy, but I want to talk about the work of one lesser-known area of the arts portfolio. And this is an area that carries out repatriations of ancestral remains from around the world, and this falls under the arts portfolio. I'm proud to be standing in this place wearing two special pins. One is the symbol of the Australian Government's Indigenous Repatriation Program, and I wear it very proudly, having taken part in the repatriation this month in Leipzig, Germany, where the ancestral remains of 6 Aboriginal men and women were returned to the safekeeping of community representatives. I accompanied the representatives of the Gadigal, Awabakal, Worimi and Muti Muti people, who'd been given the responsibility by their communities to bring their old people home. Australia cannot truly be at peace with itself as a nation while the journey of reconciliation is incomplete. And as the delegation and I travelled to the other side of the world together, they shared with me their hope that we were taking a step closer to reconciliation. There are many injustices that have been perpetrated against Australia's First Nations people that we must acknowledge and strive to put right. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the remains of many First Nations Australians were separated from their country, traded and ultimately ending up in museums around the world. This caused profound and ongoing grief to First Nations people. It should never have happened. These ancestors should never have been taken away from their country. Several community representatives in the delegation told me that repatriation of ancestors is a crucial part of the process of healing, truth-telling and reconciliation. Because of this repatriation, these ancestors can return to country where they belong. The government has supported the repatriation of ancestors from overseas for more than 30 years, and yes, it happens through the Department of the Arts. Since 1990, more than 1,600 ancestors have been returned to Australia. I pay tribute to the State of Saxony, the State Ethnographic Collections of Saxony and the Grassi Museum for this repatriation, particularly Director Leontine Mieger van Mensch and Birgit Scheps-Brettschneider, curator of the Australian and South Pacific collections, and Julianne Hertz, all of whom made it possible for these ancestors to come home. The German collection museums have done nothing wrong right now. They are trying to right a wrong that occurred in the past, and I thank them for the respect that they've showed to First Nations community representatives who have ended up in their institutions, who are there to collect the remains that have ended up in their institutions. The repatriation sets an example that other institutions should look to. Many of the museums who've agreed to repatriations have found that the process has opened a new chapter in their history. In many instances, it's led to constructive and positive relationships between the museums and Indigenous people in which knowledge can be shared and important new dialogues opened. And I want to acknowledge the representatives who travelled with me as part of the delegation: Rowena Walsh, Kellyanna Rayland, David Feeney and Kamara Kelly, who were joined by Nathan Moran, Jenna Dungy, Lindsay Munro and Jacqueline Gibbs, plus Warramie man Jamie Tarrant. And that brings me to the second special pin that he asked me to wear in this place. It represents the Warramie conservation lands that he cares for around Nelson Bay, and I'm very proud to wear it. Thank you all for including me on your journey and letting me see your strength, your vulnerability, your generosity and your dignity. I also want to acknowledge the staff of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts for their diligent work in negotiating the repatriation of these ancestors and the sensitivity they've shown in doing so. Director David Doble and Assistant Director Amanda Morley and their team. Without David's commitment and Amanda's determination, we would not have had ancestral remains being returned. And they have much work to do, and I look forward to our government supporting even more work in this area to bring people home.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, motion relating to the National Broadband Network.
And I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the National Broadband Network in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government was elected on a platform of a better future for all Australians, regardless of whether you live in our cities, our suburbs or out in our regions. This is a platform that we are wasting no time in affirming our commitment to and delivering on. A large part of this platform is to tighten up the digital divide that we currently see in Australia between our cities and our regions. There is no denying that after 9 long years of mismanagement from the former Liberal and National government, that the digital divide has widened and many people have been left behind. We have a very big multi-technology mess to clean up. The previous government for 9 years, let's be frank, completely bungled the NBN rollout, and they turned what could have been a world-leading program into a slow-paced and uneven system of broadband connectivity. Just imagine if they'd continued with what had been started, so many more, millions of more households would be connected to full fibre. And that's not good just for consumers, but it's good for businesses, health services, education. Yet, of course, what they did was they started all over again, and they made a mess of it. The Coalition's record on the NBN is a masterclass in what not to do. It truly highlights their complete economic and technological incompetence. And I've got to say, Deputy Speaker, when former Prime Minister Abbott made his comments about the country's NBN needs or broadband needs, you could forgive him because he was not really. This wasn't his area of expertise. Let's be frank. But when Prime Minister Turnbull came along, this is a man who understood technology, he understood finance, he understood what should have happened, and frankly, I think it's a great disappointment, particularly under Prime Minister Turnbull, that he allowed the NBN rollout to continue to be such a mess. Through delays and cost blowouts, the Coalition's initial promise to build the NBN for $29 billion, something the Labor Party said couldn't happen, but the Liberals were adamant. So the Liberals said they'd build it for $29 billion. Well, Deputy Speaker, that soon turned into $41 billion. And then $49 billion.
and then it actually ended up costing $58 billion. Double the cost, and we've got half the quality of what could have been. For that money, if they'd continued with the NBN as Labor had designed it initially, then we would have had a full-blown NBN, full fibre optic, to I think 93% of the population from memory, for probably less than that amount. So not only does this cost blowout prove that those opposite cannot manage a budget and show financial responsibility, but the delays to the rollout caused Australia to trail other developed countries on broadband quality and speeds. They leapfrogged us. The previous government did nothing but bungle the NBN and leave Australia behind in a technological dark age. Deputy Speaker, if they were in power today, sadly this would still be the case. Only this month, Senator Sarah Henderson described expanding fibre access to more Australians as, quote, wasting taxpayers' funds. Unbelievable. The fact is, the Coalition is more than happy to leave regional Australians in the dark with poor internet reliability and speeds. We, on the other hand, are not. We are determined to close the digital divide that those opposite failed to close up. Unlike the Coalition, the Albanese government firmly believes in enabling the NBN's full potential. We have a proud history of backing and developing our technological capacity through the NBN. It was Labor who founded the NBN with the purpose of providing fast, reliable and affordable broadband to all Australians. It's a legacy that remains true today, and it remains this government's goal for the NBN. Deputy Speaker, in the 21st century, access to reliable broadband is not a luxury or a privilege, it is a necessity. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us that, the importance of reliable broadband for all Australians. The Albanese government's expanding full fibre access to 1.5 million premises by 2025 with a $2.4 billion equity investment over 4 years in this budget. This will ensure faster and more reliable NBN to more Australians, including many throughout the regions. We are determined to close the digital divide that those failed to do. We built the NBN originally. We're back on track, and we're going to make sure the NBN is fit for purpose going into the future. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? Member for Corangamite, and reserve your right to speak. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Lyons for this important motion. I'm encouraged by the government's budget commitment to improve the NBN, critical technology that has been substandard for far too long. But let me say I am watching you, because Australians should be able to connect to the internet no matter where they are. It's an essential service, as vital as water, electricity or roads. But for too long, those in the regions, including in my electorate of Indi, have not received the fast, reliable internet that our city cousins are benefiting from. The promise originally was bold, but the disappointment has been bitter. Constituents frequently contact me about the woeful speeds of the NBN. These constituents are businesses, doctors, students, older people, younger people. The Mitta Brewing Company recently told me that on weekends the NBN is so slow it can completely drop out and they can't use their FPOS machine. That's a pub with free beer if you can't charge the customer. We need to get this fixed. In Beechworth, GP clinics installed NBN only to discover it's so unreliable that it becomes a health hazard when telehealth services constantly drop out. Constituents from Kinglake and Marysville, communities that were significantly impacted by the 2009 Black Summer bushfires, contact me fearing for the next disaster event when communities will struggle to stay informed and connected because the NBN speeds are just so poor. One constituent contacted me only last month sharing her frustrations. She said this: "I feel that the NBN service is extremely subpar here and well below what was promised. Not being able to join web-based hosting services not just affects my work, it potentially affects web-based learning because I'm a part-time university student, and it affects my capacity with telehealth services, to name just a couple of vital things I need it for." And Professor Ross Garnaut recently wrote in his book, The Superpower Transformation, that connectivity through internet services is a main hurdle standing in the way of low and zero emissions economic growth in rural Australia. Now, this is particularly so in the farm sector, who without connectivity cannot take advantage of technologies dealing with weed spraying, renewable energy production or labour efficiencies. So clearly, Deputy Speaker, quality NBN is not just about streaming your favourite movie or playing a video game. A fast, reliable NBN is about health, education, jobs, food production and knowing what to do when the next bushfire happens. Since my election, I've worked hard to offer solutions to solve this problem. In the last parliament, I introduced the Faster Internet for Regional Australia Bill. And the purpose of this bill was simple: to ensure all regional Australians have access to fast, high-quality and reliable internet at the same standard our city cousins enjoy. The bill aimed to achieve this by establishing solid standards that the NBN and other companies who own and operate broadband infrastructure must meet, or they face financial penalties. Under the bill, the NBN must deliver a minimum of 25 megabits per second at all times of the day, on average, not at 3 in the morning, all day. By comparison, right now constituents tell me the NBN in their house serves up an average of 11 to 14 megabits per second. Sometimes it's as low as 5 megabits per second. And it's not just in their houses, it's in their businesses too. People are usually shocked to learn that no internet standards like those I've proposed in that bill exist right now. It's quite shocking. What this means is that in regional electorates like mine, there is no competition and there is no incentive for NBN to provide a high level of service. I recently met with the Minister for Communications to talk about improving standards for internet providers. And I look forward to working more closely with this government to enshrine in legislation, not in regulations, in legislation, the high standards we should expect from statutory providers like the NBN. In Indi, we've also formed the Indi Telecommunications Advisory Group, which I've steered since 2019, and it was established before me by my predecessor. And this group comprises of representatives from all of our local government areas, from the telecommunications companies and from citizens who are highly skilled in this area. And we've developed community-led responses to connectivity issues like we see in the NBN. It's initiatives like these that show I can offer well-researched, community-led solutions to work with NBN. Because without good internet, regional communities are held back from reaching their potential as the engine room of this nation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I begin by thanking the member for Lyons for introducing this important private member's bill. It is great to be in government because now we can begin to fix the woefully slow and unpredictable NBN delivered by the previous coalition government. This is an issue for many in my electorate, particularly in fast-growing new housing estates like Mount Duneed, Armstrong Creek, North Torquay and Leopold. Many of these estates are just a few kilometres from the Geelong CBD, yet often their fixed wireless or other NBN service fails to deliver adequate data to stream a video or to work from home. Other townships on the Bellarine Peninsula are still finding that the NBN, that through old copper wire lines, they struggle, often only getting a trickle of data. Before the Albanese government was elected, I implored the then coalition government to fix these frustrations for people living in my electorate. Almost 10 years on, the coalition government have failed to deliver. The previous government failed to deliver. As a result, a large portion of my constituency work in Corangamite relates to poor NBN. To put it bluntly, the coalition rolled out to Australians a cobbled-together mishmash of technologies. Today, the NBN is prone, because of the decisions of the previous government, to dropouts. We have massive gaps, and it is incapable of delivering the speeds residents and businesses expect in 2022. Now, it was a Labor government which originally established the NBN. Labor set out to provide quality broadband to all Australians. We had a plan to do that, using the best available technologies, but the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison governments then mutilated the plan. Firstly, the coalition promised to build the NBN for $29 billion. It then became $41 billion, then $49 billion. and ended up actually costing $58 billion, double the cost. The Coalition told us the NBN rollout was complete, but that would be a very big surprise to the many families, home-based business peoples, GPs, pubs, schools who can't even get usable NBN in my electorate. The Coalition sunk an eye-watering amount of taxpayers' funds into procuring out-of-date technology. Who will forget the purchase of 60,000 kilometres of new but obsolete copper wire, enough to wrap around planet Earth 1.5 times? At the time, the experts told the Coalition it was a waste of taxpayers' money, but they went ahead anyway. Unlike the Coalition, the Albanese government believes in enabling the NBN's full potential, because in the 21st century, reliable broadband is not a luxury, it is a necessity. The pandemic demonstrated the importance of reliable broadband as more Australians learned, worked, received medical assessments and transacted remotely. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has wasted no time in announcing an expansion of full fibre access to 1.5 million premises by 2025. This will be done with a $2.4 billion equity investment over 4 years announced in the October federal budget. It will deliver a faster and more reliable NBN to more families, communities and businesses. Our plan will give Australians who now rely on slow copper connections the choice of having a faster full fibre to their premises. Labor's plan is to make sure that households and businesses in regions are not left behind. Our $2.45 billion provided to NBN to upgrade 1.5 million premises to full fibre access includes $1.1 billion for a further 660,000 homes and businesses in the regions currently relying on copper wire. It builds on our fixed wireless upgrade, which we're already delivering, with $480 million provided towards a $750 million upgrade of the NBN fixed wireless network. Network coverage will be expanded to cover an extra 150,000 premises that have satellite-only access, and all 755,000 premises in the expanded footprint will be able to access speeds of up to 100 megabits per second, with 85% able to access up to 250 megabytes per second. The upgrade will also deliver wholesale business hour speeds of at least 50 megabytes per second. And the Albanese government's investment will ensure around 10 million homes and businesses across Australia will have access to gigabyte speeds by late 2025. This investment has the potential to deliver an estimated $20 billion in uplift in GDP by 2030 and will help grow our global competitiveness. It will support thousands of jobs for construction workers, engineers and project managers in our regions and suburbs. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government's plan is ensuring that Australian families, businesses and communities are able to access broadband services that they deserve, because reliable access is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this private member's motion regarding the NBN, a motion I read in utter disbelief given the preposterous delusion it contains. Let us look at the facts. How could the NBN be, as the member for Lyons asserts, a masterclass of technological incompetence and financial mismanagement when, by the time of the federal election this year, the NBN had in fact made ready for connection 12.1 million Australian homes, of which 8.5 million had in fact been connected, given 5.1 million homes access to ultra-fast speeds of up to a gigabit per second through either fibre to the premises or HFC, created 304 business fibre zones, 127 of them in regional Australia, connecting more than 1.5 million businesses to enterprise Ethernet, more than 315,000 of them in non-metropolitan areas, and its revenue more than doubled between 2018 and 2022 from $1.9 billion to $5.1 billion. And indeed, the NBN had reduced the debt outstanding on the Commonwealth's loan from $19.5 billion originally to $6.4 billion. Does this sound like technological incompetence and financial mismanagement? I don't think so. When Labor conceived of the NBN, the internet was largely an email-based system in the home. At the time, only 70% of Australian homes had access to the internet, the majority through digital subscriber line services, the old DSL. The average monthly household download was minuscule. Download speeds were measured in kilobytes per second. Today, it is over 500 gigabytes a month, and download speeds are up to 1 gigabit per second. I have news to break to the government. The speed of the internet received in the family home or small business depends largely on the speed selected by the household or the business. Today, roughly 3/4 of all residential and business customers are connected to plans with download speeds of 50 megabits and above. Of those, slightly less than 20% have opted for a speed of 100 megabits or higher. That is, in their judgment, enough for their needs. For millions of households and small businesses, 50 megabits per second does everything they need, enabling them to operate multiple devices, running streaming and video conferencing simultaneously. Prior to the election, vast improvements were already underway, funded by NBN revenue, not by taxpayer dollars. And by the time of the federal election in late May, hundreds and thousands of Australian homes were already able to elect to upgrade to fibre-to-the-premises connections from their existing fibre-to-the-node premises, if that indeed was what they wanted. When Labor promised an NBN, it promised an unattainable dream, and it delivered a train wreck. The full Rudd fantasy was a network serving 90% of homes with speeds of up to 100 megabits per second, to be completed within 8 years at a cost of $43 billion. All it takes is a cursory look at the corporate statements of NBN at the time of the Rudd government lost power to see the truth of what was actually delivered. In 2012, the NBN corporate plan had a target of 286,000 premises for June of 2013. In June of 2013, the NBN fell a full 100,000 premises short of its own target. It took a Liberal National Government to get the NBN back on track, and if I may say so, it took an exceptional group of telco, governance, finance, construction, legal and public policy experts leading the NBN to deliver the ubiquitous high-quality NBN Australians enjoy today. I served with many of those people of the calibre of Ziggy Switkowski, Kate McKenzie, Drew Clark, Michael Malone, Andrew Dix, Kerry Schott, Patrick Flanagan, Justin Milne, Shirley Entfeld, Bill Morrow and, of course, the great Stephen Rue, among others. There was no finer government business enterprise board steering NBN through massive change and significant risk through natural disasters and indeed the global pandemic. It was precisely due to the leadership of that board and the company's senior management that Australia was able to continue to function through the pandemic. Schooling, further study, health, work, weddings, arts, funerals, arts and culture, traffic levels rose by 70% during the day. Our entire lives, it all went online, almost without a glitch or a silent buffering wheel. Labor has no shame. This government has tried to paint NBN's self-funded 2020 announcement of a $4.5 billion upgrade as a change in direction from the multi-technology mixed rollout. It is nothing of the sort. That upgrade was consistently aligned with the Coalition's long-term strategy, set out as early as 2013, when it shifted from Labor's plan, a plan which overpromised and under-delivered. The Coalition's plan was to build an NBN that Australians actually needed and wanted, and as demand for higher speeds emerged, upgrades have been made and continue to be made to the network using the full gamut of global improvements in telecommunications technology and know-how.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Lyons for this motion. There is no better example of the former government's failure on the NBN than regional Australia. My electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast has been hampered by second-rate internet for far too long, holding us back from the world of opportunity high-quality connectivity can bring. The pandemic was a very difficult time, but one thing it did do was free up the possibility of remote working. What this meant was people who had previously moved away from regional Australia to get the jobs they wanted could actually move back to their hometowns. People who had never lived in regional Australia before could make their tree or sea change and keep their jobs because they could work from home. Great news for our local economy, if only you can find somewhere with good enough internet. Local people have been struggling with connectivity issues for far too long, and they have had enough. Adam in Nowra said, and I quote, "We've had issues with the old lines and our NBN for about 5 years. We've been told only the new fibre to the premise rollout will fix it." Robert from Warringah said, "We are forced to use the ADSL2 Telstra network, which is currently falling to pieces. Our current download speeds are typically 2 megabits per second, worse than a third world country." Thomas from Falls Creek said he has 4 kids and his partner is a teacher, but the speed and amount of internet is below par. I think that's putting it mildly. Kale from Batemans Bay said, "In the wake of COVID has left us, it's been shown time and again that our current network infrastructure is woefully out of date." Kale said, "This comes as no surprise. We know fibre to the node was outdated technology when the Liberals proposed it. The whole country needs a fibre to the premise upgrade, the Gilmore electorate included," he said. Well, Kale, we agree. Under the Liberals, Kale was quoted $13,000 to upgrade to fibre to the premise, but the Albanese government doesn't think local people should be out thousands of dollars because of the Liberals' failed internet. Right. We believe in small business, and we know that small business needs internet that is fast, reliable and affordable. Labor created the NBN. We did this because we knew that Australians needed a future-proof internet service that was worthy of the 21st century. Finally, we are delivering that for local people, with 1.5 million premises around Australia to be upgraded to full fibre access under our plan. This includes $1.1 billion for a further 660,000 homes and businesses in regional Australia, like the New South Wales South Coast, that are relying on copper wire. We'll also improve speeds and reliability for people on the fixed, wireless and satellite-only services. I am regularly contacted by local people who want to know when will we get it, because they are anxious and excited to reap the benefits of our NBN plan, and we have already started. In September, homes and businesses in Bendalong, Beringer Lake, Cundrong Point and Manana could finally place their orders to upgrade to fibre to the premise. Finally, these local people could take advantage of faster speeds, more reliable internet and the services that we need for a digital society and economy. We are making this investment because we know it doesn't only benefit local people, it benefits our economy. Around 10 million homes and businesses across Australia will have access to gigabit speeds by late 2025, giving our economy a $20 billion boost in GDP by 2030. It will grow our global competitiveness, but it will also grow the competitiveness of the regions. With improved internet speed, access and reliability, businesses and workers will have even more reason to relocate to the South Coast. There will be even more reason to invest in our community, to create local jobs, to open small local businesses, to thrive in our beautiful coastline. Under the Liberals' failed NBN plan, our community has been left behind. Local people have been left frustrated by internet that wasn't up to scratch. Local businesses have been forced to cope with slow speeds, forced to miss out on many of the benefits of the digital economy. We have missed out on the working from home opportunities the pandemic has created. If a major company wanted to set up a remote working hub in the regions, they would look first to the technology potential. Finally, thanks to the Albanese government's plan, the South Coast will be a strong competitor. This huge investment is good news for local people, good news for local businesses and great news for our economy. I commend the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Contrary to what's been raised by those opposite in this motion today, the Coalition's track record on the NBN is a clear win. We inherited a train wreck project from Labor, and through hard work and very sensible management, we were able to turn it around so that by the end of our time in government, over 99% of Australians were connected to the NBN. And I want to reflect just quickly on some of the comments. To hear the debate, you would think there was two very different Australians being spoken about here, whether there was an NBN available for people or not. And I guess the key at the heart of what sort of proves the point that the NBN was there is that we did have an incredible switch to working from home throughout the pandemic. It happened. It was there. The NBN was there, and it was used at a time when we needed it. And the very suggestion that somehow it was missing is completely blown away by the simple facts. In my area, we've had people flock to the regions. In fact, the migration that we saw from all the capital cities to the regions was only possible because the NBN was there so that people could work from home. So that there's this mythology of created of something that went missing or simply wasn't there is just completely disproved by the pure facts of movement that we've seen across the nation. Speaker, in my electorate of Groom, we were one of the first in the country to be connected to the NBN way back in 2013. What a good year for Australia that was, with crucial upgrades to speed and reliability delivered over the following years under the Coalition. Most recently, in April of this year, the Toowoomba region was announced as part of the 7th tranche of suburbs and towns across Australia to become eligible to upgrade to NBN's fibre to premises rollout, with businesses and residents benefiting from the ultra-fast broadband of up to 1 gigabite per second. The fibre to the premises rollout will see 75% of premises, 8 million in total, connecting with ultra-fast speeds by the end of next year. And my region was also the beneficiary, Speaker, of the NBN's business fibre, being one of the NBN's business fibre zones, which were established in 300 locations under our watch, under the previous government's watch. The initiative gave more than 850,000 small businesses access to lower cost, higher speed broadband. And this was a game changer in the way that business was done in our region and prepared us well for the challenges of a fully remote working model during COVID, as I referred to earlier. With access to fast broadband speed, businesses in my area were able to buy and sell goods here and overseas and upskill their staff through online programs. I also know of several business leaders working for large corporate firms who actually were able to come back out of places like Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, and move back to Toowoomba to run their business from there. And who wouldn't? We've got everything you could possibly want and need in our beautiful garden city. You can get away from the drudgery of inner city living. I see those opposite agreeing quite violently, and I'll enjoy their contribution later. Regional digital infrastructure was an ongoing priority of the previous coalition government because we understand that regional towns don't just need roads and bridges, although we do need roads and bridges, but we also need the cabling and satellites that connect us digitally to the world we work in. That's why we announced back in March that $480 million will be included in the 2022-23 federal budget to significantly improve the capability of NBN's fixed wireless and satellite networks. It was to give up to 1 million premises in regional, rural and remote and peri-urban areas access to higher speeds on NBN fixed wireless services or greater data limits on Sky Muster. Thanks to an expansion in the fixed wireless footprint, it would also enable more regional users to transition to this service and off of Sky Muster. Unsurprisingly, this is another coalition announcement that Labor have tried to take credit for. As we keep seeing in this new term of government, they run out of ideas, they take ours, and I think that's a great thing. A good idea is a good idea, whether it's ours or whether it's taken, and I encourage more of that. On the 27th of June this year, Communications Minister tried to assign herself credit for the Liberal Nationals' $480 million decision. Look, this just simply wasn't true, and it exposed Labor's negligible interest in delivering communications infrastructure across rural and regional Australia. And we can't forget, Speaker, that when Labor was last in government, it connected just 51,000 users to the NBN and failed to fix a single mobile black spot. But, Speaker, turning now to Labor's $2.4 billion cash injection into the NBN, the Albanese government has irresponsibly hit taxpayers with an unnecessary multi-billion-dollar burden at a time when our budget bottom line simply can't afford it. This is in the complete opposite of the approach the Coalition took with its $4.5 billion investment into the NBN in 2020. We financed our investment through the NBN's retained earnings and private sector's loans, meaning no additional investment by the Commonwealth or taxpayers was required.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Lyons for this important motion. And can I also agree with the member for Groom, who recognised that the NBN was critical for Australia's response to the COVID pandemic. Critical in helping kids to continue their education, critical in helping families to stay connected, and critical in terms of helping businesses to stay open. And over the last 2 years, the reliance on services over the NBN has never been greater. So, Deputy Speaker, it is worth considering the history of the NBN and the decisions made by successive governments to deliver this critical piece of infrastructure. It was 2009 when then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd announced the beginning of a new national broadband network strategy. The plan was to build fibre to the premises. This would be a quantum leap from the existing unreliable national internet infrastructure that relied primarily on copper cabling. It was a bold plan, it was visionary, and it was the plan that Australia needed. Now, Deputy Speaker, quite in contrast to what the member for Groom just said, almost immediately the Liberals opposed it. Tony Abbott, as the Leader of the Opposition, said in 2010 that they would, and I quote, demolish the NBN because it wasn't necessary. Soon thereafter, the Shadow Communications Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, said that there would be no demand for the services that the NBN would deliver, and it was not required in Australia. Sadly, after the 2013 election, Deputy Speaker, the Liberals got their hands on Labor's NBN and almost immediately they began to vandalise it. The Liberals' plan was to replace the largely fibre to the premises model initiated by the Labor government with what they called a multi-technology mix, or MTM model, including a range of old technologies, including fibre to the node, fibre to the curb and hybrid fibre coaxial cable. The changes to the NBN under the Liberals are some of the worst public policy decisions in Australia's history. The consequence of the move to the MTM model has ended up costing Australian taxpayers billions of dollars more than the deep fibre NBN original model, and it will also result in a network that is considerably less capable of meeting the nation's future internet needs. The Liberals' policy took the visionary NBN and turned it into three kinds of disaster. First of all, Deputy Speaker, it was a financial disaster. The mixed technology approach was supposed to be much cheaper than full fibre. Malcolm Turnbull told us that it would be much less expensive. First, he promised that it would cost just $29 billion. But then this was successively revised upwards, first to $41 billion, then to $49 billion, then to $58 billion, Deputy Speaker. The Liberals weren't a little bit wrong in their financial forecast. This wasn't a small forecast error. They were out by a factor of 2. The cost was double. Deputy Speaker, they were 100% wrong in their forecasts of the cost of their new model. And as a result, their NBN model became one of the biggest blowouts of public financial projections in a decade. The cost blowout makes a mockery of Liberals' claims to be prudent financial managers. Not only was the additional build cost disastrous, but their changes to the NBN also degraded the ongoing financial position of the network. The financial health of the NBN is a function of its cash flow, which in turn is a function of revenue and operating costs. And the original model was a relatively low-cost operating model, with minimal need for upgrade or maintenance. But the current NBN, Deputy Speaker, is beset with additional costs. Not only the additional costs which we're now experiencing of upgrading the network through additional capital spend, but also additional costs of ongoing maintenance. Maintenance of a much more complex and fragile network using a mix of technologies, all of which are approaching the end of their life cycle. For both of these reasons, Deputy Speaker, the future cash flows of the NBN have been burdened by these additional costs, weighing down the long-term viability of the NBN. Second, Deputy Speaker, the new NBN model is operationally disastrous. Rather than having a clear, reliable, high-speed fibre NBN, we have an NBN which delivers worse reliability through inferior technology. That's right. Now we're having to change that, but years and billions of dollars have been wasted. Finally, Deputy Speaker, the changes to the NBN were economically disastrous. We now have a wasted decade of opportunity, a wasted decade of when we could have been surging ahead with the digital economy, a wasted decade when we could have been moving our digital economy forward, and Australians know who to blame: the Liberals, the hubris of Malcolm Turnbull and the incompetence of the member for Bradfield as Communications Minister.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, of course, I rise to speak on the motion and against the proposition within it. But I start by making the comment that there are some things that we will never know, and luckily one of them is what a financial disaster the NBN would have become if the Labor Party didn't lose the 2013 federal election. At that point in time, of course, we know the grim statistics. There were only 51,000 properties connected to the NBN 6 years after Labor were elected in 2007 and started the rollout of their plan. At that rate, come 10 years later, where we are right now, then we'd have about 500,000 properties connected to the NBN as at today, instead of the situation we're in now, thanks to the Coalition winning the 2013 election, where more than 12 million properties have access to the NBN. And one of the speakers mentioned earlier, I think it was the member for Groom, how the NBN was put through a very significant test during COVID in 2020, when a dramatic increase of capability and requirement was put onto that network, and of course it passed with flying colours. The resilience of it, the ability for it to handle that dramatic increase in demand as so many people suddenly wished to, needed to, work from home and do a whole range of things on their technology from the home that wasn't the usual load on the system. And let's be honest, including accessing entertainment and ways for them to access streaming services, etc., to get through the struggles of isolation. So we are actually very proud of the NBN that's been built. And one of the points that the now government have made in criticism of our NBN was the cost of it. Well, they've equally said that ours was one that was designed to save money. So if our NBN blew out, God knows what the cost of the Platinum scheme that Labor were planning on pursuing had the government not changed in 2013. But the most important thing is that we've always been aware of a mix of technology being the solution to many problems, and one of them is providing appropriate connectivity services to the people of Australia and the businesses of Australia. And the Labor Party had a one-size-fits-all approach to that. They wanted fibre to the premises going everywhere for properties whether or not they wanted it, and they were treating every single consumer as having the exact same financial capacity to access the system and the exact same financial capacity to pay for it. And that is clearly not the case. And we know now, in the 15 years since the NBN was conceived, where technology is right now. We know what Elon Musk is doing with the Starlink system, just as one example, and what that's doing in Ukraine right now to help with remote connectivity. And we don't know where that type of technology, direct satellite technology, could be in the years ahead. The same with the 5G spectrum, which has now been rolled out, and the 6G spectrum, of course, is around the corner. And also what Wi-Fi might do with the Internet of Things. So the point is, you can choose one single solution in one point in time to the technology needs of the future and spend tens, what could have been $100 billion on that system. Or you can invest in a sensible way across a mix of technologies and recognise that technology will change into the future, and all kinds of things could come along to open up more and different opportunities that you could not conceive at the time. And that was always the great fault and flaw of Kevin Rudd's NBN. Now, unfortunately, we saw with the pink backs and the school halls how that all went horribly wrong. And luckily, they were so terrible at rolling out the NBN that they only got to the 51,000 homes by the time the 2013 election came along. And we were able to put some sensible changes in place to that system, so that instead of an enormous financial burden falling upon the Commonwealth, we were able to make a change that meant homes. We've now got 99% of homes, more than 12 million premises, have access to the NBN. They have it through a suite of technologies, and they can choose what service they need, suitable to their needs and suitable to their capacity to pay. And the taxpayer is not burdened by what have been a tens of billions of dollar blowout if we proceeded with the Kevin Rudd one-size-fits-all system back then. So the Coalition is very proud of our record on the NBN and how it will deliver for Australia into the future.
I thank the member for Sturt. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7, motion relating to agricultural security.
And I call the member for Kennedy.
I move the motion relating to agricultural security in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Acting Speaker.
I thank the member for Kennedy. He may proceed.
I think I need a seconder.
You can have a seconder after your speech.
Right.
Thank you
very much. Madam Speaker, I don't think there's anyone in this place that hasn't been mentioning the word affordable living in the last 4 or 5 months. You always use a personal note. My wife was away. I went down to the supermarket. I didn't have to buy any meat. There was plenty of that in the fridge. And I spent $363. I nearly died of shock. I have Phoenician ancestors. They invented money, and I've had a very great attachment to it throughout my life. But in 1990, the average household in Australia spent $92 a week on food. They are now having to spend $279 a week on food. And that is a 2020 figure, and there has been a huge escalation in food prices in the last 2 years. That's a 229% increase in the price of food, 229%. Average weekly earnings have gone up only 150%. So the average weekly earner has been shortchanged to $80 a week. The CPI, which pensions are attached to, is 110%. So food's gone up 230%, but average weekly has only gone up 150%, and pensions only gone up 110%. Now, we have not got a full basket, I must emphasise that, but on a basket of key items that we took, the markup in Woolworths and Coles 20 years ago was 106%. The average markup now is 242%. There have been 15 inquiries into Woolworths and Coles in this place, 15 inquiries, and not a single thing has been done, not a single recommendation has been put into practice. And so Woolworths and Coles in 1991 had 50.5% of the market. That's all. In 1991, they had 50.5% of the market. When a really searching inquiry was done in 2001, their percentage of the market, according to the ABS, was 68%, and according to Global World, ANOP, was 72%. So they'd gone from 50% to nearly 70%, well, to over 70%, in the space of 10 years. There's no doubt that they're up around 90% now. So we have a duopoly. When I went to university and did economics, they said that was very, very bad to have a duopoly. I'll say it's bad. They can give themselves a 229% pay increase for Woolworths and Coles, whilst the poor struggling pensioner only got 110% increase in his money that he receives. And I find that the CEO at Woolworths is struggling along on $8 million a year, and the CEO at Coles is struggling along on $7.5 million a year. I feel so sorry for them. Now, in the same period of time, there were 16,000 dairy farmers. There's now 6,000. We had 2,500 in Queensland. We now have about 400 in Queensland. And a lot of them exited, you're well aware, Madam Speaker yourself, many of them exited in the most terrible way, The highest suicide rate in Australia was recorded in the heart of the Atherton Tablelands, the densest dairying area in Australia, the most terrible way. Now, the number of farmers, and a most infamous statement by John Anderson, leader of the National Party, a most infamous statement. He said we have 240,000 farmers in Australia and we only need 130,000. And I went up to a rural action meeting 3 days later and they kicked my head in. I was still a member of the National Party then, so I should have had my head kicked in. I asked them to vote for this bloke. They said, what's he out there? Advocating that we get rid of 100,000 farmers. Well, now we've got 83,000 farmers. And whose fault is that? Who was the government throughout those years that introduced free markets into every one of these things? Free market meant Woolworths and Coles had a free fire zone to push us down through the floor. They could pay us anything they wanted to pay us.
I thank the member for Kennedy. I thank the member for Kennedy. His time has expired. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion, Madam Deputy Chair, and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about agriculture and the motion that has been proposed. In my thriving electorate of Pearce, the economic contribution made by the agribusiness sector is significant and important to the state of Western Australia and the nation. Local pioneers farmed the land for generations, and many of those families still work the land today as highly successful producers of wonderful fresh fruit and vegetables which are consumed locally, intrastate, interstate and overseas. A true strength that bolsters a region's output is their multi-generational knowledge. These are people who are innovative, who understand their land and climate, the soils and the challenges that face them as growers. The area is part of a regional agricultural ecosystem that is collectively referred to as the North of Perth Food Zone. Wanneroo sits at the southern point of this approximately $1 billion per annum regional food zone. It produces over 60 agricultural products that play a vital role in both the food production chain and critical linkage to local suburban markets and the nation's future food security. The region provides an important source of high-quality, healthy local produce. More than 17.5% of Western Australia's total vegetable production takes place in my electorate of Pearce. That includes nearly 70% of sweet corn, 35% of strawberries, 20% of capsicum and 20% of beans. This is a booming agricultural industry that benefits from its proximity to industrial development areas and potential supply chain linkages, including the Neerabup industrial area and the metropolitan food supply chain. Not only is the agricultural industry in Pearce important for feeding communities and ensuring we continue to have fresh produce, it is also a significant job creator, contributing to economic activity and growth, economic diversity and tourism. I always advocate for the growers to ensure they have the support, systems and processes in place to enable them to continue thriving and contribute to the local and national economy. Australia exports around 70% of our agricultural production. We are a net explorer. Australia exported nearly $4.9 billion of vegetable fruit and veg, including preserved fruits, in the year to this September 2022. Over the same time period, Australia imported around $2.8 billion of those commodities, which is about 58% the value of what we exported. Protecting our agricultural sector is important to the Albanese Labor government. In August, we released Australia's first National Biosecurity Strategy that outlines the key actions to ensure a stronger biosecurity system. The National Biosecurity Strategy provides clear direction to ensure our system stays fit to meet the challenges of the next decade and beyond, and is ready for the biosecurity threats we face. Our October budget further supports our biosecurity commitment. It provides a $134 million investment in frontline staff, stronger defence against the threat of exotic pests and diseases, and 20 new detector dogs. The Albanese Labor government is also supporting extensive research in biosecurity. We are trialling a range of innovative technologies, including new 3D X-ray technology, eDNA diagnostics, and automated detection algorithms for biosecurity risk materials. Regarding country of origin labelling, the Albanese Labor government has committed to working with the seafood and hospitality sectors to implement mandatory country of origin labelling. The labelling enables consumers to make informed choices about where the products they buy were made, produced and grown. Measures under Australian consumer law also provide protections against false and misleading claims, including on product origin. The Albanese Labor government is committed to working with industry to explore opportunities to improve price and market transparency to enhance the productivity, profitability and sustainability of the agricultural sector, and has successfully progressed legislation amendments to strengthen protections for consumers and small businesses, including primary producers, by making unfair contract terms illegal, as they should be. The legislation also provides a larger number of small businesses with protections due to changes in the eligibility thresholds. The Albanese Labor government is committed to working with and supporting the agricultural industry to access the workers it needs. It is important to ensure we have local jobs for local people. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today and speak on the motion from the member for Kennedy, who, like me, is an independent member who proudly and passionately supports regional and rural Australia. Like the member for Kennedy, I support Australian agriculture, and I want to see government policies that support the Australian agricultural sector. Policies that better educate and inform consumers about where their produce has come from and what goes into getting it from the paddock to their plate. In Indi, we have a diverse range of agricultural industries, including beef and dairy farming, fat lambs, wool, fruit such as cherries, berries, apples and more. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will focus on a different element of labelling from what the member for Kennedy is focusing on, and I want to tell you today about when it comes to Australian wine, it matters what's on the label. An incredibly important part of our agricultural industry in Indi is viticulture, with major wine regions in the King Valley, Rutherglen, Beechworth, the Alpine Valleys, the Strathbogie Ranges, Glenrowan and the Upper Goulburn. But a major part of our viticulture industry is facing a very serious challenge, and I'm calling on our government to do all it can to protect this vital part of our economy. As I know you understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Australian government is negotiating a free trade agreement with the European Union, a development which I support and hope will bring significant benefit to Australian farmers, including those farmers in Indi. But through that agreement, Italy wants to restrict the use of the name Prosecco to wine that only comes from a specific area of their country. Now, I know that you know, but other members may not, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is that 57% of Australia's Prosecco comes from the beautiful King Valley of Indi. And it's in the King Valley where Otto del Zotto planted the first Prosecco vines in Australia, inspired by remembering his childhood in Valdobbiadene in Italy. And I look across the chamber and I see my colleagues nodding, and I see the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Agriculture, Viticulture, I should say, who saw and met the people from the King Valley just last week here in Parliament. Now, in just a few short years, Prosecco has grown to be worth $205 million a year in sales alone, with even more value added through the significant tourism that this great wine creates in our region. And that's a massive increase from the $60 million in sales in 2017. And even with the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic, Prosecco is growing, innovating and finding new markets. And this is exactly what we want to encourage in Australian agriculture, not to stifle this. If the use of the name Prosecco were to be banned for Australian grape growers and winemakers, it would have a devastating impact on the wine industry in Indi and across the nation. And it would have a chilling effect on the industry more broadly. It would threaten wine sales domestically and internationally, affecting jobs across Australia. It needs to be said that it was only in 2009 that Italy changed the name of the grape variety to Glera and registered Prosecco as a geographic indicator in the European Union. In 2013, the Australian wine industry successfully challenged a previous application by the European Union to claim Prosecco as a GI in Australia, with recognition that Prosecco is a grape variety. If GI status was granted to Prosecco, it would cause a concerning precedent. In recent EU trade negotiations, China, Japan, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay and New Zealand, attempts were made to protect an expanding list of grape varieties, including Prosecco Fiano, Montepulciano, Barbero, Nero d'Avola, Alicante, Dolcetta and others as GIs. And all of these varieties are grown across Australia's 65 wine regions. Last week, representatives from Brown Brothers, Pizzini Wines and Del Zotto's travelled to Canberra to ensure that the government knows just how important it is that the use of Prosecco is not traded away. And I am very grateful to the Trade Minister, Don Farrell, and the Agriculture Minister, Murray Watt, who heard their stories and listened to why Prosecco is so important to Australian viticulture and Australian agriculture. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Indi. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I'm absolutely delighted to speak on this private member's motion put forward by the member for Kennedy, and I thank him for that. I want to speak on the good work and continued commitment of the Albanese government and what we have, the great successes that we've had in agriculture in this country. We aren't wasting a minute when it comes to supporting this industry, and that's why the House Standing Committee on Agriculture has decided to hold an inquiry on food security in Australia. Our committee is working closely with the Minister to better listen and understand the needs of the agriculture industry and ensure that agricultural security remains a priority area for our government. We understand Australia exports around 70% of our agricultural production, and that's a good thing. But this has an important role to play in our economic prosperity, but equally we want to ensure that we're supporting industry and encouraging every domestic opportunity available to producers. It's been said that Australia does not produce everything consumers like to eat, and imports account for around 11% of food consumption by value. Some of these imports are largely motivated by consumer preferences that cannot be met by domestic production. I'm pleased as part of our inquiry we'll explore strengthening and safeguarding food security in Australia. The committee will inquire and report on the national production, consumption and export of food, as well as consider access to key inputs such as fuel, fertiliser and labour and their impact on production costs. Additionally, the committee will explore the impact of supply chain distribution on the cost and availability of food and the potential opportunities and threats of climate change on food production in Australia. And we can see by recent floods that it can have a very devastating effect indeed on food production. We understand that food security is a growing issue nationally and internationally, with population growth, war, weather and climate all posing risks to the availability and accessibility of food. And Australia does have a role to play globally for food production as well. We do have a responsibility to help the globe feed itself, as well as our own country. Our inquiry is taking submissions until the 9th of December this year and wants to hear from as many stakeholders as possible to ensure a broad contribution from the agricultural and food sectors. I'm very proud to be a product of the regions and welcome the Albanese Labor government's commitment to working with industry to explore opportunities to improve price and market transparency and ensure a fair marketplace to enhance the productivity, profitability and sustainability of the agricultural sector. As suggested, government has provided approximately $4 million to the dairy, seafood and red meat, horticulture, wine and chicken meat industries to improve price and market transparency. These projects are critical to supporting supply chains to allocate resources more effectively and will ensure that we adapt production in a timely manner and implement appropriate risk management strategies. I also want to acknowledge and commend Minister Murray Watt on his work since taking carriage of this important portfolio. One of our government's key achievements has been in progressing legislative amendments to strengthen protections for consumers and small businesses, including primary producers, by making unfair contract terms illegal. The legislation also provides a larger number of small businesses with protections due to changes in the eligibility thresholds. It would be a matter for the Treasurer to determine whether to consider legislation into a divestiture regime under the Competition and Consumer Act to apply to the food and
grocery industry. We understand that there are risks associated with divestiture which would need to be examined to ensure any action would not undermine the viability of the retail sector, as this would have flow-on effects to the agricultural industries and primary producers. Ours is a government that is committed to working with this sector on the challenges it faces and on all the problems that have been ignored for the past decade by those opposite. I look forward to continuing to work with industry and in Minister Watt to progress meaningful reforms and investments for this incredibly important sector to Australia.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The agriculture sector is a significant economic contributor to the national economy. In 2020-21, the gross value topped $70 billion, increasing by 7% in the last 20 years, in real terms adjusted for consumer price inflation. This equates to a long-term GDP contribution of between 3 and 4%. 2019, Allen Consulting prepared an agricultural roadmap for the sector to achieve a farm gate value of $100 billion by 2030. Yet, despite the enormous economic and employment contributions to the sector and to our nation, we do very little to protect it, we do very little to nurture it. Compared to the 37 member countries of the OECD, Australia's support for the agricultural sector as a share of gross farm receipts is a mere 2.5%, compared to 15.1% being the average of the other OECD nations. This low level of support was driven by Australia's national competition policy and pro-competitive reforms to meet our obligations to the WTO. Our agriculture sector does not ask for handouts, but it does rightly ask for a level playing field. And while we have limited ability to influence our OECD neighbours regarding their agricultural support, we can and must influence our domestic arrangements that in many instances are unfair. Australia's food and grocery sector is a duopoly, as the member for Kennedy said. Just two major supermarket chains cover about 75% of the market. Suppliers have to be on the shelves of both the major chains in order to operate at scale. The majors know this and they deliberately squeeze the best deal. Farmers are price takers, they are not price makers. Suppliers are at the mercy of retailers, and each year billions of dollars of fruit and vegetables are set to landfill because the retail sector deems them too ugly for sale, even though they're all good food, all good fruit. They might just have a mark on them. There are so many examples where producers can't even afford to pick their produce because the cost is so great. And while we're talking about labour costs, can I just say we've just signed a UK-Australia trade deal that's taken backpackers off our farms, and we're potentially going to do that again with the EU. This is a nightmare for regional Australia. The adage with great power comes great responsibility, and I think it's certainly appropriate for our supermarket segment. The market power of the major chains is so pronounced and so influential that in the absence of reasonableness, government intervention should be considered. And I'd just like to draw to other members a very good book. It's a few years old now, still as relevant today. It's called Supermarket Monsters, and it talks about that duopoly and gives many examples. So I would certainly, if you can and you have the time over Christmas, have a read. I've got to also say, it doesn't help when our city-centric living has divorced our connection with the land and those who work on it. We have children in our community, in fact we have adults in our community, who struggle to identify where milk comes from. And for clarity, it's not a carton from Woolworths. I support the member for Kennedy's motion to improve transparency on food and manufacturing labelling, to eradicate hidden imports and fresh produce labelling that provides consumer with a better understanding of the actual gate price. And can I say, every member in here, in fact anyone who's listening to this on the radio or perhaps takes their time to listen to Hansard, put the effort in. If you can, buy from the farm gate, buy from farmers markets. And when you see a farmer out and about, you know, I'm really fortunate. I live in regional Australia. I can pretty much do all of my food shopping within, you know, a few country roads from me. But can I say, when you see a farmer, thank a farmer, because I'm deeply worried that in a generation's time we will not have local dairy farms anymore, that we'll just have agribusiness. We won't have mum and dad farmers. We need to do more in this nation to support agriculture and mum and dad farming. Thank you, and I thank the member for Kennedy for this motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Kennedy for bringing forward this private member's business on this very important issue in my electorate. I must point out in the first sentence that in this motion where it says, calls on the government to provide for agriculture security in Australia, particularly given recent dramatic increases in the cost of production as a result of dislocations in imports and Australia continuing to be a net importer of fruit and veg. This is not actually factually correct. We are a net exporter of fruit and veg. But I digress, Speaker. In response to the current threats, the Albanese government has deployed the strongest ever response to biosecurity threat to our border. We've supported our Indo-Pacific neighbours, toughened our legislation, stress test our preparedness and aligned ourselves carefully with state and territory partners in the nation's first national biosecurity strategy. It is worth repeating that Australia remains both foot and mouth and lumpy skin disease free. The last few months have illustrated the need for a biosecurity system which is up to the contemporary challenges we face today. To that end, I'm pleased to say that Senator Murray Watt, the Minister for Agriculture, has put at the centrepiece of our agriculture budget an investment of $134.1 million to bolster Australian biosecurity systems against the immediate threat of disease. This includes more money for frontline biosecurity officers, more money for detector dogs that will help getting the cargo moving whilst protecting Australia's biosecurity. But there's always more to do, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of the Hunter Valley, we have a very diverse agriculture sector, from viticulture, fruit and veg, dairy and, of course, the meat industry. Speaker, every day that I'm out speaking with our farmers and growers, the common theme I hear around is the lack of workers. The Albanese Labor government is committed to working with and supporting our agriculture sector to access the workers it needs. To tackle those workforce challenges, this government is undertaking a range of measures in collaboration with state, territory governments and industry and unions. The three-way agriculture workforce working group, comprising of government, unions and industry members, has been established to pursue solutions to better skill, attract, protect and retain workers in the agriculture and processing sector. Speaker, this government is also implementing a number of whole-of-economy measures to address workforce needs, including increasing the permanent migration program ceiling to 195,000 in 2022-2023, including 34 places specifically for regional visas within the skills stream. We are also providing an additional $42.2 million for Home Affairs to address the visa backlog, with more than 2 million visas already being processed since June 2022. We are partnering with state and territory governments in delivering 465,000 new fee-free TAFE places, with 180 of those to be delivered next year. Speaker, our agriculture sector has been prioritised under this measure, meaning more Australians are supported to take up a career in agriculture. We are undertaking a comprehensive review of all of the purpose, structure and objectives of Australia's migration system to ensure it meets the challenges of the coming decade. The government also continues to implement a range of measures under the Ag Attract and Ag Fairness initiatives, which will support the sector to enhance and attract skilling and retention in the sector. Speaker, this includes structured employment pilot to offer young Australians the opportunity to try working in the agriculture sector as a gap year. In addition, the Australian Government's Pacific Australia Labour Mobility or PALM scheme is a key program for meeting unskilled, low-skilled and semi-skilled workforce shortages in rural and regional Australia, including the agriculture and meat processing sectors. The scheme grew significantly during the pandemic to 31,500 workers as of the 31st of October this year, which is a record number of PALM workers in Australia. Speaker, over 95% of palm workers in Australia are working in the agriculture and meat sectors. The government has committed to improving and expanding this scheme with $67.5 million invested in the last budget. As I said before, Speaker, there is always more to do, and this government won't waste a single day in office getting on with the job we're elected to do. I thank my mate, the member for Kennedy, for bringing this motion to the House, and thank you, Speaker.
The member's time has expired. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, motion relating to the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
And I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the National Disability Insurance Scheme in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Karen Burdett and the team at the CRAM Foundation, who celebrated 90 years last Friday night. The Deputy Chair of CRAM, William Dowson, OAM, was a wonderful MC, and we were delighted to hear from Pam Malone, who spoke about her daughter Kate's wonderful home at CRAM, and also Wollongong local Michael Theo from Love on the Spectrum, who gave us some wonderful words of advice on the night. There were so many contributors across the Illawarra community who helped in making the CRAM Foundation what it is today, from very humble beginnings. In particular, Ladies Auxiliary volunteer Martha Cram, who bequeathed her home to the organisation when she passed in 1965. I would also like to mention two other very special people to CRAM: CRAM's only life member and former chair Patrick Roberts OAM, and also to current chair Linda Wright, who gave us a snapshot of the times locally when CRAM was established 90 years ago. Most of all, I would like to thank CRAM's amazing team of staff who carry the same passion and commitment to providing around-the-clock support to help participants live their very best lives. I know the power of the NDIS to help people living with a disability. I also know from first-hand experience the damage caused by 9 years of neglect and mismanagement by the previous government. A scheme that was designed to build trust and give people with a disability choice in their care has gradually been eroded. Throughout my career, I have advocated on behalf of so many people who have been dealing with heartbreaking challenges and unfairness within the NDIS. These are just the cases who have contacted me, and I can't help but wonder how many people have missed out on the support that they need because there was no one to advocate on their behalf. It isn't right. People living with disabilities should not have to fight a crippled system that is supposed to help them. But finally, Australians living with a disability and their loved ones have a government that is getting the NDIS back on track. It was a Labor government that developed and introduced the NDIS, and it will be a Labor government that fixes it. And there is a lot to fix. We are restoring the NDIS to put people with a disability at its centre. We have appointed Australian Paralympic champion and disability advocate Kurt Finley, AO, as the chairman of the board of the NDIA. There are now also 5 people on the NDIA board who have a disability, the highest number in its history. Our independent review into the NDIS will give a voice to people with a disability, their carers and families, disability care providers and workers. Voices that have been shut out for far too long, and voices that we need to listen to. We are helping people with a disability who are trapped in hospitals, despite being well enough to be discharged. Investing in people with a disability and removing barriers to employment is good for our economy and good for participants. We are providing $20 million through the Building Employer Confidence and Inclusion in Disability grants, which will help employers to hire and train people with a disability. We have reduced the backlog of appeals to the AAT, which are up 400% under the previous government. We've reduced them from 4,500 to approximately 2,500 so far. And we are funding 380 new positions in the NDIA to improve the rate at which people with disability and their families and carers are provided planning decisions. and we are planning to increase the workforce needed to fill these vital care sector jobs. This began with the NDIS Jobs and Skills Forum in August. The forum brought together NDIS participants, their families, employers and unions to discuss the needs and concerns in the sector. It is no secret that the former government had left the NDIA in a terrible state and that the NDIS was not delivering for Australians. My own office has been inundated with local cases, people waiting for months to get their programs fixed due to funding cuts that they've had over the past couple of years. We need to fix it and we need to do it urgently. That is why, with this motion, I am calling on all members of the House to support the work that we have ahead of us. We can make the NDIS the world-leading scheme it was designed to be, and we can restore hope and dignity to people living with a disability in our communities and help them to live their best lives.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The National Disability Insurance Scheme has now been active since the 1st of July 2016. The NDIS was established to provide people with a disability with the support that they need to live an ordinary life. It's the only national scheme of its kind in the world. At its introduction, the NDIS was touted to have the potential to effect the same sort of generational shift as Medicare had achieved in the 1970s. Unlike previous such systems, the NDIS was designed to provide people with a disability with choice and control over how, when and where their services and support are delivered to them. They should be in control of this process. They should be able to choose what works best for them. In recent times, this vision has been lost. In the last few years, hundreds of consumers with autism, intellectual and psychosocial disabilities have lost their funding after the NDIA has ruled that it wasn't value for money. Services have been stopped. Parents and carers have had to quit their jobs to look after their loved ones. As a member of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS, I've had the honour of hearing from providers and participants in recent weeks in a series of hearings in major cities in Australia. Some of those testimonials were really difficult to hear. They were raw, they were confronting and they were heartbreaking. The NDIS system has the potential to be world-leading, but it has become adversarial. Participants are expected to justify why their static or progressive medical condition is not improving. They are being forced to undergo annual assessments which engender uncertainty and anxiety, when there's often no good reason for these serial assessments. They're having to take on review processes and the AAT without support or representation. We are forcing disabled Australians and their parents, their partners and their carers to battle a system in which transparency and generosity have been sacrificed to red tape and mean-spirited bureaucracy. What we need from our NDIS is effective coordination and collaboration to make sure that people don't fall through the gaps between the NDIS and other services like health, justice, housing and transport. We need to focus on making the NDIS work for people with different needs, including culturally safe services, better regional access, expert planning, timely reviews and skilled support coordination. We need a service safety net which prevents serious harm when the NDIS market fails or when people need urgent access to NDIS supports. We need to put people first. Next year, I will be moving a private member's bill to expedite placement of hospitalised NDIS participants into supported accommodation, to get people who have been waiting months or years in hospital into housing which meets their needs and also frees up valuable hospital beds. It'll be a good thing, but it's just the start of what we need. We also need better services in rural, regional and remote areas, culturally accessible services for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, integration and coordination with mainstream support services, and more client engagement and transparency in the assessment and review processes. In 2008, Australia became a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with a Disability. The first principle of this convention is to promote, protect and ensure the full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all people with disabilities, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. In recent years, this country has reverted to forcing people with handicaps to come cap in hand to our government for support. We owe them more than that. We owe them their dignity, and our NDIS must deliver it.
I thank the member for Keong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Cunningham for bringing this motion. It is something that so many of us deal with on a day-to-day basis in our offices, working hard to support people who, for whom the NDIS is still not the perfect system, although we all acknowledge what a difference it makes to people when it works well. It's been a priority for the Albanese government in the last 6 months to really try and get to the bottom of what the barriers have been in the NDIS that have made it one of the biggest challenges that my office has experienced in the past 6 years. There's many things we've done, and one of them is install new leadership. And really, with a view, it's not just the leaders, it's what you task them to do, and that is to put people at the heart of the system, so that people with disability are the reason that we're here, and the systems are designed to work around them. Another key priority has been around reducing the number of people who are in hospitals, people with disability who are essentially trapped in hospitals. They're medically fit, but they haven't been able to get out of hospital. For example, there were 1,400 people with a disability stuck in hospitals in August, instead of being discharged once they were fit. Now, we all know that that time in hospital results in care being delivered in completely the wrong setting, at a higher cost, and it blocks people from being able to use those beds. It costs the health system hundreds of millions of dollars each year, and that's just the Commonwealth cost, let alone what the states pay. The NDIA has been implementing our initial plan with some early successes. In October, the NDIS Minister announced 50 hospital liaison officers nationally are now working with states and territories to, as he describes it, wrangle support and accommodation teams so that things are actually moving. In addition, there are 54 dedicated specialist hospital discharge planners, and their job is they've got greater powers to be able to get things done at a local level. The consequence of this is that we've reduced the average wait times for an NDIS participant to leave hospital from 160 days to just 39. And there are also more than 300 people not on that list that we had in August. That sort of 1,400 kind of stuck their list. So we're getting better outcomes for patients. So that's one area we've focused on. Another is around the backlog of cases before the AAT. It's horrific how people have had to go through massive legal hoops just to get a package that they deserve. The AAT work has also made a difference to the backlog. Under the previous government, there'd been a 400% increase in the number of cases being referred to the AAT, and we had a legacy of 4,500 cases on backlog, people who were waiting for their day in court. Now, we commenced an independent expert review process to address the poor experience of the NDIS participants who had a dispute, and we're getting on top of that backlog. Over 2,000 inherited legacy cases have now been resolved. That will be 2,000 families whose lives are a whole lot better. So that's another area we've focused on. We've also funded 380 new positions in the NDIA to get better and faster planning decisions for people with a disability, which supports their families, their carers, their providers and all the workers. So there are a number of things that we've done, but there is clearly more to do, and the root and branch look that we will take, review we'll take, is going to make a difference. And I commend groups like the group I work with very closely, Kindship, who did a survey of their members to tell me all the things that were still needing to be done. And we know there's still a long list of issues that are not resolved in our first 6 months, things that have been plaguing the system for nearly a decade. I look forward to working through those issues with my constituents. I have a huge belief in the ability of the National Disability Insurance Scheme to be able to transform people's lives, to allow older parents of people with a disability to sleep at night, knowing that there's a plan in place for their child's future. There's so much we can do, and I know there's goodwill in this place to get it done and to support the workers who make this system a viable system.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Deakin.
Thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, in rising to speak on this motion moved by the member, I think there's a few things that are worth highlighting. The first is, really since the election we've seen a lot of rhetoric from the government and very little action. And no doubt Australians will make judgments about the government in due course, and I think everyone will reasonably give a government time to implement some of the things that they've spoken about, or indeed to address some of the issues that they've critiqued in opposition. I think that the issue that many participants are having, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the moment is the very significant change in rhetoric from the Minister for the NDIS before the election to what the Minister is saying now. Before the election, regrettably, in my view, the then Shadow Minister, now Minister, really sought to turn the NDIS into a partisan political issue, in a way I hadn't seen any other parliamentarian do. Obviously, the Coalition and Labor government of the day, back in 2013, in a bipartisan fashion, established the NDIS. And it was really quite a coarse and toxic political environment that the now Minister brought to this debate by really turning it into a hyper-partisan issue. In that time, he simultaneously accused the Coalition of cutting the NDIS, to spending too much on the NDIS. So the consistency certainly wasn't his strong suit in these arguments. But probably most significant for the participants in the NDIS, Minister Shorten said before the election, when he was Shadow Minister, there are no sustainability issues with the NDIS. There are none. And in essence, he ran around the building saying, anyone that talks about sustainability of funding for the NDIS and its cost curve is somehow trying to undermine the scheme. He said, when he was asked whether he thought the scheme was sustainable before the election, he said, and I quote, "I don't buy that there's some catastrophic disaster happening to the NDIS." Earlier in the year, he also said, "You can't move around the corridors of Parliament in Canberra without tripping over a coalition minister whispering the scheme is unsustainable. I'm here to tell you today that is a lie." So the minister before the election, when he was trying to run a hyper-partisan and really regretful campaign that politicised the NDIS, he was saying it's completely sustainable and anybody that says it's not is trying to undermine it. Fast forward to the Labor government and their most recent budget, we now see the rhetoric drastically change, where the minister is now saying that, that there are sustainability issues with the cost of the NDIS, and that it's something that will need to form part of the government's thinking and indeed their review. So why is that such a significant breach of faith? In my view, the minister went to election knowing he was sending a very strong message to those 500,000 NDIS participants and their families that he could, in some magical way, address all of the problems, wave his magic wand to address all the problems in the NDIS. And I suspect lots of people supported the government based on those promises. Now we see a completely different view. So the question, I think, for the government has to be, do they believe it's sustainable or not? And if it's sustainable, as they said before the election, well, let's see how they plan to fund the expected growth in the scheme in a way that doesn't drastically change it. Or if they now are trying to use the review as some way to break that promise before the election, the minister should have the decency to fess up now, because I can tell you there are many NDIS participants and their families very nervous because the rhetoric has changed so drastically from before to after the election. The other thing I'd say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is, and it's ironic coming from me as a shadow minister, but the minister still does sound like a shadow minister. He's running around critiquing all of the problems with the NDIS, commissioning a review, a significant review in one case, without actually offering any solutions. Nothing's changed. The queues and the time that it takes to get into SDA accommodation, for example, has not changed. The minister's happy to talk about it to the nth degree, but he has been the minister for 6 months. Hurry up, make sure the action meets the rhetoric.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Cunningham for moving this motion. And like her and like so many of my colleagues, the NDIS is a critical issue for me and for members of my community. Certainly, I know that in terms of representations to my office in Jagga Jagga, this would be one of the top 5 issues that people bring to me, challenges that they are having with the NDIS, looking for my support for their interactions with the NDIA and for understanding and interventions in outcomes that they just don't understand. And this tells us something which I think we do all know, that the NDIS, while a great scheme, is not working as it should for some participants. Many people do have excellent experiences as part of the NDIS, and I'm so pleased when I come across a parent who tells me that the NDIS has literally been life-changing for their children, and there are a lot of those parents, and that is something to absolutely be acknowledged and celebrated. The NDIS is a great Labor reform. It is a great Labor legacy, and now it seems it is up to a new Labor government to make sure that we fix the NDIS and make sure that it is working as it should for all participants. We do want to ensure that those people who have had experiences that they just shouldn't have during the last 9 years of the coalition government don't have those experiences into the future. I don't want it to be a continuing situation where I have parents coming into my office saying, I just don't understand how this decision was made. I can't get them to explain what's behind this. Why are we at the AAT? Why are lawyers involved? This isn't how the scheme was meant to operate. It is meant to give people with disability choice and control. At the moment, for some people, that is absolutely working, but it's not working for enough people. And so our government wants to restore trust in the scheme. We want to see improved outcomes for participants and for the people who support them. And I absolutely know that my community wants to see this too. Deputy Speaker, at the beginning of this year, I wrote to households across my community about the NDIS because I had been hearing from so many people about problems they'd encountered. And I asked them to share their stories and their experiences so I could better advocate on their behalf. Across the feedback I received was a clear indication that our community does want the NDIS to be at its best, that people saw the potential that's there for the NDIS to be as good as it can be, delivering supports and services to people in our community who need them. And I continue to highlight that local desire as well as the local experiences of NDIS participants and their families with our Minister. And I am pleased to see that in the first 6 months of our government, there are some very important steps that have been taken by our government to get the NDIS back on track. And it's not a small thing to say this includes the new leadership at the National Disability Insurance Agency, the NDIA. This is an important step. We know that those at the top of an organisation, of any organisation, help set the standard. They're not the only people there, but they are important people there, and they do help to set the tone, to set the standard and to reinforce values. So in the last couple of months, Kurt Fernley has been appointed chairperson of the NDIA board, and he's joined by new board members Dr Graham Innes and Marianne Diamond. And what these appointments bring is lived experience, which is so crucial to the scheme. They bring corporate and public sector experience and a great understanding and knowledge of the issues being experienced by so many people on the scheme. Also a new CEO to help show to participants that this is a new chapter for the NDIA under our government. The government's also sought to address some of the challenges that advocates have been highlighting with me and others as key issues. We are working to reduce the backlog of time-consuming, expensive AAT appeals that I know have caused so much stress and anxiety for too many people. In just 5 months, 2,000 inherited legacy cases have now been resolved, slashing the backlog in half. And this is really important. Again, I can't tell you how many families I've had come to me stressed about ending up at the tribunal. Our government is also reducing the number of people with disability unnecessarily stuck in hospitals, despite them being medically fit for discharge. So we've reduced this to about 1,100 people and reduced the average wait time. We are funding 380 new positions in the NDIA to deliver better and faster planning decisions for participants, as well as their families, carers and providers, to give them that certainty so that they know what their pathway is, so that they understand what to expect, so that in what can be a really stressful time, people feel supported, not like they are being told what they can't have, but like they are being supported with rules they can understand. These are all important changes.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Julia Gillard is rightly applauded for being the Prime Minister who established the NDIS. Indeed, she's declared it the achievement of which she is most proud. So too the Government Services Minister, who deserves praise for his advocacy for the scheme as a member of that government, and for standing up for the rights of people with disabilities when the previous government was doing its best to limit access to the scheme, tying up the disabled and their families in knots as they struggled to get the assistance to which they were entitled. These were issues which were raised with me repeatedly before the election, and that remains the case to this day. Constituents report about the nightmares caused by care packages being changed, often without explanation, and then being caught up in lengthy battles in the AAT. The fact is, this re-traumatises a highly vulnerable group of citizens, their families and their carers. And if they're not traumatised, they're exasperated at the complexity and opacity of a system they were led to believe was there to help. In December, we're holding a forum on the NDIS in Goldstein, which is already almost sold out. Here are just a handful of examples from my community that have come to my attention. A constituent in their late 80s whose son has a disability has had changes made to his support package at short notice, with money running out in half the time it usually would. The constituent fears she will have to pay for his care now at $10,000 a week. Another constituent has had her disabled brother's hearing aid support stopped. Without the hearing aids, his hearing will be lost altogether. And as her brother has an intellectual disability, he can only tolerate a fixed-style hearing aid that he cannot feel or remove. Without hearing, her brother's already limited access to the world around him diminishes to almost nothing, seriously affecting his mood and how he relates to carers and others. Another constituent has 2 girls, both born with severe disabilities. She and her husband are having difficulty coping as they're trying to work, as well as support their 5- and 3-year-old daughters. They aren't seeking anything more than the minimum they and all of the experts they've spoken to think is reasonable and necessary. Unfortunately, the NDIA responses have been slow and complicated. Constituent experiences with local area support workers are highly variable and inconsistent, and having to revalidate cases every year or 2 is a full-time job for many families as they try to navigate the administrative tangle that is the NDIS. I was disturbed to read in the Saturday paper on the weekend that some of the departmental architects of robo-debt are now in the bowels of the National Disability Insurance Agency. According to documents obtained by Rick Morton, they have or had been working out ways to outlaw NDIS funds for what look on the face of it to be entirely reasonable purposes. For example, one note attached to a working document declares that the drafting of the rules of what is an ordinary living expense or goods and services specified in the rules should provide us with the basis for making determinations of non-compliance and remove some of the questions of what is allowable or not allowable, with the removal of the term reasonable and necessary. Sound familiar? The Minister told Radio National a fortnight ago that there'd been a lack of attention on the payment side
but he was clear it was some service providers who were taking the scheme for a lend, as he put it. He added that there was rent-seeking behaviour by some providers and there are rorts out there. And that is where the focus for the future must be, not on making it unnecessarily difficult and traumatising for people with disabilities and their families, but on rooting out the rorts. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next day. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, relating to the Baha'i faith, in the name of the member for Moncrieff.
And I call the member for Moncrieff.
I move the motion relating to the Baha'i faith in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. It gives me great pleasure to rise in the chamber today after meeting out on Parliament lawn with Iranian Australians and many from the Baha'i faith to speak about what's going on in Iran, but also to defend the right of those of the Baha'i faith, the right to practice their religion without being persecuted. And earlier this year in my office I met with Sepir Abedian and Huta Sabet, two members of the Gold Coast Baha'i community, and we spoke about their concerns regarding the treatment of their friends and their family in Iran. And Baha'is are the largest non-Muslim religious minority in Iran for decades, and they have been routinely persecuted, arrested, detained and imprisoned. And more recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, international media has reported that homes were raided, confiscated or bulldozed, and members of the Baha'i community were arrested in various cities throughout Iran because of their faith. None of this is new. The Baha'i faith community in Iran has been dealing with mistreatment and persecution for decades. Since 2005, more than 800 Iranian Baha'is have been arrested or detained due to their faith. And there have been more than 780 incidents of economic persecution documented. I heard one just the other night of a Gold Coaster whose family had escaped on camelback. And he won an award, an export award at the Australian Export Awards the other night in the Great Hall. Very, very proud of his achievements in this country. Baha'is are barred from holding government jobs, their businesses are routinely closed or discriminated against, and young Baha'is are prevented from attending university because of their faith. Where they can, Baha'i elders hold underground universities where they can learn and receive an education. The elders must be careful, as those caught educating young Baha'is can be and have been sentenced to 5-year jail terms. And this is the 21st century, and we're witnessing young people refuse the opportunity to further their knowledge because of their religion. Many Baha'is have left Iran, as I mentioned before, to seek a better life elsewhere, including in my community on the Gold Coast. And I want to share a story that Seppi, as we call him, with great warmth, shared with me during our meeting about a young Baha'i who came to Australia recently. After arriving in Australia, Sepp took this young person on a tour of a nearby university campus where there was an option to study. And as part of the tour, they visited the campus library. And this new Baha'i to our country was so nervous about entering the library, she asked Sepp if he was sure she was allowed to go inside. Could you imagine feeling like that? Unsure whether you're welcome in a place where so many of us feel safe, such as a public library or a university library. It's heartbreaking to hear the story and to know that young people are banned from places of learning, banned from having educational opportunities is heartbreaking. And Baha'is in Iran are subject to systemic violence and harassment, with hundreds of incidents reported of torture, physical assault, disappearances, suspicious deaths, arson against homes and businesses, vandalism, cemetery desecration, and the abuse of school children, which is fuelled by a continuous campaign to incite hatred against Baha'is in Iran. Iran's human rights record has been a long-standing and serious concern for Australia. And during our time in government, the Coalition repeatedly raised our concerns with Iran in Canberra, Tehran and in multilateral forums.
Australia is a co-sponsor of the annual UN General Assembly resolution on the human rights situation in Iran. We also co-sponsor the Human Rights Council resolution extending the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran. In December last year, there was a UN General Assembly calling for an end to the harassment and discrimination against the Baha'i faith. We are troubled by the high number of death sentences and continued executions in Iran, and the treatment of ethnic and religious minorities, women and girls, and the LGBTIQA community. I want to thank the Baha'i faith community on the Gold Coast for the incredible job that they do in raising awareness and campaigning against the treatment of Baha'is in Iran. They've done such a great job, and I also want to say thank you to Kimberly Diamond, who represents the Baha'i faith on my Gold Coast Gold Coast Community Cabinet. I thank her for her voice for the Baha'i, for the future of the Baha'i faith on the Gold Coast.
Thank you. Time's expired, and I give the motion is to be seconded by the member for Moore, seconding the motion. Thank you very much. So the question.
Yes, I reserve my right to later.
Excellent. Well, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to speak to a grave matter. I speak in this parliament as a Buddhist and as a person from a different country. I would like to acknowledge that in Australia, I have the freedom to express my views. In Australia, we have the gifts and protections that democracy allows. These protections are not afforded to all around the world. Right now, horrific abuse is taking place in Iran. This is bloodshed, violence, death and fear. This is marked by the brutal killing of Gina Mahsa Amini, a 22-year-old woman, at the hand of so-called morality police in Iran. The morality police say Gina was not wearing her hijab too loosely, her hijab too loosely. This is unconscionable. Gina's death is unconscionable. This has led to protests in Iran. People have taken to the streets. Women in particular have taken to the streets. These women are risking their life to have their voice heard. These women are demonstrating with their actions that they would sooner face the risk of death than continue to face oppression. And people have faced death. Hundreds have lost their lives in the protests. For those who have been arrested, Iran Parliament recently voted in favor of death penalty for all current protest prisoners. Shockingly, the violence continues to grow, with members of the Baha'i faith subjected to appalling prosecution. This violence is tragically nothing new. The Baha'i have been facing prosecution from the Iranian government for 40 long years. This has been intensified repression and discrimination of the Baha'i in Iran. This is deeply concerning. My heart breaks for and with the Baha'i people. Amnesty International 2021-2022 report, the states of the world human rights, highlights the prosecution inflicted on members of Baha'i faith by the Iranian government, including restricted participation in education, employment and political office. It includes torture and arbitrary detention and other cruel, violent means. Enforced disappearance are not uncommon. And it is forcible closures of business or confiscation of property. Houses are demolished, cemeteries are destroyed, and hate speech comes from the officials and state media. Authorities have prevented Baha'is from burying their loved one in empty plot of cemeteries. Instead, inciting them to use mass gravesite. The Baha'i are not violent people. Importantly, the Baha'i faith call for obedience to civil authority and rejects any act of violence or aggression. The Baha'i are kind people. They are a just people. They believe in equality of women and men. They believe in harmony of religion and science. They believe in an elimination of all form of prejudice and the equal standard of human rights for all people. I'm fortunate to have made connection with members of Baha'i faith during my time as a police officer. This warm relationship continue. I'm very grateful for the friendship of Baha'i community of Melville, including Dr. Jimmy Xiao and his peers. Their tireless works inspire me. The Albanese government condemns the human rights abuse perpetrated by Iran. Australia called on Iran to respect human rights and cease discrimination against religious and ethnic minority. We have raised our concerns with Iranian officials across multilateral fora, including at the UN. I stand in solidarity with those prosecuted in Iran. I stand with them in their aspiration for freedom, self-governance, and democracy. I stand with them in their campaign for peace. Zanzibar Azadi. Long life freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks to the member for Tangent. Just before I give the member for Moore the call, I just want to acknowledge there is a very strong Baha'i faith community in my own electorate of Newcastle, but I know that today we're represented in the chamber with people from the Baha'i communities of Canberra, Brisbane and Sydney, so you're very welcome. I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Baha'i community in Australia, I second this private member's motion calling for an end to the systematic persecution of Baha'is in Iran. The Baha'i faith is considered as the second largest religion in Iran after Islam. According to the United Nations, there are an estimated 350,000 adherents of the Baha'i faith in Iran and an estimated 5 million followers worldwide. The freedom to practice one's chosen religion is a fundamental right that forms the core of our democratic beliefs in Australia. Our society allows freedom of religion, free from persecution, intimidation and harassment. It is our sincere hope that the international religious tolerance movement will spread like a light throughout the world. It is incumbent upon us as elected representatives in a free society to call upon foreign governments around the world, including countries such as Iran, to respect the freedom of religion and allow their citizens to worship peaceably with tolerance. In raising public awareness of this issue, it is hoped that world attention will be focused on addressing this grave injustice. Baha'is have remained peaceful and active members of Iranian society. They pose no threat to the government. They are not aligned with any political ideology or opposition movement, nor do they engage in subversive activity or violence. Currently in Iran, Baha'is are barred from holding government jobs, and their shops and other enterprises are routinely closed by officials at all levels. The youth in the Baha'i community are also persecuted, prevented from attending university, and as volunteer educators have been arrested and imprisoned. In 2022 alone, there have been over 30 arrests on account of their faith in various cities throughout Iran. In August this year, authorities bulldozed 6 Baha'i houses and confiscated more than 20 hectares of land in the Mazandaran province in northern Iran. Earlier this month, Iran stepped up its actions against the Baha'i community, arresting 12 citizens, and this has been condemned by global rights groups. In supporting this motion for an end to the systematic persecution of Baha'is by the government of Iran, and more broadly an end to persecution of Baha'is by governments across the world, I urge all governments to consider the potential contributions that can be made to society by allowing Baha'is to freely practice their religion, free from persecution, intimidation and harassment. International monitoring constitutes a vital safeguard for the protection of the Baha'i community. Whenever this issue is publicised, discussed in parliaments, or raised with Iranian officials, it sends a signal to the Iranian government that it is being held to account for its actions. The Australian government has repeatedly raised concerns with Iran in Canberra, with Tehran, and multilateral forums. As a nation, we are a co-sponsor of the annual United Nations General Assembly resolution on the human rights situation in Iran. In addition, Australia co-sponsors the Human Rights Council resolution extending the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran. In December last year, there was a United Nations General Assembly resolution calling for an end to the harassment and discrimination of Baha'is in Iran. There is a strong Baha'i community in Western Australia, in particular the northern suburbs of Perth. I have been fortunate enough to meet many Baha'is living in my electorate and also in the surrounding suburbs. Through my association with the local Baha'i community over a number of years, I have observed its members to be very peaceful, tolerant, and family-orientated. The religion could hardly be described as fundamentalist or extremist in nature. Rather, it is very moderate. As I have become more familiar with individual members of the local spiritual assembly, what greatly impresses me generally about the Baha'i community is its ability of its members to integrate and assimilate into Australian society by fully and actively participating in the development and advancement of our nation through higher education, their professional careers in fields such as business, engineering, medicine and academia.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this important motion moved by the member for Moncrieff, and I congratulate her on raising this matter, this important matter, in this place. I think that support for the brave people of Iran and opposition to religious persecution is something that unites Australia and something that unites the Australian Parliament. I have great admiration for the Baha'i people. Dr. Vahid Master is a Baha'i leader in my electorate. He is an extraordinary doctor, but he has welcomed me into his home on many occasions to celebrate the Baha'i community and the Baha'i faith. And the things that strike me on my time with the Baha'i community locally is the sense of self-respect and dignity and peacefulness, as well as a deep appreciation and love for the Australian people and the Australian community more broadly. I also have stood on the top of the Baha'i World Centre in Haifa and seen just the most breathtaking gardens that really, I think, speak volumes to the self-respect and the imagination of the Baha'i people. And yet, for the last 40 years, in Iran, the birthplace of the Baha'i faith, the Baha'i do not enjoy the same freedom that they do here in Australia. Ever since the regime of the Ayatollahs came to power in 1979, the Baha'i have been persecuted for their beliefs. They've been subject to arbitrary arrest, their businesses have been closed down, their homes and places of worship have been raided. They have been denied entry to universities and they've been unable to travel. Even their cemeteries have been desecrated. This year, protests have surged across Iran, demanding greater freedom, and particularly for women. In the wake of the murder of Mahsa Amini by Iran's so-called morality police in September, the regime has responded by increasing its persecution of the Baha'i. Many Baha'i have been arrested, some were detained at their homes, while others were rounded up with other protesters in the streets. Like many of the arrested demonstrators, these Baha'i have been locked up without specific charges and have not been allowed to meet with their families. I recently spoke with the representatives of the Baha'i community locally who told me of their great concern for their family and friends in Iran, and I'm sure other members share with me those grave concerns. And they also told me that they were very grateful for the support that the Australian government, but more so the Australian people, have expressed in giving Baha'is and indeed all of the persecuted people their voice of solidarity of what's occurring in Iran. I thought I'd take a moment to just outline some of the things that have already occurred in response to the action of Iran. We have time and time again called for Iran to respect the human rights and cease the discrimination against religious and ethnic minorities. Australia's ambassador to Iran has raised our concerns in Tehran, and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has also raised concerns with the Iranian embassy in Canberra. Australia has made it clear that Iran's treatment of women and the protesters are incompatible with their membership on the UN Commission on the Status of Women. The government has been engaging with the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i of Australia, and we will continue to advocate for the human rights of the Baha'i in Iran. Australia, as a member of the core drafting group for the UN General Assembly Third Committee resolution on the human rights situation in Iran, did play an active role in shaping the language of the resolution, including regarding the Baha'i and other minorities. So, Deputy Speaker, what we have here in Australia is a wonderful part of Australian society. We are proud of our Baha'i and we celebrate our Baha'i people here in Australia, and I acknowledge those who have come to join and listen to this debate tonight. But I also know that for them, a part of them is not complete without the Baha'i community feeling safety and freedom against persecution for what's occurring in Iran. And so we stand with the Baha'i people in Australia and, of course, with the Baha'i in Iran. And we raise our Australian voice to say that the persecution of the Baha'i people is unacceptable and that we hope for better days in the years to come.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to welcome those who are here this evening representing the Baha'i community. Thank you. I'm honoured that my electorate of Mackellar is the proud home of Australia's Baha'i House of Worship, one of just 13 temples around the world and the only one in the Australasian continent. It is a symbol of unity and an icon of our electorate. It stands magnificently in the hinterland of our electorate, nestled amongst the beautiful bushland. It is a place of sanctuary, it is a place of worship. And it is a place that is open and belongs to all Australians, where people of all different religions and backgrounds are welcome. This physical building is a reflection of the Baha'i faith and community, one that is committed to social cohesion and harmony and is warmly valued as part of our Mackellar community and as a contributor to Australia's broader community. The Australian Baha'i community was established in 1920 and is now represented in over 350 localities and regions throughout our country. They are part of a worldwide community of Baha'i faith people, an independent world religion with more than 5 million members. On Wednesday evening, the Baha'i community will hold their annual parliamentary reception to celebrate the birth of Baha'u'llah. This event is also a celebration of the constructive cohesion and resilience demonstrated by Australians across the country and indeed many across the globe. Some of the key principles of the Baha'i faith, such as gender equality, elimination of all forms of prejudice and human rights for all people, are values that are shared by the broader Mackellar and Australian community. In neighbourhoods across Mackellar and across the country, Baha'is are striving to build united and spiritually vibrant communities. However, as this motion highlights, this is not the experience of the Baha'is in Iran. Baha'i is Iran's largest non-Muslim religion, with around 300,000 Baha'is living in Iran. The Baha'is have a long history of persecution in Iran, especially since 1979, the Iranian Revolution. Official news media have inflamed this persecution by inciting hatred, which has led to many violent attacks on Baha'is and their properties, including destruction of their cemeteries. Thousands of these attacks over many decades are documented on the website Archives of Baha'i Persecution in Iran, which is administered by the Baha'i International Community, an organisation which draws attention to human rights violations committed against Iranian Baha'is. Baha'is are routinely arrested, detained and imprisoned in Iran. They are banned from holding government jobs and their shops are routinely closed or discriminated against by officials at all levels of government. Young Baha'is are prevented from attending university and volunteer Baha'i educators are often arrested and imprisoned when they attempt to fill the education gap. Since the nationwide protest started this September, there has been an escalation of violent attacks and human rights violations on Baha'is in Iran, including interrogations, beatings and detentions without due process. In her recent address to the UN Human Rights Council, Simin Fahadesh, representative of the Baha'i international community, articulated the deteriorating situation of human rights in Iran. She said, "The Baha'is in Iran are all too familiar with persecution, with suffering, arbitrary imprisonment, denial of higher education, hate propaganda, executions, and daily harassment for 43 years. In fact, what we see in Iran today is the extension of the persecution against the Baha'is to the generality of Iranians. A government that oppresses one group will surely be unjust to all groups in the long term." I support the member for Moncrieff's motion that condemns the actions of the Iranian government's persecution of those of the Baha'i faith. Cohesion and resilience are core values of strong communities, and I wholeheartedly support not only the Baha'i community in my electorate of Makella, but the Baha'i community globally as they face the horrific persecution from the Iranian government. I just want you to know that here in Australia, we do support you, and here in the Parliament as well, and thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I just start by welcoming all of you in the gallery of the Federation Chamber today. Thank you so much for coming and listening to us here today, and welcome to the People's House. And can I also start by thanking and congratulating the member for Moncrieff for raising this critical issue with the House, with the Chamber and with the members present here today and with the broader community. It is such an important issue, a critical issue, not just here in Australia but right across the world. We've seen that around the world people have and continue to be persecuted because of their faith. We have seen communities subjugated. We've seen communities destroyed, oppressed, their belongings and property destroyed, denied access to services, jailed, or even worse. Everybody on this planet deserves the right to be who they want to be. Everybody deserves the right, if they choose, to practice their faith without persecution and to practice their faith without repercussion. And I'm a strong advocate for this, as are many of the members here tonight, many of the members in the chamber. And I will continue to be a supporter and a voice for those who are silenced because of their faith or because of their way of life. Faith is important to many because it provides people with a sense of self. It provides people with a sense of community, and it provides people with a sense of direction. Faith can unify us, and it can be the guiding light for some during the darkest of times. A few weeks ago, a gentleman named Vedad visited the Robertson electoral office. He's an elected member of the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is on the Central Coast. And I'm grateful for Vedad visiting me that day, who's given me permission to use his name, as he was kind enough to provide insight into the Baha'i faith, the Baha'i community on the Central Coast in New South Wales, across Australia and indeed around the world. And when he was describing the Baha'i community, I'd use the same words that the member for Moncrieff has used, the member for McNamara has used, many members here tonight. Peaceful, welcoming, educated, a beautiful people and a beautiful community. He spoke of the children's spiritual education classes in Gosford and the regular devotional meetings where the Baha'i community on the Central Coast would come together as one. Vedad also highlighted, Deputy Speaker, the difficulties that the Baha'i community are facing in Iran and the persecution that they are facing. As has been noted previously, the government is deeply concerned by reports that since the 2nd of August 2022, repression and discrimination against the Baha'i people in Iran have increased and they have intensified. Australia has and will continue to call on Iran to respect human rights and to cease the discrimination against religious and ethnic minorities. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is engaging with the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is in Australia and will continue to advocate for human rights of the Baha'i in Iran. And Australia's ambassador to Iran raised our concerns to Tehran on the 14th of June 2022, and most recently the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade raised our concerns with the Iranian embassy in Canberra on the 13th of October 2022. Australia, as a member of the core drafting group for the UN General Assembly Third Committee on the resolution of human rights situation in Iran, played an active role in shaping the language of the resolution, including regarding the Baha'i and other minorities. The resolution was adopted with 79 yes votes and only 28 no votes, a better result than 2021. And again, I wish to thank the member for Moncrieff for raising this important issue. And as I said earlier, Australia will call on Iran, continue to call on Iran to respect human rights and cease the discrimination of minorities. We stand with the Baha'i people and the community, both here in Australia and in Iran. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Robertson, and the time allotted for this debate has now expired, and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I give the call to the member for Fraser.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank you. Seconded by the member for Kennedy. Thank you very much. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And that means that the Federation Chamber now stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow. I'll see you all then.